Sorry, I was stalling. I was trying to finish up something before I started. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, everybody? I am Creepy for Sale, host of the Writer's Room. Writer's Room, episode 12. We've done 12 of these. We've done 12, 13 if you include the pilot, which I don't really. But if you include it, we've done 13. So thank you for joining. I am back on the Twitch grind. Another Wednesday. I got some fun stuff on the docket today. I think Junior and Matt will join me at some point, hopefully. If not, no worries. We'll write it solo. I don't like writing it solo, but I will for the people. If you're just tuning in, hello. If you're, well, I'm seeing the viewers know it's just tuning in. I'm going to message Junior. And hopefully Matt will join us at a certain point. If you're new to the stream, join the Discord. It's up here. It'll take you to my website. Click on that picture and it should take you to an active link to join the Discord. You just got to ask one simple question. Are you a cop? If you're watching this in the replay, don't hesitate to join the Discord and jump in the show. I'm actually going to check right now if we got any new members. We don't. So that means no one's been trying to join. A little disappointing. I'd hope you guys would want to jump in the stream. It's alright. No worries. I understand. On tonight's show, I'm resurrecting a dead character of mine. I'm going to go over Blackbird Pro. I went on Saturday. I'm going to show some blood tests I'm working on for this weekend. I want to get people's take if I should start selling asset packs. Because I see fucking... like every other post I see on Instagram is an ad to buy the new Acid Bite Cinemark 2 pack. It's tempting, but then at the same time, I feel like I can make all of these assets myself. So looking at those assets, I was thinking, should that be something I should invest my time into doing, is creating a sort of a library of B-roll and other such like B-roll and overlays and other cool stuff that people can use if you just like buy the pack for a one-time purchase. I was kind of interested in doing something like that, so I wanted to get people's takes. People who make videos, people who post things. Do you guys want asset packs? Should that be a business that I get into? Is selling B-roll? I don't know. Let me know. I'm interested. Comment on YouTube if you're watching the replay. Let me know in the chat later if you watch the VOD. I guess if you watch the VOD, there's no way to interact with me. So shout out to all the people who watch the VOD and don't have a Twitch or YouTube account, so I can never interact with them. But you're a fan of the show. We still support you. We see you, silent observer of the VOD after the fact. I don't know where my lighter went. That's a good way to start. So if you were watching, and I know nobody was, but just for posterity's sake, let's say if you were watching the opening credits, you'll notice that I have a render that goes in the opening of every show. And that render was something I started doing a month ago. About a month ago, Tuesday night, I was like, I don't really like the little typing hands video I play before I start a stream, so I'm going to make a new one where it's like I just wanted to do like an animation one. So I made one. It was okay. I'm not gonna lie. It was kind of thrown together. It wasn't anything special. But the next week, the next Tuesday, I decided to open that same project and do it again. And I was pretty happy with what I did with that one on week 2. But then I thought, what if I went back and did it again on week 3? And then yesterday or last night, I did another one. So I made a little video compilation of, I'm going to pull it up here right now for you. I made a compilation of, I'm going to turn this filter off real quick, or I'm going to unflip this. Transform. I don't know why it's flipped. Flip horizontally. There we go. So where was I? So yeah, this is week 1. This was the render I just threw together. I think this might have even been the day of the show before we were shooting. I threw this together. I ended up using it that stream because I think a month ago was the same stream. I got really pissed off and had to stop for a minute because my audio wasn't working, and then I took a shower. That might have been less than time. I don't know. Had a couple rough false starts. I think that's why no one's here. Everyone knows that the good hour is like after I've been going for a little while. Anyways, this was week 1. So I had the office room. I put my 2 characters there. They're just sitting there doing nothing. I put the pitch deck for Phantom of the Alamo up on the screen to try to replicate the stream. And because the show's called The Writer's Room, I really wanted to make like a writer's room render. So this was week 1. This is week 2. In week 2, I added details like posters on the board. I changed the color of the wall. I added me up there being a camera creep. I put the whole B-roll video with the hands typing in the TV screen. And yeah, I added more details like to the walls. And just trying to make the room feel more modern and cool place you'd want to be. Then came week 3. I decided to add more details like the laptop with the stream going. I changed the lighting a bit to make it more atmospheric. I added a fog to make it look closer to how I shoot stuff in my life with like a hazy filter. I gave her a backpack. I gave everybody more props, more things to have in their hands. I put some stuff here on the table, VHS, a book. I switched out the character. Little details. We could put more posters up. So that was week 3. Changed the carpet. So little details. There's a little alien guy back there. But yeah, week 3 was all about, like honing in the details. You know what I mean? Like putting little finishing touches on it. Deciding what to actually change about my setup here. things that were already working really well in the first render. I'm just in my audio here. So I had a lot of things going for me that worked really well in the first render. But I wanted to add even more details, so like the talking character in the background, the vinyl player with the music with the little toys on it, adding more stuff to the desk, adding the fast food with the floating alien. So just like try to really fine tune the details on this one and key in on what I was going for, and then it's gonna start over. So hopefully that wasn't rushing through too much, but that is sort of how the process works when you're doing any kind of animation or any kind of I'm saying any animation really, but maybe 3D is the only one I can speak to with any authority. But it's like you're just adding in detail after detail, and when you're coming up with an animation, usually you'll render it out like I did here in week 1, and you'll see it, and when you hit render, you're like, oh, I'm done. There's 2 people there. It's a desk. It's a room. It's lit. There's things on the screen. I can call it, but you look at it rendered, you bring it up in Premiere, you make it a video, and then you're like, oh, it's really kind of an empty room. It's really dry. Like everything feels really sterile and bare. So then week 2, you just want to like make the room feel lived in, right? Like if I lived here or if it was my studio, it would be full of art, as you can tell behind me. So posters and the board, adding in another person back there. My first idea was to change the person in the back every week, but then I decided I think I'm just gonna stick with, I don't know, maybe I'll keep changing it. I don't know. I think it's funny to change, like Futurama style, change the background person. And then with 3, you can just see like the difference in those little fine details, like just the lighting difference, the glows, the haziness. And then in week 4, you still keep all of that haziness, but now you have even more detail, even more movement, even more things going on. So if you just stop right here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10 with the one behind me. So there's 10 animated armatures all going at once in this render. So that is crushing my computer. So making this last one was really, really hard. So going forward, I'm going to have to be really skillful with how I add details to these. And the things I've already started to think about for next week are, and like I was just, the way I just described, like the process, like you watch the video, I'm doing it right now. Like I'm seeing this empty space and I'm like, I want to put a plant here, maybe like a plant that has like hands or something, or like just something weird in character for Creepy for Sale. And then I'm thinking behind the presenter over here, maybe having like a water thing, like a thing to get water, like a water jug sort of situation. And I definitely want to put some water bottles on the table. I want to add some more stuff to this table. I kind of want to see if I want to switch out these background guys, because I really like the movement of Crossword, which is a villain I made for Shutter Speed. I really like his movement and his like whole look back here talking, and I don't want to lose that, but at the same time I feel like he's kind of, these 2 guys aren't adding anything to the scene. So maybe next week I'll keep him here talking as a staple and then switch out the people he's talking to, because I think that could be funny. But yeah, it was fun. That's what I've been working on every Tuesday before the stream to help have fun stuff for the stream. I promised on Instagram that I would be doing a blood test, a blood spray test. So stay tuned for that. I'm going to wait to see if Matt shows up because I'm sure Matt is super interested in what I've been cooking up with the blood spray. I'm talking really fast because I had dinner, so I'm really hyped up and I'm by myself. But I don't want to lose enthusiasm or momentum, so I'm trying to yeah, we're doing it. Positive energy. Yes. Positive energy. Yes. Stephen Brody Stevens, R.I.P. Yes. You got it. Yes. Oh. I'm sorry. Once is going to hate that when she watches the replay, but you got it. Yes. Yes. Stephen Brody Stevens. Well, this is kind of awkward. Just sitting here, waiting for someone to show up so I can talk to somebody. I guess it would be prudent to go through photo mode, issue 2, the zine on stream. You know what I mean? Fiend? It almost worked. I'm going to switch this one to CD. And boom shakalaka. This is my zine. This is my zine. This is my zine. Guys, check out my zine. Check out my zine. I made a zine. It's a digital zine. Digital zine. Digital zine. Digital zine. It's a digital zine. A digital zine. It sucks too because I can't even do corgis in the chat because Mo's is watching a movie. She's watching a cool movie too that I want to go finish watching. Fuck. You guys hear cats for a second. I had to do another Instagram shout out because I'm all here by myself. Junior is asleep or eating or doing Uber or casting a spell on somebody. One says watching a movie. Matt's probably filming something. I'm all alone. I'm all alone on stream. All alone on stream. I'm alone on stream. It's episode 12. Episode 12. And I'm alone on stream. Alone on stream. And nobody's watching me act like an asshole. Oh shit, someone's here. I was singing a song alone on stream. Hello, viewer. This is my zine. My digital zine. This is the cover. My zine is about taking pictures in video games. It's called Photo Mode. This is issue 2, titled Whoa Retro. Whoa Retro. What? Okay, let's do it. Sorry. I'm being extra annoying today. This is page 1 and 2. So, last week, I talked about uploading photo mode, not just as a post on Instagram, but as a book or a zine that you can like read on a tablet or your computer like a real nerd like I am now. How do you do that? Well, if you go to creepyforsale.com/photo mode, or just creepyforsale.com and then go to photo mode in the browser area, it's not that hard to find. There will be a link to a Google Drive folder, and in that folder will be photo mode issues 1 and 2 available to read via CBZ format on your favorite CBZ reader. So, included in there is also a CBZ reader that I'm using now to do it on my computer. So if you want to read it on your computer, you can do that too. But yeah, I'm trying to get into making books more out of my photos, but I don't want to print anything yet. I just want to get good at layouts and editing and editorializing my own photos and deciding how to use my own photos, not just for a post, but in something that's print. And I think this is a great way to practice and get good and cut my teeth. And I have an unlimited source of material to take pictures of, because there's an infinite amount of video games and an infinite way to use said video games. So that's the premise. This is the second issue. The first issue was all Grand Theft Auto online mode. It was about being a voyeur. It was kind of an experimental take. This one I kind of knew already. I wanted it to look more like a Game Informer, but if a Game Informer had no articles, you know what I mean? It's like a no articles Game Informer. So let's check these out. So this first game I'm covering is I thought I should put what games these are so that people can play them, like little notes. But like, it's Jet Set Radio, right? Like, do I really need to? Maybe I could put like a little note, like photo mode 2, games used, pages 1 through whatever, Jet Set Radio, pages 3 through whatever. That way, if like you really want to fucking know, there's like a fucking, I'll put on the back maybe. I don't know. Let me know if I should do that. Let me know if you're like, yeah, I would like to know what games these are, or you're fine figuring it out from context clues. Yeah, page 1 and 2. You saw the cover. This was the cover. I wanted to do a very like oversaturated clip art cover. These are the photos from Jet Set Radio. If you didn't see, I did a lot of these captures last week on my late stream, and then I published photo mode 2 Sunday. It's every other Sunday, so I'll be putting those up. More Jet Set Radio, and then F0GX. I really like the way this one came out on the right. Res, not infinite, just res. Res Finite. This game's awesome. Like, I did not understand it for the longest time, but when I went to take pictures in it, I had to finally like understand how to play it in order to get to these points in the game to take pictures of. And I kind of fell in love with it. I really love Res. And it's like, that's a new like put it in the retro emulator system and play it whenever I'm bored game from now on. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater Underground 2. I think that 2 is important. Before Marvel's Spider-Man on PS4, there was Ultimate Spider-Man. Here's some cel-shaded Ultimate Spider-Man goodness. Over here we have Disney's, I think Disney Pixar skateboarding, or just Disney's Extreme skateboarding. Whichever one where that has Andy's room as like the skating level. And then over here we have Go Go Hyper Grind. And so the Disney one I remember very vividly playing at my dentist's office as a kid and thinking it was awesome. It actually sucks. And Go Go Hyper Grind, I remember trying a few times on emulators and not understanding it at all. But I decided to play the tutorial so that I could try to figure out how I'm going to get good pictures. And I got some pretty good pictures out of it. The gameplay is a little jank. But and then the back cover. So yeah, maybe on these back covers I'll put like assets used. Oh, I was cutting myself off. Yeah, on the back cover I'll put like assets used, games played. That might make sense. Yeah, I was cutting off the bottom. Well, we can just flip through it while I talk. But yeah, so photo mode. You can read it like a book now. If you have an Android tablet or an iPad tablet with a CBZ reader on it, you can load this up and read it like a book. Yeah, photo mode. It's a real zine. It's digital. You gotta read it on a beat boop. But it's a real zine. And if you guys like this style and you get into like reading things this way or just like consuming photos I take this way, I might do some more. Maybe do some like genre-based musical CBZ zines, or maybe I don't know. I don't even know. Let me know what you want to see me cover in a zine that I'll post to my website and that we can read here on stream. I really think the Jet Set Radio game is so photogenic. The cell shading and the over-the-top style. I really only played like one level to get these photos. And I didn't even play as the main guy for that long. I ended up getting all my best pictures as the other guy who's not the main two everybody remembers from this game. Oh, it's gonna be a long night. I can feel it already. I'm gonna have a hoarse voice in the morning from talking so much. But CBZs, it's a CBZ. Photo mode, issue 2. Yeah, I did it. I really hope this helps me learn. I think it will, because I think the only way to learn is to do. And so if I really want to publish things of my photography soon in the near future, I really need to practice doing these kinds of layouts. And of course it looks good on Instagram, and of course I'm using an Instagram ratio and layout to achieve maximum social media-ness, but even still, I think it's very helpful to think. I was thinking this time around as how these photos would read like this in a book, as opposed to before when I was much more thinking of how will this read as a post. You know what I mean? I was much more thinking phone scrolling one thing at a time, just doing it like a post of photos, not putting that as much effort into it because I didn't think people cared. But then people liked photo mode issue 1, and I was just like, yeah, I'm going to keep doing this. I'm going to commit, because I think my new thing is committing to ideas, sticking them through. I'm really proud of all the success we've had and people who followed and watched the Writer's Room episodes, whether it's just tuning in for a few minutes or checking out the clips or however people support. I really appreciate it. And I think it's been a really great experience to keep doing it. I've been talking a lot because it's just me, but thank you all. Genuinely. Yeah. I guess I should do a zine that's like all my Blackbird Pro zine? Question mark? Maybe. Perhaps. Maybe, perhaps. Perhaps, maybe. Hello, viewer. I'm trying to see where Junior's at. Junior B, MIA. Matt's MIA. They're probably both playing Cyberpunk without me. I get it. Sounds fun. In the meantime, I guess I should pull up something that we can all enjoy watching. I have this record that I ripped. Bunky. 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 Funky. Skip tracked funky. This is almost Japanese, it's so funky. Sometimes you can get so funky and so crazy with the horns it becomes Japanese. And all of a sudden there's electric guitar and it's the intro to an anime. This record's kind of scratched in the beginning. Doing a dance. Ooh. Check. Trying to get things running in the background. But it's not working. Getting things ready in the background. 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 Trying to get things ready, but I'm in the background. Getting things ready, but in the background. Getting ready. Getting ready in the background. Getting things ready in the background. Getting things ready in the background. Getting things ready. Background. Getting things ready in the 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 background. Oh yeah. That man getting things ready in the background. Getting things ready in the background. Getting things ready in the background. Getting motherfucking things ready in the background. Speaking of Blackbird Pro, I didn't get as much video that night as I wish. But there's a lot of video people there, people who are better at filming wrestling video than me. So I let them take care of that. I focused on photos, but I got a few clips just for funsies. Sure. Ugh. Ugh. They squashing bruv. They're squashing bruv. Watching wrestling. It's a wrestling time. I'm pretty sure the guys broke the ring when they did this. Because the ring had a huge lump in it after that. That's a lot of meat. Yeah. It's always fun getting a yeah going. I try to get some clips with this camera, but it's way too fucking wide. I fucked up on my lenses choice. I love wrestling fans. They were giving this ref such a hard time. I felt bad, but also I loved it because wrestling. Because wrestling. Because the absolute wrestling of it. Damn, I don't think Matt and Junior are coming. I think I'm going to be all by myself this whole episode. Jeez. I'm gonna be all by myself. I don't wanna be all by myself. Don't wanna be all by myself. Don't wanna be all by myself. Don't wanna be. I wish I had more video from Le Backbird Le Pro. But I gotta be honest, it was hard to get video there. But the guillotine, I will be better prepared. I might even bring the night vision camera. Get some spots in night vision. That would be pretty fucking sick. Seek. All right. Wanna be by myself. All by myself. Don't wanna be all by myself. Don't wanna be all by myself. Guys, I saw that they had a fucking GFX 100 RF at the camera exchange. I want it so bad. I want the camera. I want that camera. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, I don't even want to do this. I don't have that energy to do this by myself. I'm trying to stall, but no one's coming. No one's coming to save me from doing this pitch and explanation by myself. Somebody please come stop it. Make it stop. Make it stop. I gotta get some water. I'll be right back. Sorry, I had to get water. I've been talking so much. I was thirsty. I was thirsty. So I went to get some water. Alright. Nobody's watching, but for posterity's sake, let me get into what I wanted to talk about today. We're already almost an hour into this. So, let's see. When did I start making the clusterfuck shit? I don't know. It was like the end of last year, I want to say. When did I start? I don't know when I started making this stuff. Let me see if these have a date. Not that it matters, but curiosity's sake, details. Tuesday, January 9th. Okay, so probably I would say the end of 2023, beginning of 2024, I had the grandiose idea of making a movie, as I usually do. And at the time, I didn't have any friends. I didn't have anybody to work with, but I was really fucking determined to pull it off. And I should probably close my door. And unfortunately, it never really got anywhere. I didn't know anybody. I didn't have anyone to work with, and I just sort of like kept the costume and kept the ideas for it, and it just sort of washed away in the back of my head. And I have a bunch of like stuff I shot by myself of me trying to like capture the character. Looking back on it, I think I was still very like reluctant to go full bore at what would become my style in a couple. If we fast forward to now, years removed. But at the time, I had this fantasy of making this punk rock superhero named Clusterfuck, and I made this costume, and I spent a lot of time trying to develop this character, and it just sort of died off. And then I tried to resurrect it a first time with a friend of mine, and both of us had a lot of enthusiasm for it, but we just never really had the time to shoot it or like nail down what it would be. And there was a lot of enthusiasm around what we could do with it, but we just never really got to it. And unfortunately, he's super busy, so just doing it with him the way that we had conceived that second time around just wasn't feasible either. So flash forward to today, 2025, where I am trying to get the ball rolling on being someone who gets funding for producing major motion pictures, or minor but still profitable motion pictures. And the thing that I'm looking at now is that I have a lot of what it takes to make a movie. The thing that I don't have a lot of experience doing, kind of like how I was saying with the photo mode idea, is that I need more work doing, like running a set, directing a set, writing script, turning a script into a production, turning that production into a quick turnaround, bang, it's on screen. Not that I need to do the quick part is just more for practicality sake, for the time constraints and budgets that I'm working with. The quicker I can do it, the more likely I am to do more than one. But the thing I kind of want to do is take a bunch of ideas and things that I've worked on recently and sort of infuse those philosophies and skill sets and practices into an idea that I already had, or an IP or a character that I had already come up with. So Clusterfuck was almost 2 years ago, 2 whole years ago. This, in fact, I guess almost 2 whole years ago, about a year and a half ago. And this was my attempt to do sort of a Andy Warhol style eating of a burger. It was also the first time I was filming anything on my now one of my favorite cameras of all time, the Sigma FP. You see me eating a patty melt. This was the first thing I shot as Clusterfuck, and the idea was to cut it and overlay it with a bunch of crazy shit happening. But at the time, this was sort of my skill set. I was really good at coming up with an editing concept, getting a costume together, getting a gag together, and then centering a shoot around that gag or particular joke or effect, costume, etc., etc. So this shot of me eating a burger was meant to be the base layer for a whole opening sequence, I guess you could say. And while I did end up doing an edit with a bunch of other footage that I might get to later, it was missing sort of that narrative arc and that narrative overarching plot and hook and all that kind of stuff. All that delicious writer terms that we like to throw around. And so the new philosophy, or the rebooted philosophy, I think now would be to embrace and to try and pull in and build a team of people that want to work with me, that are interested in doing projects down the line, that are just interested in doing shit in general, and getting them involved in this and getting them involved and being like part of the crew that I mean, obviously I really would like to work with all the people that I'm working with now, schedules permitted, but I would love to include more people that I've met in other avenues of life that are interested, people that I know outside of music, and also people just that maybe barely know me but see these videos and want to get involved in or watch the show and want to help somehow or get into production. So basically what I'm trying to do is get a web series made starring Clusterfuck that can be an IP that I can learn how to grow and learn how to grow an IP, sell an IP, make a business out of being creative, especially a filmmaking kind of creative. I don't intend to like sell out or make $1 million, but just learning how to own the things that I make and also define sort of a style that I want to direct and accumulate people and cast people and explain their roles to them and basically like learn all the intricacies of how I want to direct people and how I want to run a set and how I want to make things. I really like how I do things. I like being the weird guy in the costume and the things I'm making as an actor and both as a creative person, having that control over the protagonist or the monster or whatever character I choose to play. I don't really want to give that up. So I want to learn how to find people that can work with me and learn how to help me direct something while also being in it. So that is sort of the reason I want to reboot it, because I think now more than ever I have the means to pull it off. And the new approach I want to take is to incorporate way more of my friends' creative output. So instead of just having a lot of famous punk references or famous pop culture references or referencing things that I don't have any connection to personally, but just things that I grew up watching, or, you know, sort of a Family Guy tangential reference relationship to it. Referential relationship. I really want to try to connect with things that I've actually have a connection with, or actually have like some sort of meaning behind it, or you know what I mean? So the goal with Clusterfuck is to make a movie that can, or not make a movie, make a web series that can sort of bridge all of my loves and sort of show me and teach me and help me learn how to pull this off the way that I want to. So how to incorporate music into filmmaking, into narrative, and how to blend all three of those things into one cohesive package that people will recognize as like, oh, that's a creepy for sale. I can tell based on the way that it flows and based on the components and the style and the way it looks and everything. So yeah. So I'm flying solo. It's been about an hour and 10 minutes. Has anyone popped in the chat? No. Pretty dreary Wednesday here, guys, huh? Everyone's out. I guess everyone's got stuff to do. They went to sleep early. That's okay. I'm actually fine with it. All right. Well, Matt's not here, but let's go through the spray test anyway. I'm gonna go to writer's room. Pulling up stuff in the motherfucking background. So, here is my... Hopefully you guys enjoyed the clusterfuck pitch. I'll probably get into it more when Matt and Junior are around, so we can talk about it with them. Let's not spoil anything. But that's the gist. I feel like, I mean, everyone sort of can understand where I'm coming from and gets where I'm trying to do. To be honest, I don't have a big end goal past just getting my stuff out there with Clusterfuck. I think it's just going to be like a way to pair music and narrative in a way that is unique to myself. I think I'm repeating myself, but just for the sake of... That's what I'm looking for. For the sake of posterity, I think I'm just going to close that segment by saying, like, the goal with Clusterfuck, I think, is going to be amalgam all of the things that make me who I am: photography, videography, filmmaking, costume making, prop making, art, visual art, physical media, all the shit that I do. Put it all into one chaotic clusterfuck of a place and make a 5 to 10 minute thing out of it. And it can be whatever, however I choose to do it. Really let my creative freak flag fly in that respect. So that's that. That is what Clusterfuck will be, and there will be more on that later. I showed you him eating a burger. Maybe next week I will show you him doing something crazier, show the new costume design. Kind of a busy week for me. So might not have a huge amount of updates on that, but it's something that I am definitely working on. And if you're interested, please let me know if you want to work on it together or get involved. But that's Clusterfuck. In the meantime, this weekend, I have a... Oh, hold on. Let me hit the brakes. Skirt! This Saturday, I have a production that I am a part of where I need to achieve an effect. And that effect is blood spewing at the camera. So the thing that I need to accomplish is that I need to basically make some kind of contraption or rig or effect that will simulate the spraying and gushing of blood from someone's neck area. So I want to walk you guys through how I got here, because instead of doing camera creep this week on the stream, we're going to do a little prop school. That's right. It's a new segment called... Well, hold on, I'm not recording yet. Hold on. I'm about to start a new segment called Prop School. If you will just give me a moment. There we go. Okay. I'm going to export this so I have a timeline of how we got here. Okay. The video I need to pull up is rendering. So in the meantime, I will just explain what I'm up to and what I'm on about. So, this Saturday. Fuck. I keep getting sidetracked. Okay, here we go. The clip is starting. I hit record. I know we're already streaming, but now I'm recording. This is going to be a segment called Prop School, where I talk about different props and effects and gags that I'm currently working on, because I'm teaching myself. That's why it's called school. I'm in no way authorized to teach anybody else. So here's the thing. This Saturday, I have a production where we really want to shoot spewing blood gushing out at the camera. And previously, I had told everyone that I bought this sprayer at Goodwill that could achieve said gushing blood spraying effect. And everybody was really excited about it, as was I, because I believe I can pull it off. Oh, Mons is coming.
Hi.
Hi.
What's up?
Nothing. I'm explaining to everyone my props that I'm working on.
Hi. Hi. This is my show now. I'm gonna talk about how traumatized I am with the movie.
Oh yeah, she just watched We Need to Talk About Kevin.
I'm traumatized.
Hi baby. What's your review?
I love it. It's such a good movie, and I hate movies that are like they give you a mystery at the beginnings, because you hook me up. There's nothing more that I love more than a mystery and something you need to like find out. It make me impatient and also really on edge. So this movie is really
Spooky?
not spooky. I would say it's like too realistic that it really
Dark.
hits. Yeah, it's really dark. We were watching another movie, I think so. They got really, really dark really fast. I don't remember which one was it.
Was it Black Mirror?
Black Mirror was really dark too. Those kind of like things they make on purpose. Bestia.
It's being choo-choos.
This is what he wanted. This is exactly what he wanted.
All three of
Look.
us are reviewing the movie now.
Look. This is exactly what he wanted. He wanted to be picked up. He wanted to be in the spotlight. We are a happy family.
A short family.
No, well, yeah. 2 out of 3 are short. You can take him up. I will talk about the review. Um, I have some questions that I would love to like. I would love to have like more stuff about it, like have more information about it. Like I'm so. He's also traumatized. I'm so curious why. And like I know why. But like for me, it was really curious that he killed his dad and his sister. And I guess he did it because he wanted to make the mom isolated, so she will be like dealing with the grief and everything by herself. And but like it was so shocking. And I also wanted to know how did he manage to put all the people inside of that the room or whatever. You know what I mean? Because it seems like there was a lot of people outside. Oh, look, it's Matt.
Matt's here.
Hi, Matt. We're talking about we need to talk about Kevin. Have you seen the movie?
Oh.
Let me know what he said.
Yeah, he said, "Oh shit."
Oh yeah. So you can tell me. I'm not hearing. So you can tell me, or you can tell Ray about it. So I have questions. How did he manage to put all?
He said he hasn't seen it.
Oh well. When you see it, and I hope you.
Oh no. He has.
He has. Okay. So how did he manage to put all the people in whatever room? Because he seemed like he was in like gymnasium or
It's a
something.
pepper alley, baby.
Huh?
It's a pepper alley.
What was that?
So the whole school gets in the gym to do a cheer like rally before a game.
Ah, that's why the cheerleaders
That's
were
why they
there.
were all there.
I see, but a lot of people was out too, so that's why I was like, how?
Not everyone has to go.
I see. I see. So that's something. And second, how did the sister lose her eye?
He shot her with a bow and arrow.
Oh, because there was a Drano situation too. So it's just like I thought it was like a Drano situation because
He did it, but he did it to make it seem in a way that it seemed like an accident.
because I thought the Drano was like didn't just need to like do like a stomach cleaning situation. You know what I mean? Like when you drink like something that's poisonous, they do like a stomach cleaning. So that's what I was like, okay. Because I'm guessing he was like resentful from the sister since the beginning because the mom was kind of like nicer, but it wasn't that she was nicer. He was a psychopath. So it's just like the mom was like, okay, the sister is at least normal. Like she's nice to me.
But the sister was also wanted. The sister wasn't an accident.
I don't know if it wasn't an accident. I mean, they just have sex.
But my point is like, she resented Kevin from the jump because whereas she didn't have that same reaction to the daughter.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like a
She
chicken
was-
before the egg. At least that's what the movie's going for.
I mean, to be honest, I think it's like something about like, it's not like she didn't. He was planned, like she was planned, but I think because she was already in a housewife mood, like she was already like thinking, I'm a housewife, like I'm a mom. You know what I mean? And the sister wasn't the one who like
Yeah,
took her
one
out.
second, baby.
What?
It's because I'm wearing headphones.
What did
so
he
she
say?
can't hear you because I'm the one wearing the headphones.
What did he say?
He was wondering why you couldn't hear him.
Oh no, I don't have headphones. But I just wanted to drop this, like dump this in here, and say that I was really traumatized. It's not that I'm traumatized because the movie was graphic. It's just mostly about like being a woman and having a kid. It's just like one of my fears to like have my kids to hate me, and but I mean it's just like a kind of like situation because what.
He did it. Wah, 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 wah.
It's just because it's like it seems like there was a little glimpse where he was sick. He started acting nice to the mom, and then the mom was really excited. So it seems like if he was a little bit better to the mom, she wouldn't be
But they
as
show
bad.
that in the baby scenes that all she wants is for him to be normal, and he resents that. Because if she had just embraced him being kind of a rambunctious weirdo, he probably wouldn't have been so mad.
Could be,
That's why he likes the dad.
but I mean,
Again,
it's
supposed
pretty.
to be
Yeah.
ambiguous on purpose.
It's supposed to be ambiguous for sure. But yeah, that's a whole situation. And something that it really traumatized me is like there's a scene that he's jerking off and she opens the door on him, but she like waits and he still jerks off. Like, girl, close the door right away. And she's like looking at him like, stop. Stop. So
Yeah,
traumatized.
it's a serial killer of it all.
Yeah, at least he wasn't jerking off with a picture of her or something like that. We don't know about that. But hey, there's a movie, I don't know if you have seen it, Matt, and it's about, let's talk about the Johnsons or something
Yes.
about it.
I
That's
know
also a
that
pretty traumatized movie. I haven't seen it. I hear reviews about
one.
it.
That's a short. It's not a full movie.
I think that was the director that also directed a really famous movie.
Midsummer.
Midsummer. Yeah. Okay. Matt, I'm gonna leave you with him. I'm leaving because I'm short.
Too short.
What are you saying?
He's dropping air horns.
Yes, I'm taking it with me. Vámonos. Vamos a pasear. There's no space for all of us.
That is true.
Bye.
Bye. Wow. Perfect timing for that. Well, she doesn't know who I'm talking to anymore.
No, I did this listen. It's been good. It's been good.
For what?
I wanted to jump in the middle of you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You see? I attracted people. Here it goes.
Oh, wow. Dude, so right now, alright. Alright, wow. So I reunited with one of my good friends from college recently,
Mm-hmm.
and she created this Discord server. And there's a lot like with her, like her husband now and stuff, and like all these other people that I like reconnect to it too. Through the Discord and everything. So this whole like past week and shit, I just been catching up with them, joining the voice track, chatting it up, and hanging out,
Oh,
and
nice.
you know, get like locked in with, you know, not only like out here like we did Streetland, dude. It was like just fucking locking in with my copy. Oh, and it will work for this contract, and we're trying to get shit done with this conference and shit. So, yeah, there's had a lot going on with like the writing stuff. It's all been good. It's all been good. But you know, tonight I got home from work. I got off 6. We got home, and then I was on a 2-hour call with the director for the film fest. And then I hopped in their chat, and they were watching like some random shit. We started chatting out, and then I was like, "Wait, dude, it's already 11." I was like, "Dude, it's Wednesday." I'm like, "We raced with me." I'm like, "Fucking weird here." My other friend Chris started streaming on Wednesday too. Started gaming. He's like fucking streaming Resident Evil right now. I was like,
Damn, so
"Dude,
much.
I'm on a fucking Wednesday."
It's going off.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to her before we left the chat because she wants to do more stuff with like writing, like workshop sessions and stuff. And in August, she wants to do or like just like reading other people's like stories and stuff like in the Discord. Like, so I was asking her about the diner because I already read the second draft. So, like, when I told you, I don't remember when I told you, but I told you I had the first draft, and then I read the second one.
Damn.
Already, so I am at, like, 11 pages, and she said she's down to read, the updated version in August, so we're gonna do, like, a table read for the guys.
Nice. That's gonna be cool.
Yeah, dude, I'm pretty excited.
I was,
And then, dude, you know, fucking, so, you know, a couple days where we're locked in for
I know.
Dude, my community is about to be a crazy episode because, I told her, like, hey, so, like, broke everything down for her, like, alright, this is kind of what we're doing, and this is the location, this and that, and, you know, I told her, like, when it comes to performances, we've been doing two song sets. I'm like, in the past, some people do 3. You know, we even did 4 the first time. But you don't have to do that many. Like, you can do 2 and then that's it, or what? Like, well, we are professional recording and, you know, doing the video audio. And then Jessica was like, can we do 4? And I was like, oh, fuck it.
She knows it's 4 3 times, right?
Yeah. So explain that.
Okay, let's go.
So I was like, oh, and what you want to do? Like, I mean, I'm not bad.
Well, I think one of their songs is like instrumental, so I think they might do that one.
But I also told her to think about, like, I told her to take into consideration with them. Like, I don't know what their goals are, but if they are planning on releasing stuff later this year, to like plan for that. You know what I mean? Like, if they are planning on releasing stuff later in October, then to consider to like play some new material that isn't gonna come out till later. We could cross promote it, whatever. But she didn't tell me it's long. She just asked, "Can we do 4?" And I know they have like 2 songs out. But when they perform like a whole ass set.
They got a lot of songs, yeah.
I haven't seen them perform. I've seen clips of them perform. I haven't been to my party, so this is my first time witnessing my party.
Wow. You're in for a treat. You're getting a private concert.
Exactly. That was the situation with Patty Wig Machine last year too. When we didn't even set with them. So I'm excited.
I have some clips we can play of them performing. Pretty good. Nothing too crazy. I'm excited because I was at Goodwill earlier today and I found all the components to make a Goosebumps doll. So, do you know the Haunted Halloween Mask Goosebumps cover of the fucking like girl with the mask and shit? So there's this like they had this giant like super tall creepy ass doll at Goodwill for the last couple of days, and I'm like, I'm not gonna buy it because I don't have a use for it. And then I was thinking of how I'm gonna dress this set, and I'm like, oh, I have to like fill a space. And then I was thinking about how I'm gonna fill that space, so I like threw the doll in my cart, and then I was shopping. I was like, oh, there's a hoodie. Oh, there's pants. Oh shit, there's a pillowcase. Let me just do the fucking like I'm gonna put a trick or treater. Because I remembered it's the fucking like Halloween episode, so I'm gonna like fill the upstairs with like creepy ass trick or treating like dolls and stuff. It's gonna look fucking awesome. So I'm stoked for that. And then I did the blood tests. So this morning I was at Home Depot like constructing the blood effects. So I had just started explaining what I was doing with that when Monse interrupted me because the movie ended and she had to talk about it because that movie is insane.
I haven't seen the movie since it's come out, so I'm a little like I don't really remember it, but I remember that fucking scene.
That scene, yeah.
Like that shit's like stuck in my head.
That scene is wild.
Like, get out of my head.
So I tried the sprayer with just using my finger to get pressure, and I filmed at 240 frames a second, and then this is I have to share it with you. Duh. I had it on the stream, but I wasn't showing you. So I filmed it at 240 frames at 1080p on my Osmo 4, and then this is just like me using my finger to see like can I just shoot red water? Like, is that anything? Do we need to use sticky shit? It's not bad.
Yeah.
Just a finger. But obviously, like, not totally practical because am I going to, like, hide behind someone? I mean, we theoretically could. So.
Okay, so this is something that I don't think we talked about, but I mean, we'll probably need to have extra, like, towels on deck or, like, wipes and stuff, too, because I know the officer's, like, it's, like, wood and tile downstairs. We didn't really talk about, like, the possibility of, like, blood getting on, like, burning the dress furniture, or, like,
yeah.
Because she moves around and she like head down and blood splatter, you know what I mean?
Well, the good thing is that this blood's going to be super watery. So basically we're going to dry her off and then sort of use makeup to apply the blood that doesn't move. Does that make sense? So I was thinking we do a base layer of blood that is makeup that won't come off. And then the wetness will come from the spraying, which is going to be almost all water. If not just water.
And that's gonna just be upstairs
in the bathroom, pretty much.
We're not doing any of that stuff, like
no, I think that would be the only spray, and then the other two we can do blue because I already have a way to do the blue effect, which I think will be funny. So that was like Monday night when I was fucking around seeing what it would look like just with red water. And then today I finally rigged up the mannequin. So it's like almost a collar. So we would wrap the thing around Jessica's neck and hide it somehow. I'd probably want to put some like latex around the tube itself once we are like cool with the like, yeah, we like this amount of spray. But so imagine it's around her neck and then we get and it's more red obviously. I was running out of dye.
So then, meaning we could do that in the small of the space and like the close on the camera.
Yeah, so I had the GoPro like this fucking close, like super, because I bought a waterproof, like I bought like a diving case for it. So
Oh, you run it, have one too.
yeah,
One of those.
so it works perfectly, and it was super cheap. So like it wasn't even. So yeah, I'm spraying the lens like direct. I'm spraying the case, the diving case directly, and it's creating that perfect like you get to see the drips. So on the day I would want to use way more red dye, but this was just because I wanted to see how the flow would be. But you could imagine
right.
with more red dye it would be even more like opaque.
Oh yeah, I think that's gonna look sick. That's gonna be so fucking sick.
So yeah, that's sort of like
Yeah. So wait. So how cool? Yeah. So like when we do the scene in the bathroom, dude, that means that you're gonna have to run it like a little bit more like outside of the room, and then we're like on the inside, like running the camera.
so the beauty of like this rig is that it's attached to I put it in a water bottle. So it's like a water bottle, a tube, and then the pump. So wherever we decide we want to do the set, we just need to put it at her feet. And then the tube will be long enough to run along the back. And then she, either her or someone just off camera, probably me off camera, will trigger the blood when we're ready. And we'll probably figure out a cue on the day. It'd probably be her screaming maybe, and then we'll trigger it off the scream. And then I have two options. So I made a GoPro like rig that you can hold handheld and do it, or I also have a C stand with a GoPro mount on the end, so we can literally just set it like right in front of her. We frame it up, yeah, and then she just like goes ham on the camera. So we could do it either way. But so if we wanted to do handheld or tripod.
Yeah, no, that's good. Okay. So how's like the upstairs coming along?
Oh, pretty good. So my mom, she went without me, and she ended up like collapsing all the boxes already. So we already have access to the door. So when I'm gonna go tomorrow, like either later tonight or tomorrow, to start putting the props and setting the path, because I kind of want to like really spook up. You know what I mean? Like I want to put all the creepy shit right in the front, so that as she's walking along it, it's all of weird shadows and stuff. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna try to carve out some shadows, but like, now we can just get to the door, and I might even move the filing cabinet that was in front of the door out of the way, so we have literally nothing. So we have a full straight shot all the way through to the bathroom. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, dude, that sounds good. Do you, you might need some extra hands after all, or you think
I think Katz wanted to come just to bring a bunch of Halloween stuff either the day before or a couple days before. So I'm just waiting to hear from him when he has off. So, because he wants to bring a bunch of Halloween stuff. So I'm like, yeah, perfect. We'll meet, and he can help me decide like what he wants and how to do the set dressing and stuff. So.
Okay, yeah, nice. Are you still saving receipts and things and stuff like?
Yeah, I have a rough estimate. Some of it is like guessing because it's stuff I already had, but yeah, I know for the most part.
The stuff that you got, like the first show,
yeah.
Receipts right all. Oh,
not quite like full on saving the receipts, but I know how much it costs because I wrote it down. because I have too many fucking receipts. But I write down the things that are like key components.
Key for that. Yeah. Okay. No, that's good. At least you're keeping a good log.
And then I made I got a hood. Like I got the hood for the outfit, and then I also made a belt out of like I took a belt and some skirts and made like a big flowing fabric like thing she can tie off. So whoever's wearing it can tie it off however much they need it. So that way we can transfer the costume if we have to whoever we want to be in the costume. So the only thing I think I need is the toilet paper and the hands. And I think I already have one of the hands. I was going to see what hands Cats had. But let's just wait to talk to him about it.
Okay. Well, just give me a video in the chat over. Well, but no, I mean, that's some pretty good stuff. You guys doing that, the camera testers and seeing it. That really helps. Plus, the visual and getting that test with like the texture and the fluidity.
Yeah, I had to. I used like the smallest razor, like the one Monty uses for her sourdough, to cut the seam in the.
Or she cut in her sourdough.
So you're supposed to. You have to like score it.
No.
You have to like chop it into lines and snort it. You have to like. That's how you make sourdough.
You're eating a vagina.
Oh, what do you mean? I don't think I did.
It's a razor. And I was like, why is she cutting her sourdough with a fork?
It's sharp, dude. What do you mean?
Yeah.
It's the sharpest fucking flip phone you can have. I didn't hear you say phone. But yeah, I think also doing it in slow motion will be awesome. Because it looks really cool. Yeah, I'm excited that it actually worked because I wasn't sure. I knew in theory it should. But like getting it all actually like... Because what I ended up doing to plug the end of it was jam an earplug into the end of the tube. And then zip tie, like squeeze the earplug like to hold. And then I used that like giant end of the zip tie to like make it a collar. And I was like, I don't know if this is going to work, but let's hope. And then it ended up working perfectly. And I was like, yes. I love when it just works. Because I tried to make it a little more complicated by adding like a pressure valve that I could use to like, oh, what if I want to add more like water pressure to have it like splurt more? But I actually lost all the pressure because the connections weren't tight enough. And like, because it's like not that powerful of a pump and it's not made out of metal, I can only get the connection so tight. So then I ended up just using like a very simple like connection just to get the water to the hose. And then because like the water wants to leave that hose, you get the spray anyway. So it ended up working out perfectly. Because like, realistically, blood couldn't spurt out any faster than this. I mean, if it did, you'd have to be like exploding.
Yeah, Naughty, this is so, yeah, we're gonna be pretty lots of fucking on Saturday, and we're trying to fucking keep a lot of shit right now, trying to get all this stuff in the costumes. So I'm like, wow. I'm like, Deacon, Brett, you had to listen to that. I was like, we're just chill.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna get back to work tomorrow now.
I know how you feel.
I was like, drink a whole mason jar or some cold brew. Now I'm kicking it in the Discord.
Nice.
I
like it.
But yeah, I don't know what dude. I had sent you the script, but what did you have planned for the streaming night?
So I went over the Blackbird Pro night seeing all the wrestlers. It's pretty cool. And then I explained an old project I had called Clusterfuck, which was like a superhero thing that I had tried to do a few years ago that I could never get going because like I didn't have anyone to work with at the time, and then like the doing it by myself, like I just couldn't get a narrative going. And so now that I've had a lot more experience working with other people, I was like, okay, how can I redo this idea or like reapproach this IP and like concept, but knowing what I know now, and also with the goal of making something out of everything I have now and not one extra thing, if that makes sense. Like using everything I already have and connections and people I already know, what is something I could do right now with this character. So I'm trying to do like really short narratives that tie into like one. I can pull up I made like a 4-panel pitch deck just so I could see what I'm trying to explain, like see what I'm saying.
So that's good. I need to continue to make the pitch decks and stuff for like all the other projects. So it's going to put it all out. Let me give the bathroom quick up.
Yeah, you're good. I'm gonna switch this up.
Also,
I know. I was trying to see where he was.
I'm gonna add his as well. Where's it? There we go.
Stream. Doing it. Stream. We're doing it on the stream. 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 We were having a good time, never being afraid. Oops. Never being scared. I'm growing up so fast. We were having a good. Hello, welcome back.
Did you answer me? Of course he did.
No, I think he's busy with some family shit. That's usually why he disappears.
Oh. Oh no, Jimmy has to, he wouldn't be asleep.
Yeah, he would be awake right now. He's probably doing something. Or he literally was like, I'm going to take a quick nap and then never woke up. That sounds like something he would do. She's gonna show up at like 2 a.m, being like, guys, I'm here. He'd be doing that.
Okay.
Yeah. So this screenshot in the background is a screenshot from like the stuff I had done previously for this character, like the videos and stuff. So it's called like Clusterfuck American Superhero because it's like I don't know how to put it, but it's like a reconstruction of superheroes because like for a lot of superhero media, like The Boys especially, everything's a deconstruction. Like how do we make this real? Like how do we make this larger than life character feel like a real person? So what I was going for with this is more like how do I make a real person feel like a larger than life character? So like how do I start with a character that is very much like a grounded normal person who by the end of it you sort of believe is this like larger than life, like unstoppable force, almost like veering into the manga, anime, comic book world where it's like they have plot armor or like they always win or like they live in a very like stylized world and all the beautiful tropes of comic books that I don't want to like deconstruct, but I would rather reconstruct, but with using like a real world basis and then build off of that. Like what if our real world problems were all puppeteered by supervillains and stuff?
So in some way, kind of like Watchmen shit.
Yeah, but the other way. So whereas Watchmen is trying to say like, look at these heroes and how they're real people, I'm trying to be like, look at this real person and how he became a hero, even though that makes no sense. Like your regular person, yeah, more like some kick-ass shit, yeah, but without the like, isn't it pathetic this guy tried to do it? Instead, it's more like that's kind of sick. It's kind of sick you tried to do. It's punk that you tried to do that as like a life like that's your career. Like it's not just that you see it as like I'm gonna be a superhero. It's like that's my job. That's my art. That's what I do. You know what I mean? Like he sees it as a calling. Yeah. So he's like a ADHD vigilante, like super angst. He's antisocial. He's like born out of boredom. So it's like somebody who's literally like a lot of the same reasons that like artists are drawn to doing art because they just can't not do it. Not unlike myself, is like constantly compelled and impulsed to do artistic weird stuff because I can't help it. I imagine like what if someone with the same drive and resolve and will to change the world as Batman was born into sort of a boring, mundane, middle-class existence where there was nothing wrong with him necessarily, but he just didn't fit in because you're supposed to be Batman, right? Like you're supposed to be this like larger than life superhero, but you are actually just a normal fucking guy who's bad at being a normal fucking person because you're too much. You just have way too much going on. And so my idea with this character is like, what if Batman was born out of like irony culture and internet culture, and instead of being born out of like a brooding 1940s noir detective story, he was born out of like an internet forum gone wrong. You know what I mean? Or like someone who just like got way into Twitter videos and Reddit and decided like I'm gonna be a superhero. And it's like someone whose whole identity is built off of like power fantasies from the internet.
I feel like a clusterfuck and not thematic or canonical.
They're in the same universe.
Yeah.
So like the way I would want to do it, especially because the name's Clusterfuck, I really want to like incorporate like 3D animation. I was watching Crank recently for inspiration, and then like I really love the way they just have like health bars and like fucking like random graphics will pop up for no reason, like that kind of breaking. It's not even breaking the fourth wall. It's just like adding nonsense for the sake of adding like nonsense visual aids, almost to hide the fact that you're low budget. You're adding like wild. You're making really wild choices with like your effects and graphics and stuff. So I want to really do like what they were doing with Crank, but now with the tools we have now, with like all the crazy shit you can do with computers and rotoscoping and like cutting out things and like I really want to push what I'm capable of as like an editor and a post-production person. And so like the goal would be to have that style of narrative, like 5 to 10 minutes, and then each one is like telling its own chapter of the story, but each one would be themed around a song. So for the pilot episode, I want to theme it around HGH by Lease Agreement, because it's all about like being trapped and like, I'm just going to play it for context, but this is the song I think that like perfectly exemplifies like what the first episode is going to be. Let me change it so you can see it. Good time. So like every episode would have its own. I already have other ideas for like other songs, but I would go to like my friends and be like, I want to feature your song in this episode. Here's the story. If they want to be in it as a character, as like a side character or like a cameo, that'd be great. If not, no worries. Just permission to use the song is fine. And obviously I'm not going to like do anything but put these on YouTube, so I would credit everybody, and if they copyright took it, I wouldn't care, because that's not really the point, is to like sell ads. The more the point is just to get my art out there and develop my style and really have like a way I like to direct, even if I'm in the production, because I feel like that can be really tricky, is when you're in it, but you also want to make sure that the whole thing is following your creative vision. So I want to practice that, especially if something that's not that huge, high stakes. Like if in one episode it looks one way, it doesn't matter that the next episode is completely different, right? Like we could go from a handheld to an episode that's all just locked off tripod shots to an episode that might all be in like comic book panel form where it's just like photos. Like I really want to break what the expectations are for like a web series narrative. Not that people have super high expectations, but like I just want people to come in thinking they're going to see like, you know, some student film level stuff, but then it ends up being like, wait, what? What am I watching? Like, where does this go? Like, I want it really to like spiral and be hyper creative and accept all ideas. So if people come to me with like, hey, we really would like to you use our song, or just like, I like what you're doing, I want to be involved. It's like, I just want to throw everything at the wall and see like what, not even what sticks, just trying to see how to fit everything into one project that can just keep going. Every time someone has an episode idea, or I write a new script for a new idea, boom, we're working on it, or boom, it's being made. And it doesn't like this. It doesn't even matter what the schedule for release is. I just want to like drop them whenever I'm like, oh, we got a new one. Here it is, new clusterfuck. Everyone lose your shit. So.
Yeah, no, dude. I mean, that's good that you want to do those, because that's where the acting, directing dynamic. I mean, I don't know if maybe eventually I would get there or feel I'm a position where I want to act. I mean, a voice, being interested. I mean, obviously, like, filmmaking and every aspect of filmmaking. Really,
Yeah.
like,
You want to do everything at least once.
Like, yeah, that's like a whole other, like, you know, you said I just really admire the people that do that stuff, like, in this show.
But it's funny.
Shout out to Stilly, dude.
Yeah.
Stilly has been doing that for like,
Oh, there's a lot of guys who do it, like Kenneth Branagh, like fucking those Poirot movies. Those are such complicated intricate movies that he's also in. He's just like also the main character. So it's just like I respect the hell out of those guys. But like I always, and maybe it's pretentious of me, but like the only person I've ever seen where it's like I want to do that exact same thing is every time I hear about like Lon Chaney, basically like, I came up with the monster. Let's make a whole movie about it. I'll direct it. I'll be the monster. Let's go. Like that's like I want to do that. I want to come up with the monster. I want to be the monster, and then we make a movie around that monster.
Yeah.
Like I love that.
No, dude,
Doing it like that, even though it's like literally the most dated person you can be. Like I want to direct like a guy from the silent film era, but why not?
I made some very interesting discoveries this week.
What's that?
Working on my stuff at the beginning. I honestly kind of forgot how long ago I thought I created this concept back in 2023. But it actually went deeper than that. I actually created this concept in the pandemic, 2020.
Whoa.
Literally like 3 months after I graduated college for the first time. And the reason why I know that now is because I actually uncovered original documents that I don't even remember writing.
Whoa.
Like, I think I'm writing about this.
Damn. I mean, I also have stuff in my computer. I'm like, I made this? So yeah, that era was a lot of like disassociating.
Yeah, and I don't know what else we had planned tonight, but I was going to pitch to you if you'd be interested in maybe reading these documents with me.
Yeah, I'm down. Let's do it.
Alright.
Do you want to...
let's see.
A way we can show the audience? The ambiance?
Do you want me to share, like, my screen?
Yeah, I can share that. I can capture that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me... My friends was casually fucking streaming Resident Evil in the background. Oh, okay, let me put this away. iPad monitor. Yeah, this is wild because I literally, I did not remember what I wrote here at all. So this actually might be very different from the demo that we know today.
It's an alternate universe.
Yeah, like, I don't know where my head was at when I read this, but obviously it was like fresh out of college, and the pandemic didn't really fucking no shit. Alright, let's see. So maybe I can share the... Okay, so I have a concept sheet, and then I have an outline, and then I have like randomly a 2-page fucking working lookbook that I did. I didn't even remember. I do not remember making this lookbook. I don't remember writing it outline.
I'm eager to see this lookbook.
Yeah, so I can share the lookbook real quick. It's really like not a lot. Alright, wait, what the fuck is it? Okay. There.
Nice. Ooh.
I don't know. Does this work?
Yeah, let me capture real quick. D.
Yeah, so I guess I have just created like this like landing page with like a random like Darn it. Oh, image that I found, I just happened to capture the ambience, so I thought, let's finish short, which I don't know if I pulled this from somewhere, if this was just like a stock image or what. I really don't remember even making this in the first place. But with the checker floor and like the red, like seating, the chrome, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like that retro futuristic.
This looks like a real. I can't tell if it's a super high quality render or an empty restaurant.
You know, like
Which kind of I think goes to your thing, right? Like it's, wait, is this real or is this a virtual? Like, is this a render? Like, I can't quite
uh,
tell if this is a render or if this is a photograph. Which I think is like kind of your whole, like kind of really speaks to like your whole thing.
yeah,
Oh,
so
Cody's in the
I'm
chat.
really curious to see if there might be a way I could find this location, if it's actually
I think
like
you can.
real.
Can't you do a photo search in Google?
Yeah, so I downloaded the Google app today. I might just like scan the image right now, see if it says anything.
If
Let
not,
me
you could also
see.
try uploading it to Copilot and being like, "Hey, Copilot, where is this photo from?" And it might tell you. I've done that before, dude. I've taken pictures of like VHS players and been like, "What model is this?" And the AI will be like, "Oh yeah, that's a fucking
Oh,
Duramax
what the
B58."
wait, I just scanned it and I said, this image displays a document titled The Diner Look Good Draft 1 on a computer screen. Open in Firefox.
Like, yeah, oh yeah, thanks,
Ooh,
thanks
oops, I
AI.
didn't realize.
Damn, you
Fucking
got me there.
okay, fucking similar shit, yeah. Bullshit. Yeah, it's about it now. So maybe I'll send it over to you, Ray, if you wanted to do some
Yeah,
digging.
I'll do
We
some
could do a
digging.
better justice. Yeah, so it's literally just this landing page and then my cross, which I mean, both really capture still the aesthetic, like
Mm-hmm.
the actual like true aesthetic that I had from the beginning, like the vision. Um,
Like that, that still
cross,
holds true.
yeah, cross with her Eternal Sunshine and the Hole Drive, which um, I really, well, I would say with her and Eternal Sunshine for sure. I really don't know where my head was at with my whole job because I feel like that really has nothing to do, as far as right now. I don't know, maybe with some rewrites and how I go further into
Well,
this new idea, maybe, but the surreal aspects, I would
I was gonna
say,
say maybe you were tapping into. I haven't seen that movie in a bajillion years, but the things that I remember about it were like the surreal nature of the world and the LA kind of like perfectness. So maybe you were trying to say like the diner is in like a perfect,
oh, right, that it's like in the image of, yeah, yes, that actually makes a lot more sense now. Like the image that he has, it's like his reality,
yeah,
and in
being like,
reality,
mm,
the reality that he doesn't know, it's like he's trapped and
mm-hmm.
he's in an augmented version of like this perfect life. Well, anything there, his life isn't perfect in that world, but the diner is
Yeah,
to him. So, yeah, no, that makes sense, yeah. Um, but yeah, that was it. That was it for the original cross here that I put. So yeah, I feel like that's pretty much the whole show for the look, but which I'm like kind of glad that I have. I can build off of that. So let me close that.
it's funny that like even without seeing that, my brain was already kind of in a similar space to like what the visuals that you're like saying this is what it would look like. I was already picturing it in a very similar way when you first read the story. I don't know if it's just because we have similar uh, imaginations or just because the way you're describing it really painted that same picture. Probably a bit of both.
So let's see. This was more outlawing. Diner working title, sci-fi romance horror cross genre. The story revolves around the new relationship of two online dating application users, Jeffrey Mulligan and Alexis Says. Alexis says, Jeffrey is a real person haunted by their nightmares and fears, while Alexis is a virtual manifestation of a woman always stabbed to death. Oh shit. Wait, what? After the horrifying event, Jeffrey's contained as a secret experimentation and an active participant in the government program to reach magic through technology. Jeffrey is not aware of the experimentation or the participation and believes they are living their regular day-to-day life in everyday society. Oh my god, what?
Wait, what?
Wait. Okay, wait. Dude, this is kind of crazy because remember the other day I told you I had an idea of like reaching magic
Through technology.
through technology, but I literally don't
Well, you
remember writing
incepted
this with the diner.
yourself.
I literally did not remember writing that with the diner. That's crazy to me. Jeffrey is a person haunted by their nightmares and fears because Alexis is a manifestation of a woman he stabbed to death. Dude, that is crazy.
Wait.
That is crazy.
Was she still an agent, or is just a woman she stabbed to death and then an agent is pretending to be a victim of his?
Dude, no, I don't know. I really don't know. And I think we're trying to. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's
keep reading.
Wait, that's crazy. Okay. The main protagonist, Jeffrey, is subjected to these daily substances to cloud his memories of the traumatic event of killing the woman in the diner before he was under government supervision. We're exposed to different places throughout the contained facility, which is represented as a virtual reality of a somewhat picture-perfect future America. Jeffrey has a reoccurring nightmares of the creature he came in contact with before his government supervision, and this dream realm / dimension that he continues to attempt to bring to life through his art, sketches, inks, paintings, etc. The dream realm is what the government believes to be their direct source to obtain and capture magic to control it. But it really is something that cannot be contained. The dating application working title is the government's hidden attempt to ease Jeffrey in contact with the dream realm to control the magic. Oh my god! What? I'm like bamboozled or like flabbergasted.
It was all in your head this whole time.
This is like a whole other story.
But there's still a lot of the
Okay.
elements there. Like, it just
Yeah.
this feels like someone took your diner short story and was like, I'm making a TV show. You know what I mean? And like, I'm going to use most of it, but I'm also going to add in some like mystery for the episodes. Yeah, like I need those like episode cliffhangers of like, there's a monster in the diner. What? Episode 3. Like, wait, you stabbed a guy? Episode 4. You know what I mean? Like, you need those Netflix. It feels like your story with those added in.
The dating application matches you with someone based off the significant. Oh, okay, so that's the same true. Of the significant location you upload to your profile, which either A, matches you with someone who shares the same significant location, which is what we see happen in the story, or B, it matches you with someone who is in the general area of the significant location you upload to your profile.
I think it's cooler if it's just A. The way you have it now.
Same.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. Um, the setting of a story would be a virtual picture of perfect future America in Dallas, Texas. Oh shit. Dreams, technology, connection, community, reality. America, dreams, substance abuse, fears, and love, etc. The main protagonist unlocks the dream realm and escapes the government facilities. I want the story. Dude, this is good. Oh shit, it was good, dude. Wait. Oh,
There you go.
okay. I want the story to focus more on the journey of the main protagonist and him wanting to find something real in his dark and lonely world. And through that journey, discovering how much more darker and lonely his world really is and wanting to escape it. Even though the government is the antagonist, there are two others. The main protagonist is ultimately a hero/villain for killing an innocent woman, and the creature from the dream realm that essentially made the protagonist mad to kill the woman, using magic to cause, control, hypnosis, and hallucinations. The main antagonist, aka the government secret agency, I want to integrate them, or them, wait, integrate themselves within the virtual society to maintain order of the virtual world. And the main protagonist, pharmacist, server manager, dating service, etc. Possibly even the woman he murdered to have been an agent that he killed. Oh! An agent that he killed in the real world, which motivated the agency to keep him under heavy surveillance. Interesting. I guess I'm kind of confused about myself here. I feel like this kind of whole thing right here is a little...
I think what you're trying to say is that the NPCs of this world are like agents. And I think that the thing I was saying earlier, that the woman he stabbed was an agent.
Right, possibly even in the murder to have been an agent that he killed in the real world. Yeah, so I guess maybe it's back then I just thought maybe these agents were government, like, employees of, like, an actual, like, you know, like, actual government workers that, like, exist in a real agency that reflects maybe more, like, real, I guess I was thinking, like, more set in, like, a real world scenario. Interesting. I want the significant other to be someone who has trouble remembering her past and slowly uncovering it from interacting with the main protagonist in their relationship. Even though she was programmed to be someone she wasn't, she slowly starts to remember what happened to her in her old life and causes a disruption in the virtual reality, which makes the main protagonist unlock the dream room. Oh, interesting. Okay. So that sentiment also still kind of rings true.
I guess that would make more sense if the agents are meant to be like NPC. They get NPC brainwashed when they go undercover or whatever. So she gets de-brainwashed, and by de-brainwashing herself, she unlocks his knowledge of what he can do.
Right. Oh, so I guess I do a little bit of character work for these early versions too. Jeffrey is somewhat of a quiet individual who begins a job as a dating app moderator. Oh, interesting. A dating app moderator for this new application. He deals with the recurring nightmares of a strange creature that returns in similar fashions and attempts to make sense of his nightmares by imitating his visions through art. He maps out a great deal of this recurring setting and more distinct yet abstract visuals of the creature. He's not tied to one place for his work as a moderator, So he revisits his favorite places over again and observes people from afar to see if there's any activity from people using the diner is his favorite because it embodies the most positive energy and it's more lively.
I see. So
Interesting.
he's
That's
doing this almost
actually
not like he's doing the matching almost not even as a like trying to find love or get laid, like it's his job.
right. Right. In this version, dude, I really don't remember writing any of this early stuff. Actually,
It is
I
actually it does
remember.
weirdly this version is more like her to me, or it just feels more like her. I don't know why. Maybe it's just like the
It
Jeffrey
does
of it
feel
all.
more like her. Yeah, it does feel more like her. Um, maybe I was like fresh off of that at the time too when I read this. Or like I don't remember. Um, believes. Oh, so his lie believes that they're having a relationship. That it will dissolve his nightmares. The ghost is the death of a woman from the diner. To Jeffrey, the woman was an innocent bystander that was a victim of his hallucination, when in reality, she was undercover to contain him and obtain all his personal material on understanding this dream realm.
Oh.
Oh, okay, so that still stays kind of true in this version, but he does not kill her. There's
Yeah,
no,
that's just the part of the story. It's not like a murder for no reason.
yeah,
Well, I guess the
yeah,
reason is the creature, right?
yeah, the creature is like, I guess, sort of hypnotizing him and having
Right.
that influence, and then it ultimately drives him insane to where he, like, I guess, maybe feel like he needed to protect himself or, like, something, and he kills her
Right.
in retaliation, or, like, under the spell of, like, the creature. His woe is a relationship and intimate connection since he lives a lonely, secluded lifestyle. Oh, so I made him lonely, which I guess also kind of rings true, I think. Like, he's lonely, he's looking for love, he's
Mm-hmm.
looking for connection. Interesting. He needs to accept his past, escape the dream realm, and the government material.
Well, that seems
um,
mostly true.
yeah, maybe. I don't know, maybe this might reveal some haunting relations with Jeffrey as we continue to write. Because we're
Yeah.
pretty much starting from ground, well, not ground zero, but like, I'm starting all this like new again,
Yeah, like
so.
readapting it, so.
Yeah, so maybe once I continue to write, there might be some revelations in that and accepting maybe his path.
You know what could be a cool take on the murder so you could still have the visual and the impact on Jeffrey is have it be that he's not murdering anybody, but then the creature is just having him have these vivid nightmares where he's murdering this woman over and over again. You know what I mean? Like sometimes she's an agent, sometimes she's a date, sometimes it's something else, but like the creature is just like trying to train him to like kill this fucking woman in this diner. And he's like, why? You know what I mean? But like he's being forced to have these nightmares because of the creature about killing this woman, like
Yeah,
as a way for the creature to try to break his psyche. That could be
right.
interesting.
And, I've never talked to you about Riverside, but this actually does make me feel like now having this kind of like loose, rough, like blueprint from where my mind was at the time, like with all this original stuff, it like makes me feel like I could have a better way of now reintegrating or exploring kind of that connection to what would be season two of this three-part
Hmm.
series with Riverside, because Riverside is really I mean, it's like completely different from the diner, but the stories cross. And so it does lead still in a connection with a specific creature. But not necessarily in Jeffrey's world. As far as how I have it now, like the creature doesn't get introduced until season 2, but now reading this again, it makes me feel like, oh, there's like definitely more we could maybe do there to like, because yeah, it's like with the door, there's like a whole thing that I imagine like inside of the dimension and things. So yeah, that's gonna be really interesting to figure out once we get there. But yeah, wow, this is so wild to me. Seeing all this old work that I'm doing, that makes, I'm like, coming in this is out of the death. That was really cool. um, let's see, my new guys reading in 2020 and just being a hungry writer, I guess, after college. Before I sort of did all the cinematic video stuff. Oh, okay. Somewhat of an outgoing individual, Alexis. Somewhat of an outgoing individual who was just recently laid off. Oh, interesting. And moved back home again in typo, I guess. Moved back home again. She has trouble remembering what her last job was. And difficulty remembering her life before now.
Interesting.
Alexis was in life before the virtual reality an active agent for the government's mission in containing Jeffrey and his personal materials of understanding the dream realm they're trying to control. Oh, that's interesting. So, in this version, she is also a pawn and not like a part of the mission. I mean, she was, I guess, but she's now like subject to, I guess, the same reality that Jeffrey's in, that she doesn't have any sort of like, what is the word for
Agency?
She doesn't have yes, she doesn't have any agency in this world. And an abrupt hallucination that was out of his control, Jeffrey brutally attacks Alexis, thinking she's the creature from his nightmares, not knowing who she works for. She's immediately rushed to the hospital, but shortly dies. She's brought back as a program to become Jeffrey's love interest, since she was the last person who came into physical contact with before he was captured.
I see.
Okay, so that actually makes the, like, wow. So I kind of feel like on this rewrite that I did with the diner that I really don't actually have, like, this actually feels like a lot much more of a stronger, like, connection for them. Like,
Yeah, it definitely focuses on their relationship a lot more, I feel like, as being key to this, what happens.
Yeah, and now it just kind of, I mean, okay, like, the story isn't strong, because I feel like everything that I've written so far, it's, like, been pretty, like, tight, but, like, there's still a lot that I don't really, like, cause yeah, I didn't really know they did all this background work on them before, so no, it's like, but this is also such a different concept, but I feel, yeah, their connection here, or like what the event was, it's like so tragic, and yeah, it's stronger tied, so I'm curious to see maybe what I can do to like make their relationship stronger. Oh, let's see who live. Random dating application user wanting a first start reprogrammed. They're putting how to say, wait. Running the application user wanted the first night, but is secretly being used by the agency she worked for to obtain. Right, so she has like no agency, and what this is. Being secretly used by the agency. Interesting. Okay. Her ghost. Hunting and capturing people to contain and torture them for the agency in hopes to gain access to the dream realm to gain control of magic. Interesting. To gain access to.
Okay. Yeah, that's like not it. Well, in a way, it is the realm to capture and contain it, but it seems a little bit more mischievous if they just want access to it. Like they want access to the magic, but in the way the agency operates, it's to capture, contain. So they just want to contain it and not access it for any other mischievous means. She wants a fresh start with wanting to make memories with someone new. Oh wow, I never actually came up with a need for her. So she still has like a lot of. Well, no, I think that's a pretty decent basis for her character. I mean, for both of them. For both Jeffrey and Alexis. I didn't realize I had named her Alexis originally. Jeffrey and Jasmine, I mean, that's like a. It's just like stronger.
Sorry, Mozo was texting me nonsense.
Oh, what is she? What is she?
No,
saying?
she just
Wait,
needed me
is
to
she
turn.
watching?
Yeah, but she needed me to turn the light on, so she was just giving me shit, just making fun of
Oh,
me. I couldn't help but see what she was making fun of me about. But yeah, I think you.
oh wow.
I think what's it called? I think there's a happy medium between like adding a little bit more of the relationship back in, but then again, like you're like you said, you're not starting from zero, but like everything's sort of still changing. But I do like the idea of like having that relationship play into
Their like revelation or like
yeah,
understanding like a stronger like trauma bond almost.
yeah, but also but not just the trauma bonding, also just having it be like it's a very classic story thing, like the hero is like needs that like oracle sort of role or character, like that sort of like person who opens up their eyes to the truth. I think it just like is very classic storytelling. Like it's like poetic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this actually, I mean, this is kind of like turning some wheels in my brain right now because the way the way I'm like trying to now explore more of like Jasmine's character and like her giving her an agency,
Mm-hmm.
like a lot stronger, more effective with like using her to see the outside world. Like I keep thinking because it's like okay, like I'm fresh off of like Severance too, like like watching Severance, and it's like seeing the way the innie and the outie version of like the characters like operate and how the two worlds like inside of Lumen and then outside of Lumen like and how it's like two different characters by the same person and everything. It's like Jeffrey doesn't have that, right? So it's like how could I make this story more effective in the ways of like
Hello. No, I lost you. What happened? You're still connected, but for some reason your audio is not coming through. Matt. 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 We can't hear you. What happened? The audio. There you go. Hello?
Oh, did I like? I just saw that I was like frozen or.
Yeah, you
or
like
my voice.
you like went mute for a little bit.
Oh, okay. um. Yeah, I don't know, to make Jasmine a more stronger character, but then I don't know. How do you feel? I mean, this is me getting your opinion on this. Like,
Mm-hmm.
obviously, this concept is so much different, but there's also so much similarities. But like, how do you feel if like establishing Jasmine, obviously, like as a stronger, more in-depth character with like this story, and being the outside world with Jasmine and the inside world being with Jeffrey, and that kind of dynamic, but not like even just that, like what if there was some way to make, like, how do you feel about, I don't know how I feel about it, but how do you feel about the idea of like giving Jasmine a stronger agency, or like her feeling like she has one, when in reality like she's also being manipulated too? Like, what do you think about that idea?
I think that's classic sci-fi. That is like,
Yeah, right. Like that, like kind of
yeah,
leads into the genre almost.
because yeah, I was gonna say that reminds me of like a classic '70s thing where like you fall in love with the girl, and she thinks she's a damsel in distress, and you think she's a damsel in distress, and then it turns out she's a trap. She's a programmed trap that you walked right into, because you're a human, and humans don't think that other humans are traps, and it's a classic sci-fi trope that I really like. Like, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's a trope. I think that's like part of the genre, and like part of what makes it fun is to play with these ideas. So I like it. I think it's cool. I like the idea also of Jasmine being like, uh, I haven't seen Severance, so I'm not entirely sure what you mean by the inside and the outside thing, because I haven't seen it yet, so I'm not sure. But when I was thinking about
Oh,
it,
uh-huh.
I was almost thinking of like, you've seen Ex Machina, right?
Hmm.
Sort of like, imagine a robot who can't pass its own Turing test. So like, you are you're programmed, but when you talk to yourself, you think you have a conscience, you're so well programmed that everything about the things you do, you would think you're a normal human being with feelings and emotions, but you're not. And so I think
Yeah,
going with that concept is really interesting. And then what happens if a program becomes so sentient and so well designed in its function that it triggers, another emotional reaction in somebody else? It's like, that's even more interesting. So I think
yeah.
they're
Like
all
I think of what's it called? Like, I mean, this is also like another random example, but like you've seen Invincible.
no,
Oh, you never seen it?
no, I
Oh,
need
okay,
to, but I
okay.
haven't.
Well, there's like a similar situation that happens with a character like this in Invincible, and yeah, just like, that actually makes me feel like it would be more effective in that way, because not only does like that, it's gonna be more of like a genuine like love story between them, and how she really does gain feelings for him, but then it's also like that would actually give her more of a reason to then like work against the agency,
Mm-hmm.
because then she realizes that she's not who she really is, and there's like a whole other like vendetta against like what they're against her with like what they're trying to do, and then that just gives her more reason to try to help Jeffrey and like get out of this like simulation, and to help him. But then by that point, I think it would be too late. Like it's they're too deep, in too deep.
Yeah, then you get into
uh,
the sci-fi sacrifices of it all, and having like, can a robot make a human sacrifice? All that kind of stuff. Like, playing with
right.
like, can a robot have humanity? Can a program have humanity? all that kind of like really fun, deep sci-fi questions that you can never answer, but it's so much fun to write stories about.
Mm-hmm. So I wrote 9 beats here for like an outline. So the first one being Jeffrey and Alexis match with one another on the dating app and meet each other for the first time at the diner, their significant location. Alexis has difficulty remembering what her memory was to the diner. So both Jeffrey and Alexis enjoy each other making new memories. Jeffrey's nightmares for beat 3 starts to resurface and begins to drown himself out further in substances to keep them in control and distances himself from Alexis. Beat 4 would be that he returns to the diner and stumbles across her, but then she doesn't remember who he is. Interesting. She doesn't remember who he is. That's wild. Jeffrey attempts to jog her memory but becomes overwhelmed and leaves the diner. Jeffrey believes in beat 5 that the substances he takes may help Alexis. Oh shit! Wait, so
he's trying to get a robot high.
Yeah. He approaches her to better explain, and they both partake in substances. Beat 6, she's introduced to a nightmare that she never wants to experience again, and encourages Jeffrey to stop taking them. Jeffrey takes the advice and attempts anew. Wait, what? Jeffrey takes the advice and attempts anew.
I think maybe you're trying to say like attempts like
like a new
like trying a new like a start over, like let's not do drugs anymore kind of thing, maybe.
Yeah. Let's not do drugs, guys. This is way too bad. Beat 7, Jeffrey begins to experience disruptions. Oh shit. Experience disruptions in his routine and the environment that make him start to question his reality. Alexis returns with her full memory. Oh, wait. Wait. Okay, wait. Approaches. So she doesn't remember in beat 4. And then when she takes the stuff, she has a nightmare and then doesn't want to do it. But then she returns with her full memory. Jeffrey escapes his virtual reality and fully unleashes into the dream realm. Interesting. Alexis disappears into the dream realm, and Jeffrey searches for her. His memories start to return and remembers their tethered memory to the diner. He discovers the creature and Alexis, who was consumed by the creature. Oh, shit. What? Dude, I kill her? Wait.
Well, yeah, because he kills her, right? So then he figures out that he killed her?
No, wait. Jeffrey escapes the dream realm and returns to the government facility in real life. He manages to escape to normalcy for No way. What? Free of everything? Nah, that's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. I hate that.
I like how you're mad at yourself. Like, no.
No, that's bullshit. That's crazy.
Wow.
Dude, that's fucking wild. Why would I write that? Why would I write that?
Dude, it was 2020. We were all in a space.
No, I'm kind of mad at myself for that. That's crazy. Free of everything? Just like done, like okay, like that's
He's
it.
good.
Yeah, he's good. Wow. That's wild.
I mean, well, unless you were trying to say he's free of everything, wink, wink, and there's some kind of like inception that shows you like, nah, he's still in the simulation. His bitch ass is.
Oh,
You know what I mean? Unless
uh,
maybe that's, you know what I mean? Like you
I
know
feel
you
like
meant
if
that.
that's, I feel like if that's what I meant, I would have like maybe
Yeah,
italicized it or like put quotes or something, but I
yeah.
didn't. I just said free of everything.
He's
Like that's
good,
crazy.
dude.
Yeah, he's good.
He
He's
struts
not
out.
good.
He does. Have you
Yeah,
ever
like
seen the sequel to fucking Saturday Night Fever? It's one of like the worst movies ever made.
oh my god,
It's called
no.
Staying Alive, and it ends with John Travolta like, "I'm through with you," and he walks out of like a fucking play after like killing it, like strutting into Broadway, and then it just ends with him like smiling, like strutting down Broadway, like just a still frame, and then the credits come up. And I'm like
I
that. I'm
must have
picturing
fucking
like that's the ending of fucking the diner. Is him just walking
I
down the
must have
street like,
fucking watched that shit
yeah.
before I wrote it because that's how it feels.
He's just like, yeah, we did it.
Yeah, what the fuck, dude?
That's funny.
That's wild. Wait, so now what are your like thoughts on all this now that we read this like proposed story circle for this original version of the diner?
Well, I wouldn't really like the ending. I'm with you there, but
Yeah, I hate
unless
that ending.
all you'd have to change for me to be cool with it is if he goes la 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 la, and then he's in her he's in her new construction. Does that make sense? Like
Uh-huh.
I would love it if he, with his powers and not really knowing how or why, like turned her into the reality. Like he turned her into the god of this virtual world that he now lives in. That would be like, whoa. Like she literally is the god of this reality that he is now
Mhm.
living in. Like something like that where he like his powers fundamentally alter everything. You know what I mean? Like they alter
Mhm.
the simulation people, they alter like the creature, they alter like I would love it if his powers are literally so much so that almost like God himself saying like the word like and then there was light or whatever. Like I would love it if he like fundamentally just changes everything to his own subconscious ideal, and his subconscious ideal is living that like same loop, but now instead she's in everything. She's in like the coffee, she's in every little detail, she's in it because he made her like the god of this reality. She's like omnipresent in this reality. That would be a cool place to
Mhm.
take it, and you still get the cool like everything seems normal ending, but instead of it seeming normal it's actually not. That would be cool.
And what's crazy is I actually know what my ending is now. Like I know how I want to end the actual story now. Um, so I think reading that just kind of pissed me off.
You're
Like
like,
I'm
what?
like, dude,
No.
no, no, like there's more, there's more. Like it's not the end. Like she doesn't. I mean, I could tell you she doesn't die at the end, but she's also not there. So it's like
Right.
there's a lot more to uncover. Um, but yeah, I mean, this is really interesting because, dude, I do not remember writing any of this shit. But it's wild that there's like things in there that like are very still true to the story in
Yeah.
a way. But I guess it's also like, dude, my mind at the time, like, just it's like more, yeah, like she's an actual like program and he's a fucking app developer or like app
Yeah, it's way
police
more like
or like and he's more
futury.
he yeah and he's an artist, which actually in this new version of the script I wrote I like integrated more with him being like a writer. Like I wanted to maybe reflect that more, but I also wasn't really sure because I hadn't written, or I didn't think I had written like character sheets for him and Jasmine. Like I hadn't started that yet.
Or at
But
least you
it's
thought
like,
you had it.
yeah, at least I thought I had it, and then now I have this whole other fucking original like concept, like pre-construct of like what it was, but um yeah, and it's crazy that I literally talked to you and Monse about that the other day about reaching magic through technology, and it's there.
It
It's
was
right
always there. You
here.
incepted yourself.
Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, there's also a lot of substance abuse in this version, I guess, of like what that would be. I have no idea. Like the government pills or like things that he's taking that is like kind of suppressing the reality or what, but yeah, it's so different. um I have this other thing. Let me oh yeah, I'm definitely saving that shit. Okay. Where yeah, so this concept sheet, I don't know. That one was definitely more detailed. I don't know about this one. Oh, feature. Wow. So I guess I originally wrote it as like a movie. Oh, in my mind, reading the story circle, I thought those were like episodes. That's interesting.
I actually was thinking of
Um,
it kind of as a movie too. I don't know why. Maybe because the it had very like 70s sci-fi movie energy to me. So maybe that's why I was picturing it ending like a 70s sci-fi movie with the like happily ever after. So I was like, oh, maybe
mm,
it was supposed to be a movie.
yeah, and I guess I did write it like that originally.
I guess you
Um,
wanted to leave them like that so you could come back to it maybe, like in a different story.
yeah, like it's just like like an open, like free of everything or what, like you
Yeah.
don't really know, which actually makes sense, I guess, right, in that sense.
Yeah, especially if you in your head you were picturing doing like a series of like a trilogy or something.
A newly developed relationship untangles the past of both significant others and reveals a hidden connection they share to a traumatizing event. Internal plot: two people struggle to confront their connected past. Interesting. So there really was such a stronger base, right? The
Mhm.
connected tetheredness, like of this traumatic thing that happened to both of them. They just don't know each other. They don't remember. A lot more with memory here too. Which I guess the traumatic event, now that I'm thinking about it, is him becoming the door. That's the
Yeah.
traumatic event. It's literally him getting this power,
Mhm.
and then his dad disappears and is trapped inside this like all this
Right.
other dimension.
Which he feels responsible for.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's still like a traumatic event there. Um, let's see. Short synopsis: an introverted dating app moderator. An introverted dating app moderator decides to take his shot at love and create a dating profile on the same app he moderates. The dating app matches you based off significant locations you list on your profile. He matches with this woman that share significance in this diner near them. As their relationship develops, they slowly unravel their connection to the diner, a significant memory they share with one another. It causes great conflict between them, as the shared memory is something uh, that haunts him for that haunts him while what the fuck that haunts him while oh is something that haunts him while for her is something that she is ashamed of.
I see.
that also does not make sense, I think. I just want to.
Well, does she feel responsible for letting him open? Because she was an agent.
Oh, you're right.
So does
Yes,
she feel like she failed because she didn't
because she
stop
didn't
him
like
from
finish.
gating out or whatever?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. That she for not for not finishing the mission or for
Yeah, like
putting him.
failing to protect him, I guess.
The catalyst when the dating app moderator decides to make a dating profile. The big event. The moment at the diner where the traumatic event takes place. Yeah, fucking. Wait, can I. Is it. Oh, no, that's a save. I just want to fucking scratch all this shit out. Protagonist. Oh, is that it? Oh, okay. His motivations to find true love, and his fear is public humiliation and being abandoned.
Aren't we?
His backstory.
Aren't we all? Like, isn't
Yeah.
that all of ours?
That's all of our antagonists. Alexis, her motivation is to develop a good relationship, and her fear is destroying relationships. Oh, that's interesting. Her fear is destroying relationships. What is the ending? Okay. Jeffrey and Alexis get trapped in a labyrinth inside the diner. Yes. Jeffrey finds her but abandons Jeffrey in an attempt to escape the diner, aka herself. Wait, what? But is then faced by the wrath of an unknown technological entity that consumes her. Dude, what? That seems so out of character for her. Wait, she abandons him in an attempt to escape, but then she's faced by an unknown entity that consumes her? That's crazy. That is fucking crazy.
So yeah,
Dude,
I think you were definitely thinking of sequel. Because, like, that is such an open thing to have it end on.
Yeah, like that's crazy work. I hate that. Actually. I mean, I I feel like I hate it now because the way I imagine her character being so much more like layered and like, you know, so much more depth to like her character and like how much more involved she is in the story. Like the fact, I mean, don't get me wrong, I feel like I kill my characters a lot, like in my work. So
yeah, but
I
that
think
just felt random, right? Like it wasn't.
It does feel very random. Like it does not feel
earned.
like. Yeah, no, not at all. It does not. Yeah, that's crazy work. But this is also like kind of cool to see where my head was at when I created it.
I have a feeling there's probably a lot more to the story you wanted to tell, but you were thinking like this will be the first piece. Because there's no way even at the time you were like, and that's it. I'm pretty sure you had
I know,
yeah.
I'm kind of like curious because like if I would have made like a more in detail like outline of like what that would have looked like, like for the continuation of the story, or maybe that's why maybe I didn't imagine there to be like maybe I just kind of imagined it to be that like and that was kind of it. And you know how we're talking about Mulholland Drive, like
That's true.
that's also very much in kind of that vein of her like confronting that haunted reality, and then it's like this is just her life, or like this is like what is, like
Yeah.
coming, yeah, like face to face of like what that reality is for herself. So yeah, maybe I was trying. I can kind of see maybe like with Jeffrey like seeing what that was, and then maybe. But dude, I don't know. Like, I just feel like that's so out of character for what I want Jasmine to be. Like, I don't understand why she would just try to abandon him. Like, when she finds out she gets her like memory back, like what?
Well, yeah. Why would she
Or
do that?
maybe if she gets her memory back, she realizes that she like tries to kill him, I guess, and then she's like trying to escape him. Like maybe that's like her memory or something. Like she's scared of him, or
Hmm.
tries to run away, or something. But wait, even what the fuck did I say in the other? In the story circle, it's what is it? She returns with her full memory, and then Jeffrey escapes his virtual reality and unleashes into the dream realm. She disappears. He searches for her. His memories start to return, and remembers the memory of the diner, which is him killing her. He discovers the creature and her, which is then her being consumed by this creature. And then he escapes, returns to the facility in real life, and then he manages to escape and return to normalcy, free of everything. That no, yeah, that's crazy. I'm sorry.
I mean, the
Yeah,
only thing I do like is coming back to that beginning paradigm of like the creature and her and the diner, but like there's another way to get there.
I feel like this would be cool to do later down the line, like like how Marvel has like their what if series.
Yeah, as like a alternate
The
timeline.
alternate version of the diner, like what if, yeah, like what if Jeffrey actually created the app himself? Or like
Yeah,
what what if Jasmine was actually a part of the program and he creates like the reality, or like something, I don't
or
know.
he made her.
Yeah, that he like makes her like that's like him. Oh yeah, maybe the what if is like maybe in an attempt to what is it, to like face his actions, or like to be what is it, to like accept of what he did. He like reprograms her to
Yeah,
try to like gain like her forgiveness or something.
or just to
Yeah,
like
and
try
then
to like make himself feel better, or like just in a weird way to be like, this didn't happen. Look, we're dating.
yeah, yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. Damn, dude. That's so wild. Yeah, I guess man, that's cool though. I have like some good working original stuff to kind of bounce off of more now with the diner.
Yeah, it's like you have it's almost like you're doing a treatment on someone else's work, but it's yours. It's just from the past.
Hmm. Um, did you would you be interested in going through like the new script,
Yeah, I'm
or did
down.
you want to or did you have anything else planned for the stream?
I was gonna talk about asset packs, but we can keep talking about the diner if you want. I know you got in here late, so we can keep talking about it. Um,
Okay.
I could talk about the asset packs after that.
After, yeah, okay. Um, let's see. See if I can open up this version. Would you be interested in okay, wait here, let's see. Um, there's multiple characters in this version.
Let me see. Let me get it closer.
Which I can show you what these. Yeah, because you said you hadn't looked at the other one, or you did kind of glance at it, or not really.
I just peeped through it really quickly. I didn't really get a good read.
Okay, so we got Jeffrey, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have Jasmine, which majority of the script is Jeffrey and Jasmine. So we have those two characters. And then getting to this point, we have voice 1 and voice 2 and Jasmine. So voice 1, voice 2, Jasmine and Jeffrey are kind of going like back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
And then we go past that. There's a random voiceover with Jeffrey's dad and Jasmine, and then Jeffrey and young Jeffrey. And then voice 3, voice 4 being characters Nova and Hunter. So these are very brief at the end. Would you be interested in voicing Jasmine?
Yeah, I'll do Jasmine.
And then I'll be Jeffrey, and then maybe you want to be voice 2?
Yeah, I can do that.
Voice 2, I can be also Jeffrey's dad. And then you want to be young Jeffrey?
Okay. Let me get some water before we start. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so just to note again, so there's no confusion, because I know it's going to get a little wild.
Jasmine, Young Jeffrey, voice 2.
Yes, Jasmine, Young Jeffrey, voice 2, and then also I'll have you play voice 3, which is Nova.
Okay. Purple.
Yeah.
Got it.
So let me go to the top. All right. The diner. The diner.
Diner.
Interior Danny's Diner night. Booth. The clock hums above the back counter while late night breakfast food serves up hot and ready. Chicano soul music plays softly in the background. Jeffrey taps his index finger against the worn tabletop. He looks to the clock. Neon light shines brightly. Crystal bubbles float aimlessly around the diner, dancing in the air. Jeffrey turns away to take a sip of his cold coffee. He looks out the window at the end of the booth. Gentle rain falls toward Danny's Diner. Jeffrey picks up his smartphone, navigates to Remoria Match, opens the application out of nervous habit. Remoria Match. There are 3 icons on the bottom from left to right. Remember, Match, and Me. Jeffrey clicks on Me, looking at his profile. Jeffrey, 28, Countdown City, Texas. He considers changing his profile picture. Currently a full body photo of Jeffrey in front of Countdown Central Library. He hits the edit profile option. Jeffrey scrolls through his camera roll. He glides over a family photo. A young Jeffrey and Jeffrey's dad standing in front of Danny's Diner on Friday, July 3rd, 2020. He exits out of the editing option, taps to remember. Danny's Diner, Thursday, October 26, 2028, 7:30 p.m. The location, date, and time stamps bounce in off-white bubble letters that fill up his screen. Oh, that's a typo. I didn't realize. Jeffrey swipes the top right corner and of his smartphone down. 7:48 p.m. Booth. He locks his smartphone, places it face down on his seat side of the booth. Jeffrey looks to the back counter again, sees the chalked up dinner special below the clock. Denny's Diner dinner special. 4 cheeseburgers, 4 Cokes, 1 large onion ring for $19.99. Ding da ding. He turns toward the front door. Jasmine quickly turns her head to the right, looking to the opposite side of the diner. Jeffrey adjusts himself, wipes his hands across the table to clear anything off, and sits up straight. She turns around, lets out a smile. A cluster of crystal bubbles glide past Jasmine, walking towards Jeffrey.
I'm so sorry for running late.
Jasmine sets down her handbag on the opposite booth seat. Jeffrey stands to greet Jasmine.
It's nice to finally meet you, Jeffrey.
She walks in and greet with a hug. A single crystal bubble passes over them, bouncing off Jeffrey's shoulder. No worries at all. It's nice to meet you too. He half hugs her, gestures towards the table. I assume it's cold outside. It looks like the rain hasn't let down.
Yeah,
Jasmine shakes off her coat.
Definitely. Still very cold and raining quite a bit.
She sits down, then slips into the booth.
It's nice and warm in here.
Jeffrey takes a quick sip of his cold coffee, puts it down. Would you like a cup of coffee to warm up a bit more? My treat.
Really, that would be great.
He moves his cup to the side, reaches under the window. Jeffrey places his hand flat against a button. Cup of coffee. In the center of the table, a ceramic orb warps into a cup similar to his. The cup begins to fill itself with coffee.
Thank you so much.
Of course, my treat. She pumps the dispenser cap next to the cup of coffee button 4 times. 4 creamer orbs plop into the air one by one. They gently float and fall right into the cup in front of Jasmine. That never gets old. Jasmine takes a sip of a fresh cup of coffee.
What, the drops of coffee creamer?
Yeah, it reminds me of my dad. Jeffrey looks back to the dinner special by the back counter. We used to come to Danny's for Friday night dinners. Occasionally we'd come in on a Saturday or Sunday morning if my parents didn't feel like making breakfast. He looks down at his cold coffee. My dad, he would guide the coffee creamer bubbles, catch them on the edge of his fingertips, spinning them around in the air like a carousel. Jeffrey imitated the motion with his index finger towards Jasmine. He brings his cup up to take another sip. She took another sip of coffee from the mug, feeling warm.
It sounds like a very lovely memory, though.
It is. I've had a lot of great times eating out here with my family. Jeffrey sets his coffee down. I just want to say thanks again for pitching the new date and time on Remoria. It worked better for my schedule this week. Another crystal bubble floats its way back behind Jasmine. She feels the warmness of the cup.
Yeah, last week was just a little hectic for me. I would have loved to meet sooner, but things have been extra busy lately.
He fills the cold ceramic cup. I know how that goes. I was working on rewrites until late last night.
Oh, wow, you're a writer.
Jasmine leads in with curiosity. A lone crystal bubble wanders above her head toward the diner window. I am indeed. I work with a small team, actually. We started a new project about a month ago, and I've been locked away ever since.
Well, Jeffrey, I can say that I am very curious. What kind of project are you writing? Is it creative or corporate?
She takes another sip of warm coffee. This one is definitely creative. He sips his cold coffee and notices the lone crystal bubble. My friend from college started a production company, so he reached out to me along with some other friends from back then to come together and write in-house for his business. The crystal bubble bounces back and forth from the diner window to the ceiling.
So you could say it rides the line between creative and corporate.
Creative with a pinch of corporate, especially since he wants to work with bigger business and brands now. Jasmine glances at the crystal bubble above her.
What do you want to write?
Jeffrey looks out to the diner window. Well, he looks back to her. I want to be a travel writer. To just be on the go and just write, whether that's for myself or for others, creative or corporate. Jasmine looks to Jeffrey, holds her cup. Ideally, it would be for myself, all creative stuff to get my work out into the world.
Did your dad do things like that? Was he a writer?
Jeffrey takes a gulp. His loose pointer finger twitches. Oh, well.
If you don't mind me asking, of course. I didn't mean to.
He's not with us anymore, unfortunately. Jasmine leans more forward.
Jeffrey, I'm so sorry.
She reaches for his hand. Jeffrey's uncertain, gets the urge to pull away, but lets it happen. His finger stops twitching. That's alright. I'm not sure whatever happened to him anyways. Jasmine holds Jeffrey's hand tighter. His other hand grips a cup of coffee tight.
What do you mean you don't know?
His loose hand starts to tremble in Jasmine's. I mean, I haven't seen my dad since I was a kid. One day, Jeffrey can feel his body begin to shake. One day we came to Danny's and then the shaking continues, intensifies. Danny's diner shakes. He just disappeared like if nothing. He's uncertain if Danny's diner is actually shaking. He spills the rest of the cold coffee over the table. The lone crystal bubble begins to shift, revealing the crystal bubble as a camera drone. Wait, what's going...
It's okay, Jeffrey, stay with me.
Jasmine grabs Jeffrey's other hand, holds them together. The crystal bubble crashes onto the worn tabletop.
What happened that day, Jeffrey?
The table cracks beneath their holding hands. The music ambience begins to distort in the background. What's happening?
With your dad, Jeffrey, what happened that day at Danny's?
He looks back to the jittering clock on the wall. Neon light begins to bend and flicker, turning on and off. Jeffrey closes his eyes, thinking, hands trembling. We were at Danny's on a Friday, Saturday? I don't remember. He starts to fragment of past memories in his mind. The chaotic noise begins to fade. The music fades back in. The trembling transitions to a faint echo.
Jeffrey, what's going on?
He opens his eyes. Jump to interior Danny's diner day. Flashback. Jeffrey stands in an empty Danny's diner. The rain stopped. The black and white checkered floors were spotless. Chicano soul music plays in the background, just how he remembers. A faint rumble vibrates in Danny's diner. Sunlight hits the chrome on the edge of the tabletop, blinds Jeffrey. Guys, I think we're losing him again. He turns around, hearing the voice echo from the back of the kitchen. No workers or guests to be found. Jeffrey is alone.
Again and again, we've been through this. We're getting closer to unlocking the door. I can feel it.
The voices bounce back and forth off the diner walls.
He's fucking gone. Again.
Looks like we have to reset. How far back should we go this time? Jeffrey jumps over the counter, sticks his head through the gap of the back counter to the kitchen. Hello? Jasmine, who's out there? The voices echo louder.
Jeffrey?
Jasmine, what the hell is going on? Holy shit. Where is that coming from? Where the hell did he go?
Jeffrey, where are you? Can you say where you are?
Jeffrey jumps back over the counter to the dining area. What do you mean? I'm in Danny's.
Guys, he never left date night. He never left the diner. I repeat, he never left the diner.
A joint electric scream of both Jeffrey's dad and Jasmine.
Jeffrey.
He turns around. Young Jeffrey levitates in the air, suspended above the corner booth of Danny's diner. Extreme gusts of wind rush through the diner, blasting and shattering all the windows. Broken glass and kitchen items rotate around him, clanking off one another as young Jeffrey becomes consumed by an unknown white light. Holy fucking shit, guys, the door!
Wait, where's Jasmine?
Jeffrey falls to the floor. He can see young Jeffrey's white light consuming his whole being, eyes and mouth stretching wide open into this blank space of white nothingness. Thwack. He gets hit by an empty coffee cup. Jeffrey quickly gains balance, throwing himself over the counter for cover. A scratching electric tone emitted from the white light.
No way, it's open.
Jeffrey falls forward to the floor, the counter, covering his ears. He could see the back of the diner's kitchen doors flapping aimlessly in front of him. The white light pierced through, the wind cutting the air.
Dad,
Jasmine,
what's going on?
He closes his eyes, hearing the unknown voices scream and fade into a large distant echo. Interior facility room, night. The scratching noise stopped. Jeffrey lies on the floor, staring to a faded and scratched ceiling. Broken utensils, kitchenware, coffee stains litter the floor. He rolls over a broken camera drone, sees multiple shattered across the room. Jasmine is nowhere to be found. He notices two double doors leading to another room. A toaster caught between the doors. Jeffrey rises and slips to the other side. Surveillance room. Monitors are static. Scattered sticky notes marked up. Jeffrey walks up to a control board with different switches. Multiple switches for Danny's diner. Date night 1, Saturday morning, Sunday morning, Friday night. a list of different date variations with a log dating back over 5 years. He walks over to a bulletin board, photographs of Jeffrey, young Jeffrey, newspaper clippings of reports on destructive, unknown explosions, reports of missing people, disappearances. Jeffrey sees photos of his father.
Calling any and all capture containment units as backup over.
He turns around, sees the walkie-talkie. Jeffrey grabs it.
This is Nova, assigned case number 723 with Team 7. We are located in Riverside, Texas, in need of any and all available capture and containment units. I repeat.
His head starts to spin. Give me the fucking comms.
I want to appreciate your tone, Hunter.
We don't have time, Nova. Whoever the fuck is out there, listen. Head southeast in Texas, the goddamn crossroads. We are in severe need of backup, and for all we know, we're the last living beings in Riverside.
I repeat, this is Nova, assigned case number 723 with Team 7.
For fuck's sake. The radio cuts off. Jeffrey looks around the room, sees a ladder leading up above the surveillance room. Oh god, I think I'm gonna fucking throw up. Fuck. Jeffrey races up the ladder, not knowing where it would lead. He pushes the latch above his head, gripping the walkie. Exterior dilapidated structure, night. He crawls out the tunnel through dust and debris. Jeffrey throws up on the floor, head still spinning. A cracked checkered tile floor below his arm. Gentle wind hits Jeffrey's face, waking him up more. He rises to his feet and looks up. Jeffrey stands in the center, staring through the torn roof of a destroyed Danny's diner. To be continued.
Dude, that was sick.
Scene.
If you had, I imagine like a full casted table read would go so hard. You know what I mean? Obviously,
Yeah.
it reads really well, even with just the two of us. But like, I can imagine you get like, get a girl to do Jasmine, like just have like the right flow. It's gonna be great.
Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on the expansions here?
I like it. This really like I could see all of the scenes. Like I could see like how it would look. You know what I mean? Like I could picture the beats really clearly in my head. So like yeah, not that the other one's just an outline, so it's obviously different things. But yeah, it just feels like clearly you've been like putting in a lot of work into the storytelling aspect of it, because like we're only 10 pages in and we've only like you just have laid this like big mystery that people are gonna really want to fucking know what it's going on and like what it's about, and you have all of this like story to unravel. I think this is a really strong start. It's a really strong like opening.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, dude, there was a lot of room to kind of play more on the page, I felt, with the script version for sure, like with especially now like drawing the connection with like Riverside at the end. I didn't really know. And even then with this, things might change because of, the story, but at least now I like kind of threw that in there to like tether at least what that continuation would be. But yeah, like I still need, there's so much development here with like the other agents, and now like looking even back at like what that original concept was, I'm like, okay, like, there's definitely a lot of things that I just need to, I think, kind of develop or expand on with the characters, the world, just like really hone in on those other details. And yeah, dude, I mean, honestly, I feel like even just capturing like what this situation is like in the short, like I think that would be a really good way to maybe grab people's attention for like what this could be like expanded to in the future.
Yeah, for sure.
Um, any suggestions or
I'm just curious. How do you picture these agents looking, and like what kind of tech are they using? Like, are they, you know what I mean? Like, how do they look? I guess because I have a really clear idea of what the diner looks like, but I guess I haven't really considered like what the agents in their world looks like.
yeah, in my head, it's almost as if like in which I don't think it's gonna translate like this ultimately once I go more in depth, but in my head I kind of imagined it almost as if like Jeffrey's literally like in one room, and in this one room they're able to manipulate the reality in this one room in his whole world,
Hmm.
basically in one room.
So it's almost like a cabin in the woods. Like they're like in an abstract office that oversees their entire reality.
Yeah, and then the adjacent room is literally just them being like in a bunker.
I see.
And ultimately, I feel once I really expand this world like even further, like not just like Jeffrey's world, but like what maybe this facility actually like. And I mean, I feel like this facility that would be in this story is just one of other like many
Right.
like
This is the one that
facilities.
just happens to be in Riverside or wherever it is, right?
Or yeah, yeah. So it's like this one being I kind of imagined them almost like serving as like kind of like vaults like in a
Yeah,
way,
like in
kind of like in
Fallout.
yeah, in that sense sort of. But yeah, I feel like with these situations it would make more sense to maybe like establish those vaults or bunkers where like the anomaly like happens, so like at the end where like it's revealed that the bunker was below a destroyed diner.
Mm.
Like I think that's kind of where I'm going, because the app is also designed by location, so I feel like that's something that maybe could be like a run through maybe with like how I organize like the rules of the world, or like the way
Yeah.
they function as like a organization, like through location. Or so yeah, I don't know, but we're gonna do this read through again in August, and I'm hoping maybe I can get more people if they're interested to read for the parts, like to do like a whole table read. But
Do you have any people lined up for any of the parts yet, or you're still just?
no, not really. I mean, the only people that I've shared this script with is y'all. Like you, Daniel, Chrysalin, um, so yeah, cuz y'all were the only ones who like really expressed like the interest in the first place. Um, and then one of my other friends from school, she had expressed interest, so I sent her the script. But I also sent y'all the first version, so there's like a lot more working elements with like different characters and stuff now. So, um, and yeah, like you got the email I sent. I kind of like
Mhm.
did a little bit more in depth on it. So, and now with this updated version, I feel like until August comes, like I'm gonna be just doing more rewrites. But it's gonna pretty much, I think, maintain this main integrity for the most part in this second rewrite. It's just gonna be more like cleaning it up, um, maybe adding a little bit more with the characters or like background or like. But yeah, the main integrity I feel for what the short would be, like this one shot, is definitely like second draft. Like this is more of like how I see that um, one shot of like what the full story would be. But I don't know. I mean, who were you interested in reading for, like, originally? I'm just
Uh,
curious. Because also, when you read the original, it was just Jeffrey and Jasmine, so you wanted to read for, I would assume, is Jeffrey.
yeah,
Um,
that's what I was thinking. Unless you had a more, I don't know what kind of sound were you thinking for him? Because like obviously, if not, I could do um Nova or Hunter, but what kind of like vibe for Jeffrey were you going for? Do you think?
Jeffrey is somebody that I kind of imagined not being like super soft, like spoken, but like, I mean, I feel like I kind of imagined him, just, you know, not being like too excited, but like, just being more like casual, like laid back sort of. But then obviously like he's more like concerned, like later starts to kind of like, worry or like trigger down with like all this other like traumatic stuff. So um I imagine him being more like calm and like collected, talking with her, and then kind of trickling down to then being like concerned and like worried and scared. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, so to kind of really get into that, I guess, um, emotional, like hyper, like emotional state, because there's just so much more happening and like the shift in reality. Um, but yeah, I mean, based off the original idea, I mean, I guess like I don't know, Jeffrey's like an artist and is more like uh, just technical, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
based off of like his role, which is like not. I mean, I wanted to incorporate like in this version, I felt like, oh, maybe I could like integrate in this character of him being like a writer and like having like some sort of dream of being a writer or continuing to, oh well, he is a writer, but like to do more stuff, for himself,
Yeah.
and kind of having that like conflict there, but like, not being too over like stimulated, just for him to be more calm and collected, to then it's like where he kind of crashes out really. So with
Er,
the other characters though, I can say like Hunter. So Hunter is nearly almost like a middle-aged man.
mm-hmm.
Um, he is someone that doesn't really fuck around,
Yeah, I
and
was just picturing Dan.
yeah, Dan would be a good. Yeah, no, Dan would be a good hunter.
Just like
Um,
mustache. Maybe
yeah,
older, but like just with makeup, basically.
yeah. Nova, which this I don't know if this came across in the dialogue. I was kind of hoping because of how like repetitive she was, but Nova's actually an android.
I didn't
So
realize she was female.
yeah, yeah, yeah. She's a female android companion. Um,
That makes
so
sense.
like in this world, technology technological advancement, it's like, it's there, but it's a part of the world. It doesn't really seem too out of place. It's not like too like androids are socially accepted
Yeah, it's like
in this
having a
world.
police dog or like having a fucking android like teacher. Like it's normal. It's not weird.
Yeah, and so in the story that you don't really get in this situation, there's a lot of history with Nova and Hunter, and specifically Nova being Hunter's passed down family android.
Oh, interesting.
and Nova is an android that navigates the world as like essentially a precursor android um, that sort of operates the world in a certain way that not a lot of the other ones do in this world. Um, so Hunter and Nova have a very interesting dynamic, um, and are a little bit more fleshed out, I would say. Um, but Agents 1 and 2, like Voices 1 and 2, I mean, I haven't really explored those characters like at all. I don't know if they're male, if they're female, or what.
So those
I
are
just
sort of
kind
like
of
open to what we can get kind of deal.
yeah, like the agent, and I just put them as voice 1 and 2. I didn't say agents 1 and 2, or I didn't give them names, but um, yeah, like because those two characters are characters that I have yet to really explore.
Right, they're not
Um,
fleshed out yet.
yeah, so those are just kind of open agent like characters, but I do want to flesh them out. Like I don't know if I want them to be as integrated in. Well, I mean, they are going to be integrated in the story, especially like in long narrative. But like, I'm not really sure how much more time I'm going to be able to have or kind of balance out with them two in particular in the actual story once I get there.
So for the casting for the read, are you thinking like these are people that could play the part if you were to make a proof of concept short or something filmed, or is it just more like getting the right voices and like the right tones and performances and not worrying about how they look? Because like for me, for instance, I could probably do a Jeffrey performance for voice, but I don't think I have the look, if that makes sense. So if you were to want
Yeah,
to expand it past, like if you wanted the person doing the voice now to have a chance to do a, like play the person in a short, I think I would leave it open to someone who has a better look that's closer to what Jeffrey should probably look like.
yeah, like the way I am because basically for what I wanted to do was I wanted to professionally record like an audio version of the story
Mm-hmm.
to act as like a proof of like concept in a way, but also if I were to like pitch this further, like because I think everybody could like that's interested so far, like with you and Chrysalin and Daniel, like just knowing y'all's like who y'all are
Mm-hmm.
and the way just hearing the way y'all talk and everything in my mind, I literally was thinking you as Jeffrey, Chrysalin as Jasmine, Dan as Hunter. Literally where my mind was going. Um, and as far as what that route goes with the agents or Nova, like, that's all kind of left for interpretation. Um, but I don't know because I've never done anything like this, like audio narrative. Um, but I mean, I think it would be interesting to explore to maybe also serve as like a blueprint exploration of like what those characters like sound or like what their
Mm-hmm.
mannerisms or how they respond or react or you know and and yeah, I mean, as far as shooting the live action, I mean, that would be like a whole other beast. I
Mm-hmm.
mean,
Or at the very least,
um,
just getting like, because what I was thinking with the audio thing, if you wanted to do a video component for the audio, it would be cool to have like very coordinated and quick photo shoots of whoever you'd want to be the physical portrayal of these people and put them in places that they're not 100% there, right? But just imagining like, let's say whoever you'd want to be like the visual stand-in for Jeffrey for those moments where it's like Jeffrey and Jasmine talking. You could have like an image of Jeffrey, an image of Jasmine when she, you know what I'm saying, like almost like a radio play with pictures to go with it, if that makes sense.
Oh,
Do
interesting.
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So it'd only be
right.
like one or
Like a
two,
still
yeah, for each big set
for each
piece, but
scene.
it would give you enough to where when you're watching it, you're helping people who aren't as imaginative as us.
To
Like
like
this is,
understand it
yeah,
visually.
like this is what you would be seeing, except acted out.
Right.
But here is sort
Because
of a visual help, visual aid.
yeah, because like in reality, if I did want to do the live action, the only literally Jeffrey and Jasmine are the only two people in the live action.
That you see, because the others are voices, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the agents 1 and 2 are just voices. Jeffrey's dad isn't there. He's also just a voice. And then young Jeffrey is there, but he's basically like a blob of white light. And is like morphing into like white. Like
Right.
a
So it's
white
gonna
a
be like
void.
an effect,
Like
no
a
matter what it is.
yes. So basically, the stand-in for that, I don't even really know what we would do or what, but like it wouldn't be. I mean, it could literally also be the same actor as Jeffrey because they're not too far in distant age. Like he's literally just 8 years older than his younger self. So it's
Yeah.
like, okay, like it could literally be the same actor as Jeffrey, and
Just
then
with softer lighting.
yeah, and then Hunter and Nova are also voiceovers. We don't see them, So basically, whoever wants to act like voice act in the original, like, you know, in the original project, could voice act in the live action, but would just be like the voice of Jeffrey's dad, young Jeffrey, Hunter, Nova, and the agents. So um, there's a lot of potential for like whatever we create here for y'all to maybe explore different characters that like if you're Jeffrey and Krislin's Jasmine, and Daniel wants to be Hunter, or he actually told me I'll be Jeffrey's dad. He's like, I was curious on reading for Jeffrey's dad, and he literally only has one line. But like, if Daniel wants to do both Jeffrey's dad and Hunter, and then we find somebody new for like Nova, or Kristen could even try Nova, or it could be like a mesh of voices or something.
I mean, I know
I'm kind of interested to explore that more. So like,
he's not here because he's been fucking AWOL lately. But I feel like if Junior is willing, he could do Hunter also because he when he's doing D&D, he gets really animated. So if you want someone who can get really like exacerbated and like, you know what I mean, like play up the fucking, he can do it. So only thing with him is like I don't think he's ever like learned lines and stuff before, so I would work with him with that. But I think unless somebody else sends in something or is interested, we can talk to him about it. I wish he was here right now, but he's probably asleep.
yeah, literally nobody else had expressed interest. Like, I mean, it was just you, Chris, and Daniel, and then I talked with Robert about this project, and then my friends, two of my friends in LA, which they never really expressed interest in reading, but I did talk to them about my project, and so I know one of them wants to get into voice acting, so I'm like interested to hear maybe if he really is like wanting to read or something, just to see what that would look like or sound like.
I have I'm going to fucking, so last Monday I got bumped up. Not bumped up, but like, so I went to improv on Monday, and the teacher is adding me to the talent pool, which means that I get to go. So like right now I was just going to the free workshop that anybody can go to. And because I
Mm-hmm.
have such an extensive improv background, and when we were in class, I was getting a little antsy because we're doing stuff that I don't want to say it's beneath me, but it's almost like I studied a lot at this like craft, right? And they're doing they're working on taking their first steps in the basics. And I don't shit on that. Like everyone needs to learn the fundamentals, but like I learned the fundamentals a long time ago. So like I know them like the back of my hand. So I was getting a little frustrated like doing kind of like beginner stuff. But he finally like got my number and is going to add me to the talent pool, which is like the guys that they pool to do shows and take improv a little bit more seriously and are actually like ready to like perform in front of people kind of thing. So once I meet those people, I bet you I can get a hold and meet some more like actors or just people who have more of a like acting background, because I know that's kind of the hardest thing in San Antonio. I feel like we have a fair amount of like photographers and lighting people and camera people and like behind the scenes people, but if they're not musicians or wrestlers, there's not a lot of in front of the camera people. Uh, and there's not really not a lot of like just pure actors who are like, give me a script. I want to, I want to like do scenes. Like that's really rare.
Mm.
So I think that might be a thing that like we really should hunt and keep our eyes peeled for in general, of like anybody who's interested in acting and like trying to encourage them that it's not as scary as it seems, because that is kind of the hardest the hardest thing to find. uh I've found anyway,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because like even if you look at our like Myths and Monsters, you assembled a pretty like insane all-star production team this time around, but like imagine trying to assemble that many actors. It would be like, wait, I don't. Wait a minute. Do we know any actors? It's like, do we know?
Yeah, well, because it's also like, yeah, I've been sharing it. Some people have liked it, but haven't reached out. And then I had it posted for a while, but then I was like, let me take it down because the date's already fucking
Yeah.
backed up. And then sharing it again, it's like, I had some people, oh yeah, because I think y'all were like, wait, so you didn't cast it, or you didn't, not too many people reached out, or, and I was like, no, it's literally just y'all. So, but I feel like there would be, I mean, it's it's interesting. I feel like I could just do like like maybe not even just like the whole thing. Like maybe if we just shot like a scene or two, did this audio like still story sequence, like stylize it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That stuff could be easily, I think, shown
Oh
for.
yeah, proof. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and like I could build like maybe a stronger like campaign to like crowdfund and stuff, and like maybe shop it around a bit. Um, and I don't know. I mean, we're in June. I didn't get funding for this other project, but I do want to shoot something like in August that I was talking to this other filmmaker about, called Canvas, and that's like something like pretty quick. I just think, for something like this, I mean, maybe I would. I mean, I could potentially try to crowdfund it the rest of the year if we get everything else together. I don't know. Pancho said he would be willing to professionally like record it. Um, for like if I get everybody together, he would record our like dialogues and stuff, like everything. Um, but then it's also creating that soundscape too, like literally the soundscape of the diner and the the warping of the reality shift and
The
the clanks and
chaos.
the clashes, the breaking and maybe doing some foley or what I mean, like some music too. Like I was actually considering, I mean we've talked about working on stuff together, but I feel like we haven't really had those conversations because it's like every time I was trying to get in contact with him or trying to set something up, it was never working. And then when he tried doing it with me, it just wasn't working with my schedule. But, dude, Ben from Bitter Critter, like,
Yeah.
I mean, I remember meeting with him a couple of years ago and workshopping his script for like one of his projects. And then, really sitting down with him and seeing what he was doing with the zine and all this other stuff.
Dude, we gotta get
Um,
the over 6 feet filmmakers
over
society. The men of size
me,
society.
you, Dan.
Yes. Just like the large men
Yeah,
of filming
yeah,
things.
dude.
Get
And
Josh in there. You haven't met Josh, but he's also very tall. He's even taller than
oh
me and
yeah,
you. So it's like, yeah, we got to get
oh
all of
that's
the tall
crazy.
guys.
Marshall,
Yeah,
fucking
we got to have one
Abe
stringy guy.
Funkwoods. Yeah. Um, dude, that's crazy. Yeah,
And then we
all of us are tall.
and then we take one picture where Katz is on the couch like the black fucking meme.
We're all just holding him up.
No, we're all holding cameras like that fucking blacked meme with
Oh
the
my
fucking but it's just
god.
Katz like, uh-oh, I'm
Yeah.
getting shot.
Um,
That's
no, dude,
funny.
I really would like to work with Ben in just like any capacity, really. But for this, also I talked with Arbiter about this very loosely with them,
Oh yeah,
um,
Arbiter.
and
It's like British for
I
judge.
yeah, like with Ben, I would love to create the ambience of the diner in a non-chaotic way.
Mm-hmm.
But then I feel like I would like to work with continue maybe with Ben and Bitter Critter to work in the chaos of the diner, but also with Arbiter, like with like sound or like ambience, like
Mm-hmm.
of like of maybe the reality shifting noises or the white
Yeah,
void or like do something
they
like
have a
very
super sick
fucking
doom metal sound. Yeah.
yeah, like something just fucking like electric scratching, like heavy distorted like shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah, for sure.
or the music warp, like that stuff I feel like would be really cool to work with them on specifically.
Dude, yeah. I
Um
actually, now that you say that, I just hit me that I really want to ask Ben to write me a theme song for Clusterfuck. Like a
oh
fucking
dude, yeah.
cartoon Saturday morning style. Like, I had ideas for it, like of just ripping off the Spider-Man theme song, but like, I'm not a music, I can't write lyrics. It's not my skill set. But it would be so sick to get him to do like a fucking like Saturday morning cartoon style theme song, but it's still punk and stuff, but it's just like literally like the Super Friends, but it's
Mhm.
for Clusterfuck. That'd be awesome. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, no, that would be sick. I feel like with them in this capacity, like that's kind of how I see it, like with sound, like or with music and sound design. Like I just don't know to the extent of like their working knowledge or what, but I mean with everything they do already, I'm like I feel like that would be such a really interesting um, dynamic to add with the audio like short narrative stuff, and then maybe I might recruit Christian Jupiter Mountain. I know he's not here with us in San Antonio anymore, but just to really pitch him this project and what I'm trying to do and see what he can maybe do in sound design, because I know he wanted to do more in sound, and what that would look like I don't know with his schedule now, but like all I know right now is that Arbiter definitely was interested. Ben's always been interested in working with me to different capacities already. And then Poncho already extended his service of like, if you get everyone, then I will record the audio like the for the for the short. So whether if
Oh, you should. If
that would
you, I'll do monster samples if you need me to.
some like monster
Some like,
like ooh some like screams or like yeah like belching or
yeah,
something.
I love doing that shit, but no one ever lets me
Yeah,
or encourages me to do
dude,
it.
well, because that's again, the door. That's also something that I didn't really put in the script. Like, he doesn't hear any monsters or like any sort of creature or anything, but that would be really interesting to explore too. Like, to see what that would sound like. Like, imagine that, right? Like, what
Yeah,
you're trying to imitate with your like monster sound with like this electric white fucking like
yeah,
distorted like
plug
scratchy
like a
like
microphone into his guitar pedal board, and then
yeah
have me scream into
just
it.
like yeah fucking blast everyone's like eardrums like just fucking yeah yeah like everything's just like fuzzy and just distorted like yeah I really and then yeah playing with like the light like capturing like sound design for like the neon like the humming, the scratching, like, and I had my friend tell me, it's funny, on last Saturday when we were workshopping it, he was telling me like, yeah, maybe ease up on the bolding, and I told him, well, yeah, no, I get it because of the conventions of screenwriting, you don't, I can see why you say that, but I'm also like, Mike, fuck the conventions,
It's in
fuck the fuck,
bold.
fuck, fuck the
Read
fucking
it in
conventions.
bold,
I'm
motherfucker.
putting this shit in bold because this actually means like something, and for me it's like emphasis on the hum, emphasis on the scratch, emphasis on the fucking crash, you know what I mean, like
Yeah, I I don't want to harp too much on it, but I hate that. Like, you have to, hey buddy, more professional. It's like, why? We're doing art. What are you talking about? More professional. The
yeah
whole
like
process is art. The script is art. The writing process is art. It's all art. None of
yeah
this is work. It's not a job. Like, relax.
it was so funny, and he came from a really good place with it too, but I
No,
just
I know.
like,
That's why I
oh
don't want to
okay,
be too
like
mad about it, because like that's just like
but
my pet
dude,
peeve
you,
of like,
you should have been there because when he told me that, and then our friend Josh came into the workshop, and then we were like, oh, we're just talking about Matt's script and stuff. He's like, yeah, I'm like glancing over it right now, and he's like, dude, Matt, like the fact, like I've never seen somebody do this, like you're adding all this color and you're bolding stuff, and Josh hadn't heard what my friend Mike said, and then Mike was like, yeah, so like, what do you think, Josh? Is like reading. He's like, yeah, because I'm reading real quick, and he's like, dude, yeah, like the fact that you're like even like bolding all these like specific details, like I love when people do or stuff like this because I don't really see a lot of people do things like this in that way because it's like it breaks away from the conventions of screenwriting. He's like, and I fucking hate when people say don't bold this, don't bold that. And then
yes,
I was like, yeah, Mike,
yes,
fuck you. It
that's
was
the
just such a
best.
dude. It was so funny because Mike was like, all right, trying to explain. He's like, Josh was like, no, wait. Like, I really hate when people say not to bold this.
No, no, don't
And
interrupt me.
Mike,
I'm not done yet.
yeah, I'm not done. It was so funny. I was like, dude, oh my god. But dude, yeah, and for me, that's also like, yeah, I mean, would I submit that to a competition in that way? I think so. But I would also submit a industry maybe graded one just to see what that would look like.
I think we're in the age of the more industry clean you are, the more producers be like, I don't give a shit. I've seen a million of these. Like, remember what Miguel was telling us, that was his name, right? Yeah. He was just like,
Mhm.
I see a million scripts a day. Or like, I see all these scripts a day. It's like, yeah, make it bold. That's gonna catch your eye. Like, who gives a shit if it's different? Like, these guys see the same perfectly formatted scripts all fucking day. So even if it
Yeah.
is a fucking submission, like, you just inspired me. Like, all clusterfuck scripts are gonna be so incomprehensible from now on.
Yeah.
They're gonna be littered in nonsense because, like, yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Fuck conventions. I might write it in Final Draft, but I'll print it out and draw weird shit on it, scan it, and then that's the script. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
might go in there with the red pen and start circling shit and drawing little cartoons next to stuff. Like, fuck it. You know what I mean? Like, I might write the script on
Exactly.
notebook paper and scan it. That's the script. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you just inspired me so much to be like, yeah, what the fuck? Fuck industry norms.
Yeah, I'm like, bro, I'm tired of this shit. Like, fuck. I mean, yes, there's a standard, there's a process to the technical aspect of like screenwriting, but I'm like, nah, dude, I'm trying to like,
I think for us as like creative people, if our thing gets so fucking popular or successful that they need an industry standard version, no problem. But for where we're at as creative people, I'm going to let's run with the most creative, imaginative way to do things because why not? You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like, if
exactly.
eventually 100 people need this script to do, okay, fine. Have
Yeah,
somebody type out a regular one,
clean
whatever.
version to get
But
people to read
if we're at
it,
that
right?
point, I'm good with whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
if we're in fucking production, great. I don't care anymore. But for right now, if I'm
exactly,
trying to get people to notice who I am, I'm gonna go balls to the wall on everything because why not? What do I
exactly.
get from like fucking coloring in the lines like everybody else?
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
hilarious.
So
No, hold
yeah, it
on.
was.
I'm not done yet. That fucking hate. So
Dude, it was
funny.
so funny. Oh my god, I wish we would have had that recorded because goddamn, it was so
It should
coincidental.
have just
Because we were
ended with
like,
like like the
yeah,
fucking Curb Your Enthusiasm
from the
music.
enthusiasm.
It's like, well,
Yeah, but yeah, dude, I tell Mike because like I mean, and he's such a good writer too, but like I just feel like reading his stuff, I have this whole world in my head, and then like seeing stuff like on script, like there's so many things I would like to change or like like for him to like emphasize or to
hmm
like it's like, dude, why don't you do that? Like you've been writing the same stuff, and it's good writing for sure, but it's like, dude, like, yeah, dude, fuck the convention. Just have fun with it right now, like, and him building more like sci-fi world adventure, like, yeah,
yeah,
dude, let me fucking emphasize this shit, bold this shit, or like, so
yeah. I think that the era of fitting in to get ahead is over. I just don't think that it gets you anywhere anymore. Like, just looking at the way life is. Look at the fucking Island Boys. They have no talent. They're complete fucking losers. And they have a whole career off of looking stupid. Like, think about that. Like, they have a
yeah,
lot
that's
of money from
crazy.
just looking stupid. And like that, all they had to do was just choose to make themselves stick out. And it's like, yeah. Versus like how many people who go on social media and try way harder, who are way smarter, who have way better like quality art, but just are totally unnoticeable because they're trying to do things the right way. Or
Hmm.
they're trying to play it safe because they don't want to step on anyone's toes. Or I think for the longest time I would make stuff and people be like, I don't understand what's happening. And so I would try really hard to not make things that people couldn't understand. And eventually it's like, who cares? So people don't understand it. Whatever. I wanted to make it this way. It looks cooler to me this way. It's more artistically pleasing this way. So that's what it is. You know what I mean? It's like, just do whatever. Go crazy. Don't have a barrier that tells you like, nah, I gotta make sure like a middle-aged boomer can understand this. Why?
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
They don't need to understand it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's more likely that
And
people in the future will get it retroactively than the people of now. Who cares if they don't get it?
yeah, and plus too, I mean, yeah, like you gotta think where we're at in our careers, like okay, well, I can see why based off of like how we learned and we were taught in school like with all this stuff with screenwriting, but it's also like okay, well, you're still like adhering to that standard, which I mean, don't get me wrong, I think there's still like, you know, hard in that for like, yeah, once you're down the line, like this is just how things have to read or work when you're in that writing setting and like workshop, like to have the readability or what, but like, I mean, bruh, like, it's not like you're writing this script right now and you're having a fucking like studio exec looming over your fucking shoulder. Like,
Yeah.
just have fun with it, you know? And
And then the
I think we just have
likelihood
to.
that a studio exec will give you money and not look over your shoulder because they're just like, well, you know what you're doing. You get it.
Yeah,
Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't get it. But there's clearly an audience for what you do. So here you go. Like, there's so many stories of that, of creatives like that who started out as just like, I don't know what this fuck this guy's doing, but people seem to like it. So go for it.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, dude. So that was a really funny conversation that we
It's funny.
had.
Well, now that we're talking about the industry, it's a pretty good segue into my asset packs thing. Do you get ads on Instagram for like B-roll and like
Yes,
asset packs? Like I have been
all the time.
every other post on Instagram for me is the fucking Cinemark to fucking asset pack, and I'm like, I don't need it. Okay, and I wouldn't pay for it. I would just do it. If I wanted that look, I would just make it myself. I have a
Yeah.
scanner. I have markers and I have a scanner. And even if I didn't, I have my phone. I could just take pictures of things I drew. Like it doesn't like the idea of buying low res assets pisses me off because it's like you could just make low res assets. They're low
Yeah.
res. That's the whole thing. So like
Mhm.
that shit drives me crazy. But then I was thinking like, is it drive me crazy because I can make it and other people can't? So like, is it worth it in this like modern age of like whoring yourself out in everything you're capable of doing for me to just like start packaging different B rolls of stuff that only I could make? You know what I mean?
No, yeah, that like so I've had conversations like that randomly, like with um not just like other creatives, but like for instance, like I mean, just like in the conversation of like documenting or scanning or like whatever. Because for me, also too, I think about well, not just like from perspectives of like other creators of like, oh, like what are you doing as like an individual creative to like also like document and like archive essentially like things that you find valuable or like that you want to do. And then I started thinking about what I do, which like, oh, literally, I mean, yes, you had photographers, but I don't really feel like up until the point when I was doing it, there was any other people doing this videography as consistently, like with bands and shit, like I was. I mean, and I don't want to say that from like a cocky, like, oh, it was just me, but like,
No, but yeah,
I really
nobody.
did feel like it kind of was just me in those settings. Like, and not to say that again, a photographer, but like video. And then someone like you doing it last year, it's like you're starting to do this stuff, and then it's like I see people like functions, that's been doing it, but you know other so it's like, yeah, like there's been like specific individuals I can think of like with video. And so it's like I think of those ways we're archiving and documenting in that sense with like videos and stuff. But then I see people that invested like portable scanners, scanning textures and things that are in their immediate like city or location that they want to archive, like things that you just don't really think of like on the day to day. And then also getting that perspective from like my family, where it's like, oh, like you can, like, Matt, all those pictures you're taking of like the city or like what, like the architecture or San Antonio, like people could potentially, yeah, like pay you money of like just getting video or photos of just like what it is that's happening like now, or the city now, or what like currently. Because you think about like everything that's happened before. I think of my parents growing up, yeah, people would snap pictures here and there, but the way they remember San Antonio,
Yeah.
that's not archived. That's gone.
Oh yeah.
That's like,
It's insane.
like
There's like one
you,
picture and then they all cry because it's like, holy shit, the HEB. Where'd you find this? And it's
yeah,
like, I
or
don't know, some grandpa like died and I bought this at a Goodwill, and they're like, oh my god, you know what I mean? Like because that's that sparse. Like the
yeah, and today I was even just talking with my family about like my dad started mentioning Godfather's Pizza just came back to San Antonio, and I was like, "What are you talking about? Like, I don't even know what that is." And he was like, "Well, it was a popular pizza place, not from San Antonio, but it was like a franchise that was here, and they were all around, and then they left in like the '90s, and now they just opened one again here
Jesus
to
back.
Godfathers." But then I remembered, oh yeah, what was that place I used to talk about? Like Mr. Pizza. It was a local pizza joint that does not. There's
Or
no
did you ever have
documentation of Mr.
Alamo
Pizza.
Alamo Pizza? There's probably pictures of Alamo Pizza.
Was Alamo like more recent, like in
I
like the
mean, it was in my
2000s or 2010s?
childhood, so like, you know what I
So
mean?
like
So, yeah,
2000s, 2010s. Yeah. So
yeah.
Mr. Pizza is like from my parents'
So it's even
childhood.
older. Yeah.
And there's like no, the only in like significance or like memory of it is people talking about it on Facebook thread
Wow.
or fucking whatever blog or like
Oh,
I mean shit.
here's
I mean,
a great example of this. I know it was a joke I was doing a few weeks ago about the dead mascots, but there's no footage of like the San Antonio Iguanas playing hockey or like the San Antonio Dragons hockey team. You know what I mean? Like, where is the footage of that? There isn't any.
yeah,
Like, that
and
team didn't exist, basically.
that's why, like, you know I had always felt like an urge or like a need, like I need to shoot video at this show, I need to fucking get this band performing, or what's happening right now, like,
Hmm.
like I told you, like I've had to kind of try to figure out like the balance of like, oh, I don't need to do this every time, or like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that balance of like shooting video or what. But I mean, dude, I was doing it for a long time. And yeah, maybe I was doing it at one location for a long time, but I also was, that's also a thing. Documenting what that time was at Pink Zeppelin and capturing that essence too was like magic, like fucking lightning in the bottle. And now it's like not there anymore. It's gone. It's like that's like it. Um,
Yeah,
so yeah, documenting in different ways, scanning,
I
archiving,
have
like that's all.
that post I have that has probably almost, it was my first big ass post, but like, I was there that last night of Snake Hill, and I got like gigs of photos and video, and it's like, who else is gonna record these psychopaths? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
me. I did,
Yeah,
who got to
yeah.
witness some of the like I'm probably gonna write a book about it when I'm really old and I'm dissecting the what happened to millennials. I'd be like, well, a lot of us did spend our youth and not even that much of youth beating the shit out of each other for no reason. So I don't think that helped. But it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
like I have the pictures, I have proof. I was there. Look at all my proof. You know what I mean? So it's
Mhm.
like, yeah, exactly the thing you're saying. But while you were talking about this and you're asking me, like, how do we document things? Have you ever seen a 3D scan before?
Yeah, so that's another thing I think I've like saved like video like TikTok because I do manage like my saves in different folders and files. And I think I might have this is like a whole other thing like before the TikTok ban that was going to happen. I
Mm-hmm.
basically saved a bunch of the videos offline to my library, and I'm pretty sure somewhere in this like threshold of like TikTok video resources that I saved, there was a handful of stuff on 3D scanning. But there's certain ways to capture like the items or things that you have. Like you can 3D scan them and use them in like anything really. Like what like Blender, After Effects,
Yeah,
right? Like
pretty much. They're essentially just like a file, like a PNG. You can use them in anything that opens a PNG.
mm,
You know what I mean?
mm,
And so there's a ton of ways to do it, but the iPhone has a LiDAR scanner. So you're literally scanning things with the laser that can measure depth and then taking photos, and it's using the depth lasers to basically predict how to map those photos in a way that gives you the 3D
oh wow! So like our
environment.
iPhones could scan 3D like
Mhm.
objects. Like
Yeah.
there's an app for that.
Yeah, there's a lot of apps for it. So
Oh wow! I did
I'm
not
going
realize
to
that.
share with the audience and you. I just picked a random 3D scan. I used to be a lot more into this, but it's a lot of work. That's why I got kind of out of it. And the scans have a really freaky, surreal quality to them. So I'm going to share it with you.
What the
I
fuck?
know it's in my window, but just so you can even zoom in more. This is my garage, and this is a character I made that I actually have. Like, it's a physical prop. This is a robot character that I
Dude,
made.
what?
Yeah, and then I scanned it by taking a shit ton of pictures and walking around it, and then I took this scan and I made a character that moves out of this guy. So I have a character that can like run around and do stuff that is based off of this physical prop that I made. That I actually have destroyed for parts. He has a new head now, but
Wait, so like even the stuff that's on the inside, like are those actual things that you
yeah,
didn't like put there
this
like
is all
in
real. This
post?
is in my garage. This thing is in my garage.
Dude, wait, what? Even the like go zoom in on the inside?
The
Like,
Tamagotchi, the battery. That's a computer in there that functions. So that computer is driving the head, and the computer is like an emulator. So you could, it's an arcade. You can play like fucking Smash on his face.
dude, what?
Yeah. This was when I didn't record bands and I stayed at home all day and didn't have any friends. I would build shit like this for no
How
reason.
long did it take you to do this? Like, do you remember how long it took you to
To
do
make this
this one?
guy, like 3 days.
3 days?
Yeah, it was
How tall
most
is it?
assembling crap. It's like as tall as cats.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Damn, but still,
Here, I
like that's
can.
like
I had to pull up because I have so many 3D models, but I'm in my Google Drive because the way that the scans would work is I would upload them to Google Drive from my phone. So I want to pull up some more. But like, I'm thinking now with all the sets we're doing and all the stuff we're doing, like, We could do some really cool stuff if we like took the time.
Dude,
You have a better phone than
man.
me, so you could probably get an even better scan.
Dude, it would have been, I wish you would have mentioned this idea to me when we did Street Lamp because
That would have been
that,
amazing.
dude, that set that you built for the interview was crazy. That was a dope ass set.
It's crazy that we have
Like,
we have like vintage footage of it, but
yeah,
we don't have the 3D.
yeah, like, dude, if we could have 3D scanned that shit, that would have been crazy. Okay, wait. How long, in your opinion, because it's different. Like, there's physical objects in the space,
Yeah.
but, like, how long, theoretically, do you think it would have taken to digitally scan, like, 3D scan that whole space? Like, if we wanted, we wouldn't have been able to do that in the same day.
Yeah, it took. I mean,
You
to be
don't
honest
think
with you,
so?
it's a skill thing. So the way that the app works, it's almost like a video game where you're trying to fill out the space and not have the phone fuck up and like lose its place. So it's really about having a super steady hand and being really thorough. So if you wanted to scan it, let's say like, okay, interview, break, great job everybody, and everyone's chilling, you could probably, we both of us practiced, we could probably get a scan in like 10 minutes. 20 minutes.
Wow.
Now, our phones would process it for about 15, 20, or who knows how long if it's really big. But, like, I'm thinking with because your phone's what, a 15, 14, 16?
No, I have a 12.
Oh, I have a 12 too. So we're both in the 12 zone.
Yeah.
But if we're doing it at the same time, we would have two models that we could then Frankenstein into one good one.
Oh, got it.
But I basically have to practice because that was my issue is I got impatient because it's hard to get a good scan. Like that scan you just saw took like not hours of scanning, but hours of me being like, what the fuck am I doing wrong? Oh, it's the lighting. What the fuck am I doing wrong? Oh, there's shit in the background. What the fuck am I doing wrong? But that was
Yeah,
to get
that's
one object, right?
trial and
Like,
error, right? Too, like you're learning as
yeah.
you do it. You
And
know
I
what I
was
mean?
back in the
So,
day, I was really, really impatient with these kinds of things. I think now I would, if I were to get back into it, it would be for like sets because that would be the thing. I'm like, if I could just pull up a set and be like, here we go.
dude, yeah, like how sick would it be if we literally could pull up the set we did for Street Lab? I mean, theoretically, if we wanted, like you have all the original scans for the documents you printed that day.
Yeah. Yeah, I have
And I
all the
mean,
photos.
we have the lights. Like
We could recreate it.
we could recreate it. Like if Nick, Nick would be, I think, down to let us come back to the house and do that. Like if we really wanted to, like if you and I wanted to do that to recreate it at some point, like maybe like if we asked Nick to like do it sometime
Ooh.
in like August or September. If there's any set we could recreate, I would love to recreate.
Dude,
Street
what
Lab.
if we recreated that set next season and do Chandelier?
Oh shit.
Because they're like sister bands and it's also light. Return of the Mothman.
Dude. Wait, okay. Off the cuff. What's your ideal lineup for season 3?
Or season 4, right?
Well, season 3 because our first season is basically
Oh,
season
okay.
0.
I see.
So last year was our first season. This is season 2, so then season 3 would be next year.
I get it. Okay. Who would be my ideal lineup? I would love to do a Office Space Belko. Have you seen the Belko experiment?
Oh, yes.
With lease agreement, fucking having to kill each other, or they can't leave the office,
Fuck,
and it's
yes.
cats at the microphone being like, "You had my little cat trap now." Ha ha ha.
Dude, that
ha.
would actually be crazy because if you think about like how we're also ending season 2, like
Yep.
we're just back in the office.
Yep. Yep.
Oh my god, that would work so good.
Yep. And then
Holy shit.
I would love to do but the folklore for that one, we'd have to find like an office creepypasta or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like some kind
yeah.
of like, which I'm sure there are, like office-based demon.
All
And
right.
then, okay.
So lease agreement.
And then I'm trying to think of what band would pair with it, but I want to do Bigfoot. So I'm trying to think what band would pair with Bigfoot.
Damn.
I was thinking of like just like some guys who are like a really bro outdoorsy band, but I'm like, I don't know who that would be. Or just a band that it just has guys who are really big in it, so it's like you guys have big feet. You guys like Sasquatch?
hmm Well, so let's maybe take the myth out,
Okay, and just
right? Like
focus on the
what?
musicians.
Yeah,
Okay,
like in
okay.
just in terms of like bands, like what bands would
I
you?
would love to do Heat Wave because I've just been digging Heat Wave a lot recently.
hmm
And then, unfortunately, you guys already did Galt, which was one of my favorites, and I wasn't a part of it, so I'm sad.
So like,
Tears.
if your three San Antonio bands would be what? Lease Agreement, Chandelier, and Heatwave.
Yeah, I would love to do Chandelier for the Mothman. So I don't want any of my other friends who are band friends of mine to be like, "Whoa, you don't want to pick us?" Just for the Mothman purposes. Okay, people. But yes, that. But yes. That.
What
And
other like
then
if you had two out of town bands?
there's a metal band from El Paso that I've only met once, but they were super nice. And they would be perfect for Chupacabra because they're called Acid Spitter. And they're just like really heavy thrash metal. And I love their sound. So that would be a cool one. Like just dream casting. If I could just pick anybody I know.
Mm.
But, and then the last one,
What if we got Glare
that'd be pretty cool.
or
Uh,
like shit, I
I'm
don't
also, I
know.
kind of like the idea of getting one just like really outsider act that's like, oh wow, this guy's really doing weird stuff with music. I like Skin and Bones, even though they're kids. I appreciate what they're doing. Of all of the bands that are kids, I like Skin and Bones and Joe the Band. Honestly, Joe the Band and Bigfoot would be funny, and we called it Joe the Bigfoot. And
That would be
it's
hilarious.
just like normcore Bigfoot, and he just kills them by like being normal to death. They're bored. They're like, we found Bigfoot, and he's like, hey, what's up?
So if it was between Chandelier and Joe the band, who would you choose?
Uh,
If we were locked in with lease agreement and Heatwave, or would you change
oh,
Heatwave?
well, Heatwave could also be Mothman, cause fire like flames, moths to flames.
So you're saying you toss away Chandelier to
I
replace
wouldn't
with Joe
toss
the
them
band?
away. I'm just saying we could. I would never just toss away any band. You know what I mean? I respect and love them all equally. They're all my babies.
No, toss them all. I was kidding.
Fuck. Who would be? I like the Return of the Mothman, the same place with Chandelier a lot though, as an episode, because it'll be just as awkward, and then we can reference how awkward the last one was. That'd be funny. Um, damn. Who else am I like? Just I want to pick someone out of left field.
Oh, Medusa Complex
Yeah, but I don't know where they're at with their lineup right now.
with their lamp.
Their lineup,
Oh,
no comment. I love you, Javi. I'm sorry. Who else?
chat. Clip that.
uh, what other band would be cool? There's so many I see. Oh, I should just go to my Instagram. Duh. I wish I had a catalog of all the people I've taken pictures of somewhere in one place that I
Oh,
could
but
just look at.
between oh, what about Colon 3?
I was about to say, what about Counter Offer and Bigfoot because of Linden?
with Nick Colin 3. Yeah, Lyndon. Lyndon.
Lyndon Bigfoot.
Oh my god, dude. Honestly, Lyndon, if you're fucking listening to this shit, dude, let's get the albums back. Let's get the albums back together and fucking do an episode. I swear to God, dude. The albums, dude. I would hands down. Yeah, if the albums were still together, they would have been our fifth band this season.
Rip.
Yeah, that would have.
Ooh, it's not folklore though. Have you heard of Cell Shade?
No.
They're a
Are they San
local.
Antonio band?
Yeah, they're like a shoegazy, punky San Antonio band, and
Oh,
it would be cool to do a Tron Ghost in the Machine because they're called Cell Shade. So do like video game theme, like I wanted to do with R.I.P. Gulf War Game Boy. Moon Toki would be cool.
Well, dude, Sex Max would be fucking wild to do an episode with.
Whoa, it's weird seeing my Instagram pre-bands. I'm never on this part of my Instagram, but I kept scrolling. Whoa, the past.
Dude, yeah, I think Sex Max would be like, cause that's the thing. I feel like with like, dude, all the footage that I had, technically the first set that I have of Sex Max is like lost media because I think the hard drive that I put that on got corrupted. And then the second time I shot them when they were like a full band, like I pretty much all the footage from that, it's dope, but the sound is shit because they just rock so hard. So I feel
So
like being in a setting with them in that setting with like Poncho to professionally record them and have no like just have free range to like shoot video for them, like that would be pretty crazy.
yeah, but also we could use that original footage as like a lead-in somehow.
Oh yeah, that'd be wild. I mean, those were all very different setups because the first time I shot them, they were just a two-piece, and then the second time I shot them, they were a four-piece.
That would be cool
And now,
if we were to do an episode with them to do like a stalker angle with all your footage, like you've been fucking stalking them. That's why you have all this fucking like footage over the time,
yeah,
and then do some
yeah.
kind of like stalker angle with the folklore somehow.
Damn, there's still a really good amount of San Antonio bands to explore.
Oh yeah, the one you were just talking about, Arbiter, and doing stuff with
Yeah, Arbiter or Sleep Schedule, fucking
uh Casanova Flip.
Casanova. Yeah, dude.
Have y'all
Like,
have y'all done Homeland? You did Homeland already, right?
last year? Yeah,
Yeah.
for Halloween they were.
Yeah, that's right. I was like, which ones have y'all done? Because I don't have them cataloged in my head because I wasn't there.
Okay, so season 0.
I'm just gonna go to the YouTube so I can look at it.
Season 0's on Narnar TV. But season 0 was dude, Haunt Me and Isaac Ray from Sungay Park was episode 1. So random. And we didn't even. I mean, yeah, Sungay Park's not even a band anymore. I don't know if Isaac's still making music or what he's doing, but yeah. And Haunt Me is like yeah, like big time now. I mean, they were big time then, but now they're like big time. Like you know how big time I feel. And yeah, dude, season 0 we didn't fucking record. The only band we recorded music for was Bitter Critter. So yeah, we didn't even get performances with them, but they were episode 1 at the VFW. Episode 2, I believe, was with Crystal Terror.
No,
at
that's
her salon.
3.
Or no. Oh yeah.
I was just
episode
looking
3
at
was
it.
Crystal
Yeah.
Terror. Episode 2
And then-
was Electronic.
And then Bitter Critter at the end.
And then Bitter Critter was the last episode.
Yeah.
Which that's the only episode that has performance, and that was at the original Cold Start. which happened to just be a random day that Poncho was also there recording audio, and decided, like, I asked him if he could record Bitter Critters like audio set, like for their set, and we did. And
Damn, the
yeah,
early
it was
days,
dope as fuck. Yeah, it was like,
the
and that's the
halcyon
thing.
days.
I yeah, like I did that, and then we clipped. It was we did the performance for fucking oh my god, dude, I love that song too that they have.
Oh, Drugula, it's another good
Mm,
one.
oh, Drugula just actually followed me. Shout out Drugula.
Same.
I haven't
Shout out
met
Drugula.
y'all, but yeah, dude. Let's see, what the fuck was that song called? The Bitter Critter just like had to put all their stuff again. Oh, Corpo Killer. The song featured at the end season 0 with Bitter Critter is Corpo Killer, which is a fucking, that's like one of my favorite songs by them.
I know.
Um,
I told Ben like whenever he's ready, just give me whatever song, and I want to like lead a video for it, like do a music video for it, cause like all their songs, it's like I have so many ideas. Just hit me with one. Battle Royale, I got one. Fucking Corpo Killer, I have one. It's like let me do one. So I want him to give me one before they do the fucking release of the album.
Dude, I literally pitched to him. I was like, dude, let me do a fucking visual like album for y'all for this fucking project, I swear. Like, I don't know, dude. I really would love to do something like that for a band. I mean, shit, dude. I had this whole fucking like plan of music videos for Inoha and their EP when it came out, but it just didn't happen because of, scheduling and time and money and a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, I just feel like it would be so cool to do that with a band, like to just change the landscape of I guess like what that means for like like experimental music video, like film,
I
like I
know.
don't
I
know.
want to make more music videos. It sucks because like I feel like bands feel like they're obligated to like pay you for everything you do, and it's like, yes, technically you are, but hear me out. I really like your music, so it's fine. Like, let me just do it. Like, let me just
Yeah,
fucking
dude,
do it.
like I mean, I feel, well, because yeah, like depending on what you're doing, like I mean it costs money, and also it's like, depending on the idea, like I feel like just depending on where we're at, like
It all
for so,
is.
for something like that, like for a project like that, that's something that I would also like put my money into. It's like if the band matches me,
Yeah, that's what I'm
this is
saying. Like,
something,
it's.
yeah, like that's something that I feel like would be a more of a passion like project to do.
Yeah, for
Something
sure.
for like a band like Bitter Critter, or for like Galt, or like whoever, like someone that's like more invested and put that time into like their
Mm-hmm.
work. Like I would love to match some band on that and create something that's a lot bigger, and because it's like a representation of not just like what the time and effort that they put into making like their music and how like badass it is, but it's also like a collaborative, like, oh, like
Yeah.
I could also show this as like work that I've done for like music videos, or like this is like a film length like project, or so
Yeah.
um yeah, dude, same. Like I really would love to do that for a band.
I wish there was like what's it called? Like a draft where bands could just look at photographers, be like, all right, with my first pick, I'll take Matt Cinematic, and everyone's like, oh, he got him. And the next band
He
is like,
got
well, all right,
him.
with my second pick, I take Creepy for Sale. It's like, oh no, the two top ones off the board. And it's just like you get to like draft your, it's like, well, he gets those videos, I guess. Like he got drafted. I'll
Yeah,
take it. You know what I mean? Like you're like, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take this pick. I'm happy. We got like a little hat with like the band on it, like it's the NBA draft. Like hell yeah,
yeah, dude.
I'm so excited. I can't
Dude,
wait.
Ray, we should pit. You and I need to set a meeting with Ben so you and I could work on this together.
Yeah, we should.
I think like that would be. I think us working together and like pitching something to him and like the band and like where we would like match maybe like the budget or like you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
the effort for
Just
sure.
yeah, I feel like working on that with you would be really cool.
Yeah, we should. I've already told him like we gotta work together, so I think we should get him in here one of these days when he's up for it and pitch him on stuff, or just hear what he wants to do also, because like I'm sure he has ideas that we're gonna want to run with because
Oh, dude, of
we're all
course.
such like-minded and similar influenced. Same like
Yeah, like I mean, he's definitely got a lot of ideas. Like,
we
and
literally,
just
me and him
being,
literally own the exact same Tiger shirt. That's how much that we think the
oh,
same.
no, that's just the Mexican in us.
That's just like I remember I saw him at this.
That's,
He was like performing. I'm like, I have that shirt. Nice. And then I saw Heatwave perform. I was like, yeah, it's the same shirt. We're the Tiger shirt guys. We all have the Tiger shirt. It was funny.
yeah, dude. And I had I had like a message conversation with him on Instagram, and I feel like it was also like a lot to like kind of talk or like explain. So I feel like maybe my message I might have sounded like crazy, but also like yeah, I don't know what he said. Like maybe we can talk sometime in like August or like later this year. I was like, yeah, dude, I'm not trying to do this shit. Like I'm not trying to do this shit next week. Like that's
I'm
what
just
I'm.
excited.
Yeah, I'm excited for this project. I'm excited the potential of like working with them on something like this. And to be honest, I mean, it does take a team, bro. So like, I feel like working with you on this, like if we really pitch it to him, like yeah, I mean, he obviously like he wants to work with both of us. I think that would just be like the dream team. And then you and I can like bring, see what other people we want to bring in to like help with like
Yeah.
camera, crew, whatever, like do the whole fucking
Hell
the whole
yeah.
thing.
Foresight 2. Or we need to come up with another name.
Force.
8 Sight.
Oh, like eights.
Or what would be the evolution of sight? Like 8. I want to say like X-ray or like, you know what I mean? Perception. Eighth sense. That's kind of cool. We'll have to workshop it. Working
Dude,
title.
that
Working
that
title.
would
That's such a funny name for a group
be
of creatives. Working
working title
title
production.
with the parentheses. So it's always got to have the parentheses working title.
Working title, fucking. Oh my god. Wait, is that a like? Let me see if that's a thing. Actually, wait, hold up. Oh, what's this? Working title SP Brazil. Working title films. Wait, working title films. Too much coming to Netflix on July 10th. Oh wow, working title films actually exist.
About working title creative.
That's such
Working
a
working title creative project. It's funny. Creative project's pretty cool too. I think that might be
yeah,
taken.
that's such a good name already. Like working title is like, oh yeah, I'm kind of not surprised that somebody already has that.
Creative project.
I just send it to you on Instagram.
Damn it. Beat us to it. Blank space. Cover page. You're just like picking things from the fucking industry. Script staples. Stapler. The guy who just pitches.
I mean,
fucking-
would you? Yeah, I feel like, um, Man, I don't know. Like,
I'm playing around with this
cause
3D scan and I'm having fun. Hmm?
oh yeah, no, that this looks sick as fuck. Um, yeah, what was I gonna say? Like, yeah, so yeah, cause I mean, I talked to you about it in the car the other day. Like, I don't know what that name would be for what I'm trying to do. I mean, Matt Cinematic's definitely like my brand for sure, but I just feel like Matt Cinematic Productions definitely don't want to run with that. I think anymore for like I think future creative productions. Like I think Matt Cinematic Productions is gonna exist as like videos, like what I do, like individually, like have it there, just kind of exists as its own thing on YouTube. Like originally, I made that other account like to try to do that on Instagram, and then I was like, maybe I should just make this like its own thing again, or like do something different. Um, Yeah, we need to workshop something. What do you imagine? Like, I know we're like just kind of like randomly throwing names out there, but what do you imagine that to be? Like, do you imagine like that being like our working collaborative like production like, or what do you imagine it to be? Like
Yeah, I
a
mean, I would love to put a name to this island of misfits toys that we've sort of assembled because I feel like we really have a lot of momentum. To me, I almost think of it as like the things I see with bands, but we're not well, I mean, some of us are. But what I'm saying is like we're not assembling in a musician capacity. We're assembling to do like film, whether it's filming bands perform, filming interviews, filming um whatever that creative project we endure. I feel like all of us have the same like tenacious approach to bringing the most creativity and bringing the most like I don't even know how to like put a specific label on it, but just like it's really fun to collaborate with people in that respect. I know like for me the hardest part was always finding people to work with, and now that I finally have people to work with, I fucking love it. So like being able to put a name on it so I can promote it and like, you know, be proud of it and also try to like get people involved in it, you know what I mean? Grow it, help build it. So like I would love to put a name on it at the very least just so we can have something to be like this is what you could be a part of or like this is what we're trying to do. Not so much for like glory or whatever, but just so that we can have like, yeah, this is our group. We're these guys.
mm-hmm.
And I'm really proud of the work we've done so far. And I'm really excited to see like just how good we've gotten with the this season of Myths and Monsters. Like, damn, if we like thinking about it, that's kind of why I want to like work on Clusterfuck and think about like how I can help you with the diner, whether it's as an actor or help casting, whatever. It's just like, yeah, it's just like it's so much more fun to help and to be a part of collaborative creative endeavors. That's a cool name. Collaborative creative endeavors. But yeah, like it's just so much fun because like even if let's say somebody came to us that we've worked with a few times and is like, "Hey, I want to like get involved. How can I help?" It's like, "Well, what do you do?" And instead of being like, "We don't need anyone," it's like, "Well, what the fuck? How can we use you? Like, how can you help? Like, what do you want to do?" Like, that's been your approach when you've brought new people in. I've been really like, I really love that approach and I really appreciated it because I just think it like helps add to the crew, even though without stepping on toes. You know what I mean? Like I think other people could get territorial about like, well, I'm the guy who films, so I'm not going to bring in other guys who film. You know what I mean? But because you've been selfless and being like, yeah, let's bring in more people who film and not being insecure about it, it's just made the whole project better and better and better. Because originally that's what I was there for, and then it morphed into something else, and it's turned out really well. So it's like, yeah, I just like the idea of collaborative problem solving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's, and in a way, I guess, foresight, it's still like there, but like I said, it's so like unless like one of us like, and I mean again, I don't know, maybe it does have to be me at the end of the day, like to like really reel people back in with foresight, but also at the same time it's like I think it would be interesting to do something different.
You could always like leave the door open for them to join the new thing without it being like
Like,
I'm quitting and starting a new thing. Is sort of like, hey, I'm doing this new thing. You guys can join because it's similar to what we were doing, and you're more than welcome. You know what I mean?
yeah,
'Cause-
because foresight, like we had, I mean, even though we never saw eye to eye on like the business idea, or like to make it into like an actual production company like business thing, it's like we all agreed, I guess, on that. Well, even though this isn't the route we're gonna take, like business wise, like it's still here, so we can come back to it at any point we want. you know.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, like, do you imagine like? What do you imagine it? Is it like this project's like something that's like collaboratively like uh like we're cross promoting each other in a way, or do you imagine it being like this project is led by you and I, or is it like we're trying to build something?
It's a good question. I was sort of thinking of it as like a bring your own end goal, for lack of a better term. Like for me, I have the things that I really want to make. I know you have the things you really want to make. And I think some other people
Mm,
might just want the experience of making stuff, and they might not have the will to, or they might not be in a place where they're like, I want to drive a project, but have it be open towards like when you do, we will be here to do what you're doing for us. In you know what I mean? Like it's sort of like a reciprocal, without having to like say your place is here and your place is here, but it could be a matter of like, hey, I don't direct, I've never done that, I don't want to do that, or I don't act, but I wrote this piece and I want you guys to help me make it, and I'll sort of do what I always do, but also produce because it's mine, and you guys take the direction, or like whatever the case may be. But just sort of like, maybe this is coming from my improv background, but it's sort of like whoever's project it is, you take a step forward and you sort of dictate what you need help with or want to accomplish. And those of us who are like down, and probably most of us will help. And if you can't, you can't. Like it's not a gun to your head. Like you're out if you don't work on this project. You know what I mean? Like if you can't make a date, you can't make a date. But the idea would be like that you're helping participate in the discussions or the meetings, even if you can't make it. You know what I mean? Um,
yeah, that does very much sound like what foresight was, or like what we were like aiming, or at least what I felt like I wanted it to be. Um, which I guess to a degree it was, but also like it just kind of got to the point of where I felt like if I never said anything, then nobody really did,
yeah,
or like,
yeah.
so just
Well, you know that I'm like a fucking train that won't stop. So if we're two of us are involved, it'll always be sort of a two-headed snake because I'm gonna always have like, okay, we're doing that. I'm gonna run in that direction. You know what I mean? I'm already making stuff. I'm coming up with ideas. So I think that like for this one, I would want it. I would want to take the burden off of you being the only driver of the train, because for me, I'm always driving. You know what I mean? To me, I'm always trying to get to like I want to do more and more and more and more and more. So I think that like together it would be, when we present pitch or when we present things, it would be presented as like two-headed snake sort of situation. So it might be a case where you're focusing on the visual, I'm focusing on the story beats, or vice versa, or whatever. However it shakes out, just like we've been doing. Like, I'll make decisions if your brain isn't there, or you're just like, what do you think, and we can bounce off each other. Because I wouldn't want to put you in that position. Because it would drive me crazy if I felt like, oh, we have to wait and see what Matt says. Be like, oh, let's just go. Like, let's just, like, we'll see what he says when he gets here. Like, when he's available. Like, let's not wait for him to do this. Like, hey guys, I'm doing this. You know, hopefully Matt can be there. He might not, but you know what I mean? So it's like, I wouldn't let it be a thing where it's just you having to helm everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude, maybe it could be like a way for us to pilot like some, like, would you say maybe this like combo, like creative with like us, it's like, would that, you think maybe that would be like what's your, like, what ideally, what would you want your like next project to be? Like clusterfuck, or would you want it to be?
I think I would want to get some momentum on that and get some like reps directing, and reps like calling all of the shots on a production with multiple people that has a narrative. It doesn't have to be really long, and they don't have to be like, we do one every month. I would just like to do as many as I can write and organize, so that I could just get the reps of like making sure everyone's on the same page. Because I feel like I've done some of that with Myths and Monsters, but like, clearly you've been taking like the organizational lead, so like I really want to practice that so that I can do that.
Shit, I hope so.
You know what I mean? Because I would love for it to be like, hey Matt, I'm doing clusterfuck.
That.
All you have to do is show up and film. You know what I mean? Like, all you have to do is show up and do cinematography. I'm sure you'd be like, hell yeah. You know what I mean?
Dude, because because yeah, I appreciate you saying that, because I'm like, man, I feel like I'm like, I feel like sometimes I'm like running around with my head cut off.
Yeah.
And it's fun. It's fun.
Like, I do too, and so that's why I'm like, but there's like, I can't just like take over for something that you brought me in on. Like, there's a nuance to it. But like, going forward, for as far as like what we would do together, I would definitely try to be more hands-on in the organization and thing. Obviously, we consult each other, so we're not, you know what I mean? Yeah. I'm not scheduling things on a day where like, dude, I can't be you know what I mean? But the like, I wouldn't mind taking that role either, because like, that's something that I was sort of doing or trying to do when I was working with other people, and it just didn't work out the way I wanted it to. So I think now, with more of a like-minded work schedule and a like-minded work approach, it'll be easier to manage those sort of things. But also, I'm sure if we pool our talent and resources, the amount of people that would come to us to be like, dude, we want to do a video, and then a lot of them probably don't even have an idea. They would just be like, we'll just do a video for us. Be like, okay.
This is where my mind is kind of going with this, which is why I was like asking, like, okay, yeah. So you said cluster fuck or no?
Yeah, that would probably be the thing I would.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my mind is going, well, we can workshop what this like name and stuff would be for like the both of us, for like this I guess like co-lead like production project, or like collaborative with you and I, right? Like, we're obviously, we would be working with other people, but we would take like leads with this, right?
Yeah.
But also, I'm thinking if 2026, three big projects. I'd say the diner, clusterfuck,
Mm-hmm.
and then this untitled Bitter Critter visual album, I think would be like, in my opinion, I think really three driving like big projects, like for what this would be. Um, we both had individual conversations with Ben already. I think if we come with like a stronger like pitch
Mm-hmm.
on like what not only like this collaborative effort would be for that, but like the other things that we're gonna do or that we want to like slate to do with like the diner and clusterfuck, like because I already had an idea for how I wanted to work with Ben with the diner.
Mm-hmm.
And then that conversation got you thinking, oh, it would actually be kind of cool if maybe I could recruit Ben or Bitter Critter to do this thing for Clusterfuck.
Mm-hmm.
So why not really like drive that emphasis of like whatever this production collaborative with you and I like lead on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I think that would work. That I think that could like be something really big for us, like for next year. Like if we planned it right, um, because we already have. I mean, well, I know you just showed me the pitch and talked about it tonight for that project, but I feel like for the fact that both of us already expressed interest on the like a music video like project with the band,
Mm-hmm.
and then you already like helping me workshop stuff for the diner, and then kind of where I'm at with that, like I just think that's such a strong like lead for like what this like collaboration would be, you know?
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on
Yeah, because
that?
that's like three
Three big projects for
projects
like
with
2026.
pretty substantial creative not differences like in a bad way, but like just different creative leads.
Yeah.
So you'd have like a very high concept sci-fi, very gritty street level punk, grimy, grungy thing, and then whatever we decide to do for the Bitter Critter album, which would be almost a movie, really, if we're thinking about it. It'd be almost like a
Yeah, cause you were like, "Oh, I have ideas for music videos for their songs already," and you expressed interest in doing something for their new stuff. And I literally pitched Ben, I want to do a visual album for this project. I was like, dude, I would love to do a full, like, whatever this full length project is of yours, to do a fucking movie. Like, like,
yeah.
that would be sick.
And that would definitely
And
be the kind of experience and thing you could put on your resume that'll like get
yes.
yeah.
And what would be cool about this, I think, project or like the collaborative like thing that we would lead is like the diner would basically be what I direct.
Mm-hmm.
Clusterfuck is your direction, and then the what if Ben and Bitter Critters like down for this joint album like project,
Mm-hmm.
you and I would co-direct that project,
You're
like
right.
co-lead that. You know what I mean? Like
The
so.
creepy cinematic project finally
Yeah, that would be
fulfilled.
like our. Yeah, that would be like our first fucking. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
we've been doing this already, like working with each other with this, but this would be like our first like full on
Yeah.
like collaborative like effort with Bitter Critter. Like
Oh, that would be sick.
that's what I'm saying. Like I feel like we have already such strong like ideas with what you know
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know I've been workshopping the diner a little bit already the last couple of weeks. It's even tonight, you going through the stuff with me, like, so I'm already like on this roll with that already, and I feel like with the direction, maybe doing this audio stuff potentially like in this year, but then using that to like do a crowdfund or something like
It would be
like
really.
I
Go ahead.
oh yeah, no, I was gonna say like I feel like the crowdfund, I mean, for the diner could go really well, and then that would just I think once people see like the miss and everything that else that we've done, like we could also use that as like an example for like because all the stuff in Miss too, like with your set and art and everything, like that's all you too. That's like you've taken lead with a lot of that art
Hmm.
and set and stuff. So it's like we would already have stuff to show for myths by that
Yeah.
point at the end of the year. Like,
I had when you said crowdfunding, I was like, well, we could literally do it the way like indie comic book creators do it, where it's like we have our three things in 2026, right? And those are all like going to be really strong proof of concepts that then can be taken into a when we do the crowdfunding for the diner or maybe Phantom of the Alamo or whatever, we then use the BTS from the clusterfuck BTS, the diner, pilot BTS, the BTS from all the bitter critter stuff, and that is the bonus that you get if you support higher in the
it,
crowdfund.
yes,
You know what I mean? Like that's how we
yes,
can supplement, like get people who are like rabid for what we're doing and really like what we're doing, and it's like there you go. Here's like some prints from photos that were taken on set. Here's some like fucking signed, like if you really want to fucking do it, we'll go the extra effort and go make our friends sign this shit. You know what I mean? Like we can really like start to have like and it'll be like a release thing, like we do a campaign in one season for the diner, then another season for the Alamo, and then another season for another campaign, so that we're like getting funding individually, and we're gonna have different planned productions, but we're getting the like name out there and the promotion out there, so that everything is like building this audience that will follow from thing to thing to thing.
yeah. Like theoretically, what I'm thinking, and I don't know, um, maybe this is me being a little too ambitious, but I feel like with what I'm trying to complete with this spec for like the diner is nearly there. Like it's literally there. Like I feel like crowdfunding for the diner could happen like later this year. Like by the end of this year. So that way maybe we can go into production in the spring, but then have the crowdfund for Clusterfuck and the spring to the summer or something like that, like kind of like that window maybe, or like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then it could be that the visual album, I mean, we could crowdfund that like in the summer to like fall and then shoot it, you know, in the fall to like winter, or just plan it differently. Like it could be
Yeah, like just move
that
as
maybe
needed,
we
but that same
yeah like
concept. Yeah.
yeah like if you needed if because yeah that also depends, right? Like if you needed more time for Clusterfuck, it could be reversed. We could do the crowdfund for Bitter Critter
Well,
first
it's
or
funny we're
what.
talking about this because I was literally casting Clusterfuck like this week. Like I had been casting people so that I could start like not knowing we were gonna like work on it together, obviously, but just like because like I said, I don't want to be the one doing like the organizing and recruiting and casting and stuff. So like I already have, besides myself, who's the lead, I already have someone for my improv class who seems interested, and I really hope he'll follow through because it's just going to be one day to play like the older brother in the pilot episode who like fires him from his job and like, you know what I mean? The impetus for start, you know what I mean? Like the Bruce Wayne moment where he's like, oh shit, I guess I'll be a superhero because I have nothing else to live for. Um, I already have him on board. I already have Junior on board as the arch nemesis. Um, He's gonna be like in a pig mask and be like a capitalist Professor Moriarty who just fucking hates Clusterfuck and wants to like destroy him because he's like a criminal consultant. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so Junior's gonna be willing to do that for me like as needed because his parts are all gonna be like tapes and like cryptic emails. Like it's gonna be very Saw, that character, because he's supposed to be like the manipulator behind the scenes. And so the more people I meet through improv, the more casting I'm able to do for Clusterfuck. And I had this like vision of doing a lot more improv stuff, but I think actually the way I can combine the two things I wanted to do is to have improvisers be in the Clusterfuck episode so that me and them can improvise. Does that make sense? Like, if I cast an improviser to be my brother, yeah, we can do the lines on the script, but if we're both improvisers, then we can improv funny shit. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of thinking that a lot of the Clusterfuck dialogue with, I want to cast other improvisers so that me and them can play a bunch of really funny, like, absurd games within the context of this, like, weird, violent universe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I'm already kind of like, I have the ball spinning more than I actually even was leading on with my pitch deck. Besides already having like the costume ready and like having a bunch of concept footage, I was already like figuring out how to make Clusterfuck like something I could start doing ASAP. So I think like,
Oh, so you want to shoot Clusterfuck like this year?
well, what I'm thinking is we can focus on, because the diner, I feel like it's audio, the casting is going to be more straightforward. That should be priority for the group, right? And then once we wrap the pilot pitch, then we can start talking about shooting, because I'm going to be getting like B-roll and proof. I'm still getting a lot of like assets for Clusterfuck in the meantime. So I can be
Mm-hmm.
collecting assets and doing things in writing while you're also pushing for the diner. So that way we're like overlapping our pre-production so that when the production hits, we're both ready to help the other one. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that way, like, I might not be able to shoot until January, but even still, that's pretty good. If we're shooting the diner end of the year, and then we're shooting Clusterfuck beginning of the year, that's a pretty good roll. And then we're going into the next season of Myths and Monsters whenever we do that. So it's like, that could be a good momentum.
Oh yeah, that's definitely gonna, yeah, because if we're already, yeah, and that's the thing too. Like once fall and like spring hits, I mean, I think it's gonna be easier for me in a way. Kind of not really for school. Um, but if there's just a little bit more strategic like prep with myths instead of kind of how we were doing it this year, for sure, like I think that would help. A little bit more prep time, figuring out all this stuff, scheduling, scripts, things like that. But
Well,
then
we
would
for
you? Oh, uh huh.
I'll just say we for sure have a reason why. If the bands are like, why are we doing so much planning? It's like, trust me, it's a lot. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
This is important. This is
Yeah.
an important step.
Yeah. Um, would oh my god, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So then, because what I wouldn't want to do is crowdfund at the same time for the diner and clusterfuck. So
No, I would say we could
yeah.
shoot Clusterfuck episodes because if I were to crowdfund something for
Well,
Clusterfuck,
you want to crowdfund for that, or what
I
do
would
you
think
think?
that I will kind of want to see how it goes, but I wanted Clusterfuck more to be something for my YouTube and to be sort of a recurring thing that I can do with whoever I can scrounge together.
Oh, so not
But
like just like a one like.
yeah,
Oh, interesting.
but
Okay.
if we were to do after the diner crowdfunding, if Clusterfuck were to be a success after a few episodes, I would love to do like a special, maybe not a full feature, but maybe like a long form.
Like a
No,
short, like a longer
yeah, like a
short.
longer short that could be on a streaming platform that could have nudity and way more gore, like a not for safe for YouTube sort of like culmination of everything I was doing with that character. And maybe a feature if it is really popular, like if it's one of the most popular things I do, I would love to make it a feature, you know what I mean? But like I kind of want to just test the waters and sort of get it out there and
Do
also
more like
yeah.
guerrilla kind of style,
Yeah,
like
that's why I wanted to include like the improv into it because I feel like that helps alleviate
gotcha.
like if I'm trying to turn around an episode quickly, if I hire an improviser, I'm still going to write a script, but I don't have to worry about being super polished because I know ultimately me and him are going to start fucking around with each other in the scene because we're
Mm,
improvisers and we can't help it. And so I'm going to write things with a lot of room for improv because I just think the idea of improv in a hyper violent situation is just really funny. So improvising with
mm,
hostages and improvising with victims and robbers and murderers is going to be really funny. And I really want that to be like the core of what Clusterfuck is. It's like this absurd, emperor has no clothes but he has a heart of gold sort of situation where it's like, yeah, this guy's kind of stupid, but he's
mm,
got the right intention. He's trying to do the right thing. He's just not that bright or not that,
mm.
you know, good approached. He doesn't take good approaches to what he's trying to do. So that's why I'm thinking for the crowdfunding it works because then we can focus on the diner one and that being a crowdfund and the clusterfuck stuff can just help sharpen our fucking like skills, and we can even include BTS from Clusterfuck in the diner, like executive I'm supporting you all the way package or whatever. Like I don't mind having Clusterfuck be sort of our like burner to test ideas, to meet
Mm,
new people,
mhm.
to give people a chance to direct who had never directed. Like, hey, you want to take a lead on this? It's like if you have an idea, I'll obviously still play Clusterfuck and play around in the space with it, but like I like it the idea of like bringing all hands on deck, like including Jason in a thing, or it's like yeah, clusterfuck, but it's a puppet episode, or like clusterfuck, but
Got it.
it's all like still images from photo shoots, or like just really playing with
Right.
like the conventions of what a series, a serialized narrative is supposed to be, and also featuring
Mm,
those bands like ideally a song that yeah I've either already recorded or I would have the rights, not the rights, but permission to use. So that way it's not like we don't have to have the band there. I just need their permission to be like, hey, can I use HGH for episode 1? Can I use, Shotgun for episode 4? Can I use, it's not that I'm asking them to like come in and do a performance. I'm just, can I use the song? Because I've written a whole thing about the song that is inspired by the song. Because I like my first idea for Clusterfuck is I really wanted to have villains that were based on punk songs, like Code Blue being like this creepy necrophilic butcher, and then like We Are 138 being about like a cult of like psychotic misfits worshiping autistic guys. Like I wanted the idea to do like super villains inspired by punk songs. So I really like the idea of doing like episodes of a superhero show inspired by a song from a local band that I like. That's why the pilot is like I was trying to figure it out and I couldn't like figure it out, and then I was like, oh, HGH
oh
is
my God.
perfect.
Wait, Ray. Dude, I think I might have figured out what we could call our thing.
What?
Dude, okay, I don't know if this is like clever or this is my just like my tired ass brain right now. But I was like looking at our names, right? And I'm like,
Yeah.
so I'm typing this in the writer's room chat. So I was like, okay, well there's cinematic and then creepy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then I looked at that and then I was like, well then what if it was like CICR
That's cool.
or CRCI like that, but then I was like, wait, and then I had it in all caps like CICR like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, well, that looks cool, but also I was like, I wonder what it would look like if it was the first three. And then look, sincere.
Oh shit. Sincere. Whoa.
That's sick, right?
Yeah. Sincere. Hmm.
Like sincere, like I don't know. I mean, I feel like that's kind of something to work off of. Like,
Hmm. Sincere. I like that. I like it too because it's like very like I don't get it, and then you explain it. It's like, oh yeah, I guess I didn't see that. I like things like that where people are like mad, like I don't understand. It's like, well, take a second, look at it again, think about it.
or there's that.
Creason. I was thinking with the first two ones, you were gonna say Kirka or Circa. You know,
Or
like
yeah, yeah. That's the kind of what I saw like when I was typing it, like circa or yeah, like
yeah, circa
but
2024.
oh my god. No, but honestly, dude, like CINCRE, like I feel like that one looks really like I don't know, like I just
Do
felt
you
like I
think it
was
would
like
just
drawn
be
to that
like
one.
sincere, like that's it? Like no, not like sincere production company, not like sincere
No, well,
productions or like
mm,
just sincere.
I don't. I just yeah, I don't know. I feel
Sincere films.
yeah, like let me see if there's anything. Yeah, no, there's nothing like that on Insta. Like, there's not a handle for that. Like, I'm looking up accounts right now, and there's nothing. Oh wait, let me see. Oh no, 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 no. Someone has like sincere, like CINCER TV.
Dude, you know
CINCERE
what's
TV.
crazy is you could do an animation where you flip the C around, make it a D, and you flip the middle C on its right, and you flip the R and the E, and it's diner.
Wait, what?
Right? Does diner have two N's? No, right?
No, that's dinner.
Damn it.
Dinner has two ends.
Yeah. So yeah, you could. So imagine the first C flips insincere. The first C flips around. Now it's DIN, right? And then you have to get rid of one of. So this C would have to like do a fade out, and then this E pulls into where this C is.
Oh shit! To like make the
Yeah. So yeah, you drop that
dude.
middle C, that E goes there, and the other C flips around, all like in a fluid animation.
Yeah, and the R goes to the right, and then it's
Yeah,
like, oh,
and then for
dude.
cluster, you'd do like the N would drop off, or it could turn downwards, and then the bottom part drops off to make CL. The other C turns, and then an S would have to pop up or something. But like the letters are there to do cool animations where sincere turns into the project title.
Dude. Yeah, that's crazy.
Because I
I
was looking at
mean,
it and I was like, it almost looks like Diner. Like it kind of has like the same letter scheme. And then I was thinking about it like, oh, if you were to do an animation where you made the letters like switch into something else, like fucking Christopher Nolan style.
yeah, I mean, would yeah, what would it? Because I feel like productions, I feel like I'm like over that. I don't know.
I feel you.
Yeah, like I'm just, I don't know, dude. Mad Cinematic Productions, like I said, I'm
Dude,
already like,
how do you feel about this? Sincere role, like a roll of film.
oh, sincere role.
Because I was trying to think of like different terms for film that we don't use. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
Sincere, sincere visual.
This is where we also like struck like difficulty with foresight.
It's like, what is the other part?
Yeah,
We
because
like
we're
this
like,
part,
well,
but what is?
we're visual artists, you know. So we said foresight visual productions, and it was like visual and productions. I don't know, like fuck.
Sincere. Because I also like the idea that we're trying to say like the shit we make is real.
It's sincere. It's real,
Yeah,
right?
there's no
But it's
bullshit
also
here.
but it's also a
Yeah.
play off of our names, like our brands already, like creepy cinematic. So it's like,
What about sincere storytelling? No. Sincere stories.
are you saying this like in terms of like what like the handle should be?
I'm
Because
just
I
thinking
feel
like
like that.
sincere is the handle for sure, right? Like that could be the name for a lot of, but like when you're trying to I'm trying to think of like what is the if see people ask us like
Oh, right.
sincere, what is that? Like
Sincere.
sincere
Sincere
a
is
film company? That's cool. A film company.
sincere. Well, yeah. So like, if people ask us, like, if we were to make, yeah,
Yeah, I
like
mean
if
I
we
could
made it,
explain
then
it, but
it's
I
like
guess what I'm saying
we
is
would
like,
say sincere is
oh,
uh
sincere film group, like Canon Film Group. Sincere film group.
well, so if we think of sincere, right, like the
Yeah.
combo, it's like it's us,
Yeah.
like as leads for projects, but it's like,
Dude, we should totally steal the Canon logo now that they're out of business. Not the Canon camera, the Canon film production. The one who made like fucking RoboCop and stuff. It's a fucking dope ass C with an arrow. Sincere group. Why do I want to add group to it?
yeah, well, I feel like it could, we could be, well, look, we know we do productions, we know we do visuals, we know we do all this shit. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? But in reality, sincere would be like our distinct creative collaboration.
Right. I
You
see,
know what
I
I
see, I
mean?
see.
Like, because we do it all. Like, we write, we direct and produce, and we do visual. You know what I mean? It's like, and through sincere, we have our collaborative effort, but we're also helping each other with cross promotion of like our individual like brand.
I see.
So like maybe um like but yeah, it's also just like you know, I'm just trying to think of something that's like not, because you know you have
What about like sincere ink? Sincere like
Like Sincere Incorporated. Well, no,
Yeah.
because I mean
Right. I mean,
we're
Sincere Group.
not like
Not
we're
a
not like
company.
a
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean, but that's the thing, right? It's like okay, here's like the big thing. I mean, obviously, this is coming from the place of like create like us wanting to like collaborate and stuff. But I feel like with these future projects, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I know you're coming off the ground, and you said you want to do more of like a run and gun guerrilla for like you know for this project, but like the the stuff that this other things like with like the diner and then this potential like we don't know what Bitter Critter's going to end up wanting to do or what, right? But I feel like we have a pretty strong pitch for them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this could lead to other opportunities where we do sort of like we would operate not necessarily as like a studio,
It would just be
like
like a creative team.
yeah, like it's just like
Right.
kind of how
Like the way the
like
Cohen brothers are the Cohen brothers. They're not like.
yeah, that's kind of how I'm thinking, where it's like,
Mm,
oh, like people can find, like for instance, like we have the diner, and then we have clusterfuck, and then this potential visual for like 2026, like Slay or whatever. So I'm thinking if we group this collaborative effort with that, then that's like the Sincere would be the umbrella,
mm,
like an
mm-hmm.
umbrella for those projects to exist under. So that way in the future, because with the diner, like the goal is to like get eyes or like extra eyes and do like submit to festivals
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. So then when it gets thrown out into that fucking net of like festivals and like whatever, it's like, oh, like Sincere, like, and then they see Sincere, and then who do they find under Sincere? Matt Cinematic and Creepy for Sale. Oh, they go down the rabbit hole with Matt Cinematic. They find Miss Monsters and Musicians. What the fuck's Miss Monsters and Musicians?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's like that umbrella that we create for ourselves. So then, potentially have the opportunity to work like together, like even after that on like future projects to like help co-lead
Mm-hmm.
or to just to like support or whatever. Like they know that it'll be under like our leads essentially for like that for that project. Um,
I see what you mean. So yeah, maybe just Sincere.
but in the event that people want to potentially have, and this is like something down the line to like think for like like how I'm saying, I guess, like in terms of like business or like things like with what is it? I don't know. I got a lot of perspective today, I think. Um Talking with also the film director for like the for CNFS too, like on one aspect of like this filmmaking, specifically with this one film that backed out but then came back and is now being added to the program again, with like what the reality is with certain projects and like filmmaking and like stuff,
Mm-hmm.
where it's like the goal is to get your project like picked up or potential, or you get notoriety, you build like your reputation as like a filmmaker, or like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if we were to do that down the line, then Sincere would be, especially like if you know that you and like if you want to keep working on stuff together, like that would be just a way for us to be able to like secure ourselves, like I guess in terms of like work, like future work, You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, it's a.
and I think.
Go ahead.
Oh, what were you saying?
I'm just saying, like you're saying, like to prevent the idea that like, oh, you're the guy who did all of this, and the other person being like, well, what the fuck? It was a collaborative kind of thing. Like to prevent that, to be more of a like, this is the two of us doing this. You know what I mean? And have it. That's what you mean by protected, right?
Yeah, because it's like Diner is gonna be like a production, but it's like I know like I want you to be involved as like a creative lead with that. And if we're gonna work on it to that creative degree, then yeah, like it would have to work under this kind of like umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
At least it's like how I'm seeing it. Maybe like, I mean, cause yeah, I don't know. Like, how do you feel? Like, do you feel like you'd want to like continue to like work on like things like beyond? I mean, myths and things like that. Like with like what we're already doing.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before. Like when you have two creative people that are really driven and smart, and it's not 1 plus 1; it's 2 times 2. You know what I mean? Like you're multiplying. And I think for both of us, we might not have the most. Like I might not be as in love with or need to tell the story of the diner as you do, but I am. I like it. I'm interested in it. I want to help you with it. Like whatever ideas you ask me for, notes you want to give me, like I'm gonna give you my honest opinion. So I think that for like us, having that sort of dynamic is just really, really helpful. I mean, it's how music is made, right? Like a good drummer needs a bassist, a good guitarist needs a rhythm. Like it's just, it helps. Like doing things collaboratively just makes things better. So I think having that sort of thing that you're saying is huge. Like, and I think that people seeing the two of us doing this stuff, and then, like you said, going down the rabbit hole of how we got there, the likelihood of getting noticed and getting success is also multiplied. So, like, to me, it's a no brainer. And the only thing I think is going to be hard is sort of like committing to telling people that, because I think for both of us, we're not like the most braggadocious people in the world. So we have to remind
That's very
ourselves,
true.
like, don't forget that this is like what we do. Like, give ourselves credit for like coming up with these ideas, and don't mind being called like the bosses, as much as that's weird to say. But it's like, yeah, we're the bosses here. But at the same time, we're not going to shut you down. What do you like? What are your ideas? What do you have? What are your thoughts? So, yeah, and I think it
Yeah,
helps that if it's like, yeah, this is a sincere production, so you know who to talk to if you have a question, either me or him. You know what I mean?
yeah, exactly. Like, and that's one of the things I think that kind of got like a little bit blurred. I feel like in foresight, in my opinion. I mean, well, not blurred because I mean, I was the directed, like I was the only one who directed projects, but at the same time, I didn't also want to be the only one doing it. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to have that opportunity for other people, but just it, yeah, maybe just other people that I thought might have wanted it or did say it's like they just never did, or like I don't know what the deal was with stuff like that with foresight, but it always came down to me. And then ultimately, I mean, at the end of the day, I think with even everybody who saw what I was, I mean, I feel like it's pretty evident that a lot of the people who got involved with Foresight became more involved because they saw what Matt Cinematic was doing or what like was involved with. Like
Mm.
I was doing the stuff with Pink Zeppelin. I was doing concert videography. I knew a lot of people. Like I, and then I found out a lot of people wanted to work with me because of what I was doing, and then that's just kind of how it spiraled from there. Um, but then it just kind of became to where, like, um, because it's important, like the business side of things is like super important too, because it's not ultimately like if you kind of go down this, we put in all this work, we do, the next step is like to submit for stuff or to pitch or so it's like those ideas or the things that you put into your work, it's like you have to take into consideration what that looks like on the business side of things. I literally talked to the film director today about like, well, why was it that this film backed out and then they came back? I don't understand. Like you're a filmmaker, you have a film. Why would you back out of a film festival that's going to show your film? And so he broke it down to me in terms, because this was a feature project, a feature length project that the reason why, I guess, was because they applied for a film waiver to get the $25 fucking fee waived. But then when they reached out again, it wasn't the filmmakers that reached out. It was a sales rep agent, he said, for this project, because they ended up getting this agent to rep them for like festivals, and they wanted a higher amount of money to have them feature the film at the Cinefest here in San Antonio. And
Sounds
I
about
was
right.
like, well, why? I'm like, you're telling me you're paying these filmmakers to have them screen their project? And mind you, the only reason they're in this situation is because their film has a notoriety. Like they've gotten awards, they've gotten
Yeah.
recognized, they hit all these marks.
Otherwise, an agent wouldn't be there to.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And he told me, well, one of the most standard pricing for like features typically at a festival is like 500, like standard, like to have a feature length project attached, like it's like 500 or whatever. They wanted 900, then they were negotiating all this stuff, so it's like, oh wow, like that's crazy. And you think it's like, well, that's kind of wild, but it's also like the reality of the business side of it
Because,
too.
yeah, the second you agree to do 200 now, the next festival's be like, oh, you do 200. So it's like the market the market is so arbitrary for art that you kind of have to bully your way into value sometimes, where you have to be like, no, my shit is of value. You know what I mean? And I have to fight for it. And some of the fighting for it's really like dirty and like hard to stomach, to be honest with you. But it's like kind of the worst part of show business, I think. But it's part of it. It's like it's an unavoidable part of it. So, but I hear
Yeah,
what you're
and
saying, like that having that protection not only from the credit thing, but also from like our agents can't pit us against each other or try to whoever we negotiate with or talk to, whatever happens, like having that ability to be like we do this together or this project was like influenced by us, whatever. Like obviously if one of us wanted to do something, we just have to tell the other person like, hey, I want to do this by myself. I wouldn't be like, hey Matt, don't do that, that's rude. I'd be like, yeah, go for it. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but then it's like, okay, well, if we were to crowdfund, we could crowdfund under this new umbrella that we create, because
mm-hmm.
now we know we want it to be like the sincere, under sincere,
Yeah.
because it's either mine or yours. versus like, if, for instance, this collaborative effort for Clusterfuck, you know, like, I mean, who knows? Like, I might not even be involved in the entirety of like what that is, since you want to do multiple episodes or what. So it's like, there might be times where I help, or sometimes,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not there or what. But like, maybe the times that I do help for that is when you want to do like the extended version, and I'm more involved in that creative lead of
Mm-hmm.
like, oh, now you want to extend it, let's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Versus like, if you're planning to do like a web series, like, then that's creepy for sale. Versus like, oh, the extended clusterfuck, like the one that you want to make an extended short and actual like real production. All right, let's look at all this stuff that you made guerrilla style and how we can maybe find some continuity or continue or expand it in this way. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So then it's like, now that new clusterfuck, that new extended short, more refined production is like sincere, like it's with you and I and working as creative leads to make that.
Yeah.
And then, you same with the diner, so it's like, I think, um yeah, I feel like that would be just like a good, um yeah, like a good way to do the projects. um
Yeah, because it might be that the clusterfuck stuff is more of a sort of like film when I can web series, and the project that ends up being more on like the sincere pipeline is to do the Phantom of the Alamo feature when the time comes. So that could be
yes,
where we could
where
definitely
we would
be
take
sincere, yeah.
more.
And that
Yes,
would be like
exactly.
for sure what we would do.
Right. Or like, you know if people see now that we're that, and the people now know that, oh, Sincere is Matt and Ray, but like they want, like, hey Ray, like, I see what you're doing, like, do you think y'all would want to be on this project? Well, it's like, oh, well, no, like, Matt's not available, I could be on this project, but I'm just doing this solo, so you can just cross promote Creepy for Sale, or
Yeah.
like,
It'll be like I like that, like I can help you. And
yeah,
he
and
might be able to
it's
help you too, but you're gonna have to ask us as individuals.
right. And if we're both locked in, then that's, now you have both of us. So now it's like sincere. Like it's like we're individually a part of it. Like we have our brands, but now Matt and I are involved. So it's like, yeah, like if like, oh, you know, we saw what you did with Clusterfuck. We saw what you did with the diner. We want the both of you to be creative leads on this project. So it's like,
Yeah.
okay, now you want like the sincere like
Yeah, yeah,
production lead, like
exactly.
for, yeah.
You have to
Versus
approach
it's like,
as
oh, hey Ray, like there's somebody that reached out on this account, like on our account, about visuals. Do you want to do this, or should I say like we just don't have time for it? Oh, you want to do it? Okay, well then why don't you do it as like Creepy for Sale?
yeah. Like stuff that's like, oh yeah, I can't do that.
Yeah.
So why don't
Versus
you?
like where I feel like if the both of us are involved, then it's got to be like a bigger,
Yeah.
like potentially bigger project. But it's like also we could just take that, like, as it comes. Like, oh, it's not like that big of a project, but you want both of us involved. Fuck it, let's do
Yeah, if you're a homie, fuck
it.
it.
Yeah, exactly. Like if it's like a music video, or another short, or like, you know what I mean.
Yeah, or even like
I
I was
think,
just thinking like if we were to, since here could also be a place to like package the things that are like BTS of stuff we've done together, or like the if someone were to be like for the diner, for example, if it was like, oh, we want bonus content for this, could you guys like do interviews with the cast or like just shit like that? That'll be also a sincere thing because we're gonna both do that special feature or that promotional thing. You know what I mean? Like, because that's a sincere
Yeah,
project, so we're both gonna work on the promotion of it.
yeah, where it's like, oh, we're not creative leads on this, but we're still doing this. Like this is still a part of that.
Yeah,
Yeah, like whatever it is that we would do collaboratively, like together. Um, whether if that's us taking lead or like in the back burner of like the background of like documenting, or we're both taking lead with like this aspect of, yeah, like it would just all pertain like to the project, but we would at least let people know like, hey, you know yeah, just it would have to be like a good, like a balance of like, hey, this is like our new thing, this is what we want to, like, this is what we're planning, we're going to launch a crowd fund, we're going to do this and that, this is what,
yeah, and then
um
people can support us how they want to, or just literally just wait for the crowdfund and be like, yeah, here's $5 or whatever. Like the acknowledgement could literally just be like, I like what both of them are doing. I'm just gonna keep my eyes open. Like the benefit could literally just being people knowing where to go to see the shit we make together. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like, oh,
exactly,
I want to know
exactly.
what they're working on.
Yeah, dude, I think this would there's a lot of potential here for us to
I
really
turned
like.
I turned our conversation into like a sincere, like a opening title credit thing.
Mhm.
That's kind of what I was going for with this.
Oh, dude, yeah, I've been watching you make this whole time. I was like wondering.
I literally looked at the Canon logo and I was like, I want to make a similar vector style C
But
with an
what
arrow.
logo is it? Could you drop it in the chat?
Yeah. So I made this one, but the reference was the old Canon Films Group logo. I'm gonna drop it in the chat. Because it's just like I would see this pop up before a shitty movie or like a B movie, and I'd be like, yes, this is gonna fucking rock. I love Canon. So like it just gives me nostalgia for movies.
Oh, right.
So then I was like, oh, I want to make like a blue C with an arrow is like, yeah, sincere. I love it. It looks like I was just trying to go for like an old 1980s like vector design logo.
Mm, mm,
And then I was
mm.
like, okay, now I just want to put it in like a fun, moody, abstract. Uh, so unfortunately, I can't show you like the fog or like the blur. But when I render this, it has like a depth of field and like a little haze on it. But yeah,
No, dude, this is sick.
I can't decide how I want the camera to move though. There's a bunch of options. You can do like elastic, too much, or just
I feel
linear.
like I don't know how you feel. I know because you've been working on this, but like the movement that happens in like the monkey paw intro, like cinematic.
Oh, like it's like the crash zoom, right? Or no, like
It like, I think the camera like turns to like the table. It's like going through like the train and then it goes to the table. Like it's like a quick turn
yeah, like
or
a
something like
whip.
that. And I guess the reason why I'm saying that is because I see like the textures and things you have on the wall, and in my mind, I kind of saw the logo being like hand drawn, like on like a like paper
Mm-hmm.
or like a journal or like
Like a
something.
notebook paper.
Yeah, because we were talking about like other things and
Oh, you know,
in
it'd be
like
a
like
cool.
film earlier, like you were
Yeah,
saying things that aren't like used or that don't really get like, yeah, so I don't know, I just thought like notes or
I was gonna
like
say we could do. I have a cork board. We could print out a bunch of like posters and prints of things we've worked on. So half of the board is like photos I've taken and projects I've done, and then half the board are photos you've taken and projects you've done. And it's like in the style of like a storyboard, and then on the top it says sincere, like where the title of the film would be.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like someone wrote it on
Yeah.
a card and pinned it to the top of the storyboard.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then like little notes and shit that we've left. You know what I mean? Like it could be a picture of like Jacoby, and then it just puts me like more mustache. Like I could write a little note and like pin it to the, like just have like funny little, like as if this is like, you know what I mean, like our vision board for a upcoming project.
Yeah, like I guess in my mind, yeah, I kind of imagined like a note or like paper, and it's like it's written on the paper, but like for some reason there's like a wind or something, and like it's like the paper's like blowing against like a low wind, or
Oh, okay. I
like a
picture it.
fan, or
Yeah,
something
like
like
movement, but
a
mundane movement, like slice of
yeah.
life.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's like me being blown by like a desk fan, or like a hallway fan,
Uh,
or like something like
so I made a.
yeah. But yeah, I really like this movement though too, like the camera like going in.
So I made this because me and Easton were talking about doing like a film watching podcast. So I made like an album cover for the what album art for what the podcast would be. But I could do like a less kiddie version of this, but then with the like thing we're talking about, with like the blowing paper. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I could also draw something out, I guess, to kind of show you like what let's see, like
Okay, now I'm gonna save this, and then I'm gonna try really hard not to break my computer. But I want to take all those orbs and have them explode, like dissolve, like fucking into particles. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I want to try.
yeah, I don't know why in my mind I like see something like this. I mean, this is like super rough, but for some reason I like imagined it being rough. I don't know why. This is also just like just my rough writing on it too. So I don't. Let me see. like, where are you at?
Wait.
And I don't know. This could also be the wrong way to go about it, but I don't know why I just like imagined something like that in my head. Maybe it's like the sleep deprivation, but yeah, I don't know. Something like just I don't know, like
Oh, that's cool.
I mean that's literally just my handwriting, but it's like
Oh, you know what we should do? You should write that sin, and I'll do the CRE
oh to like see
in our same, like, almost tagging, but not all the way tagging style. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
and we could even do different colors if we wanted to, but I'm just looking at it, I'm like, oh, I tag creep all the time. I could just do my CRE from creep on the, and then you keep your sin the way you did it, right? Or you can exaggerate it a little bit more if you wanted to, but we could do it like a almost a tag, but not quite, like a name tag almost. We could even
Mm-hmm.
put it on a name tag and stick it on stuff and take pictures of the stuff we stuck it on and do one of those time lapses where it's on a bunch of cool punk shit like people's basses and amps and graffiti lampposts, production stuff like cameras and film gear. And it's like, but it's in the exact same centered position. And then it ends on the paper. Because the last one is an actual like name tag stuck on a piece of paper. That's like the thing we were talking about. Oh, I'm so close to getting this to work. They're dissolving, but the pieces are like flying everywhere, but I don't want them to.
I could also play with like different like typefaces too, or I mean, this variation could be for something different because I really liked also this like retro like logo that you made. Like we can just design that um like maybe I could ask Omar to like take that and like make an official like logo design for us or something.
Dude, can you imagine this C and then a crew shirt with crew on the back with that C?
Oh, that'd be fire.
That'd be so tight. I love crew shirts. Crew shirts are the ultimate. I don't know if you did theater in high school, but they're the ultimate flex on the. Well, you didn't go to Catholic school, but on Catholic school, you could wear whatever school themed T-shirt. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, we did crew well, not crew shirts for like stuff in high school. I mean, we kind of did that when I was like in ROTC, but like we did one of my coworkers at the time for like the SeaWorld makeup stuff that I was doing. Like we did crew shirts for like our crew. So we were like AHOS crew. Like Hollow Scream crew
nice.
for SeaWorld, yeah. So that was like the last time I did something like that.
Dude, the biggest flex in my high school that I got to do because nobody did theater at the all-girls school except for me and a couple other people, but they weren't bold enough to wear their crew shirts uh, on our casual Fridays. This is how you know I went to Catholic school because we would brag about such stupid shit. but I got to wear my Beauty and the Beast like black and silver cruise shirt, and nobody else had a black shirt because there were no black shirts because they didn't make black
Mm.
shirts, right? Everything was maroon or gray because it's fucking St. Anthony's. But I would show up in like a fucking black shirt that said Beauty and the Beast, like I'm going to the mall, and then the back said crew. Oh, I felt so fucking cool. I was like, I get to wear black. I'm the only guy here wearing black. It's fucking awesome. And then they gave the baseball team black shirts like 2 years later. And then I dropped out of high school because of that. No, not really, but the timing kind of lines up.
Yeah, I think yeah, dude. Should I say fuck it and make the page right now or what?
Do
Like
it.
just so we have the handle?
Do it. Do it. Here, I'll render this as a fucking reel and you can post it. Just so there's a post. I don't know if I like the exploding orbs. I think I like them better as orbs.
Wait, hold up. If I'm gonna do this, I gotta do this right. And I gotta make an email to have specifically for this project.
Gmail
So it's
number
like
7.
official. Yeah, Gmail number fucking whatever the fuck. Cause goddamn, I have so many Gmails.
Same.
Yeah.
Dude.
Reminds me, let me sign into fucking Miss Monster's email again. Cause we made our own Gmail for that shit too.
You got
Miss
to.
Monster.
You got to get the
Yeah,
Gmail.
dude. Fuck. How do I? Okay.
That's like the old man advice we're gonna give to our kids' generation. Like, you gotta get the Gmail. If you have an idea, you fucking get the Gmail, kid.
Yeah.
You get the fucking Gmail. Okay, do it. You have a good idea about that thing, you should do it. But get the Gmail first. Trust me. And then they'll be like, damn it, we didn't get the email. Someone else already has it. Told you. I told you. Everything else is automated, so you have like nothing else to complain to children about.
Ray, when's your birthday again?
December 2nd, 1994.
Okay. 94, okay. I'm gonna put your birthday. December 2nd, 1994.
The same day as Britney Spears, but she's older than me. But the same birthday. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's crazy? If we ever are wildly successful one day, someone could come back and watch the genesis of our entire
Dude, oh my gosh, you're right.
And we were talking literally about like
Uh,
how do you archive things? It's like we literally just archive the entire genesis of our name.
all right,
So when
but I
people ask
did.
us like, how'd you get your name? It's like, well, watch the Writers Room episode 12. It's like
Oh my.
6 hours, but it's in there.
Also, apparently CINCRE is taken on Instagram.
Boo.
But for the Gmail, it's also taken. So now I'm wondering, do we want the like, what do we think we should make?
Do
it
we
like?
add a word or do we keep it? Do we rearrange the letters?
Sincere TX? Or
Sincere
do we do
essay?
sincere?
No, not. Why does San Antonio also have to mean sexual assault?
CRECIN? Or should we keep it like sincere, like CINCRE, but then sincere stories?
What's a good word that people don't use for like duo or like two-person team?
Oh, let me see.
Sincere. I don't know why I so badly want to rip off the Canon group and just be sincere group.
Sincere pair?
Sincere.
Or sincere team?
Sincere team.
Or
Sincere crew. Sincere TX isn't bad either. It does make us sound like a band, but I don't hate it. It's like, yo, what's up? We're sincere.
yeah, they're gonna be like, wait,
Yo.
Matt and Ray just made a band, or
Yo, I want you to watch this short film right now and punch someone in the face. Find someone right now and kill them while you watch this short film about being sad. Let's go. This is Sincere Fest, bitch.
like fucking Tom Cruise from Tropic Thunder, where he's like, who's the director in here? He's like, who's the key grip? You. Take your fist and punch him really fucking hard. Punch him really fucking hard.
I want you to find a grip and fucking tape his shoes together. Let's go. Fucking on-set pranks. Just are being really aggressive about like doing stuff on set. Like, all right, everybody, I want you to shut the fuck up. We're about to start rolling. I want you to punch someone in the face because we're about to roll. So stupid. The guy who comes from hardcore, but it's just like, yeah, I'm trying to get into like filmmaking and art. And he shows up on set like, all right, everybody, gonna fucking set up these lights. And he kills someone in the back. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Setting up the lights. It's like, all right, who let this guy on set? Who's this guy's friend? Sincere shoegaze. Sincere indie? Sincere. I kind of like the idea of putting like a fucking genre behind it, making it even more confusing that it's not a band. Like, sincere mumblecore. That's not really our style of filmmaking, though. Sincere horror. Sincere Sincere Cinema. Ooh. Sincere Cinema sounds nice.
Oh.
Sincere Cinema.
Oh, well, then that also kind of. Do you think that takes away from it, though, or no?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so? Because it's like, this an well, it's not an acronym, but it's a combination of cinematic creepy, so it's like.
Yeah, but
Oh,
still.
well, cinematic creepy cinema. I mean, I don't know. That's like also a interesting.
I
I
think
could
it's.
also just make the Gmail creepy cinematic or creepy cinema at Gmail.
I like Sincere
Or
Cinema because it's just like. Yeah. Because, yeah, I get it, the cinematic makes it feel like overweighted, but it's not so much that we're saying it's a different meaning in this context because we're meaning the whole film. We're not just talking about its quality. So I think it works. Sincere. And it
mm-hmm.
has that double C, which is nice. And I like the alliteration.
Ah, dude. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I think this is the way to go. Sincere cinema. It even looks nice.
Yeah. It's got a good ends in an A. Italian people
Okay.
can say it when we're trying to submit to Italian film festivals. La Sincere Cinema. You
What should our password be? Like our email password.
Here, I'll type it in the chat.
Okay.
It's easy to remember because you've been there before.
Oh, but let's see. And then,
Because
I
then we
guess
could
I
still.
can. Oh, I was gonna say I could make Matt Cinematic the recovery email. If
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah, for.
I think
Okay.
I'm maxed out of recovery emails because I have so many Gmails. Unfortunately.
Dude, for real, Google hates to see another Gmail company.
Do, 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 do. Dude, now that we've come up with Sincere Cinema, now I just want to go fucking find the perfect marquee, and then we stand underneath it in masks, and then on the marquee it says Sincere Cinema that we do in post.
Wait, say that again?
For like the either like the profile picture or just like the title intros or whatever, like we were talking about. Now that it's Sincere Cinema, I want to do like, imagine the two of us under a marquee, like imagine like the one at the Majestic, like under that marquee with all the lights and shit. But
Mm-hmm.
we're wearing masks, and we put in post on the marquee Sincere Cinema, obviously because we can't like make the Majestic change it, but
Oh, that'd be sick.
kind of like an homage to your profile picture. You know what I mean? But then we like that kind of angle that you got, but then it's two of us, and we're both wearing masks.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that'd be sick. Let's
We should
see.
do also a parody, like whenever we're doing promotions, a parody where it's like Ray and Silent Matt, and we just do Jay and Silent Bob fucking like impressions, but you're Silent Bob in your mask, and then I do the fucking Jay thing in the trench coat. That would be really funny. That's gold right there. That's a good one for anytime someone's like, I want to do like a 90s black and white music video like the Homelander one you did. And we're like, sure, but we're gonna be Jay and Silent Bob in it, so that's the catch. Like that's the catch.
Oh wait, I actually didn't do that one. The
Oh, who
second
did that
Homelander
one?
video. Poncho.
Oh, it's good. Respect,
Mhm.
shout out, Poncho. Sorry, I didn't know. I liked it.
Yeah, yeah. No, the second one was dope because I wasn't involved with that one at all, and then uh they ended up doing that like random callback with like the little what's it called, um the mass killer wanted poster that they did. I thought was really cool.
How have we not done a? Maybe this could be a thing if we need to raise funds, but like, how have we not done a music video festival with all the music videos we've worked on collectively?
Oh, I actually submitted some music videos recently, and
Well, I guess what I
um,
mean is like, how are we not putting them on?
dude, that's so true. We should do, dude. Sincere Cinema should do a music video event.
We really should. Like between
Yeah,
Homelander
that's
and
what
lease
I'm.
agreement, that's already like what 3 or 4 videos right there, at
That's what I'm
least.
saying.
Who knows what we'll have? And then all the live stuff we've taken,
Mhm.
and then we get other bands that are our homies that want to submit. It's like, damn. But I feel like together we have a pretty big pull if we wanted to do stuff like that of like local film festivals or other stuff where it's like, yeah, we're like, this is going to the Kickstarter, like the proceeds and stuff. Not that it would be like a massive haul, but it helps.
Mhm.
Happy 420 stream. Woo!
Oh shit, we made it.
Woo! So you weren't here on the stream yet, but I converted my photo mode posts into a like comic book that you can read digitally.
Oh, okay. Dude, yeah, I'm down. Where is it at?
So if you go to my here, actually, I'll send you a link. That's faster. But
Also, what should I make the profile picture for this? So,
oh,
should
here,
I just do
you can do the one you
like
just
a
wrote. The
like a
first,
random color, or should
no, do
I?
the one you just dropped in the chat before the sincere one. That's just the white on black name, real quick.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think that's a good profile because it's small, but it'll be readable. That's a
Okay,
good
let me.
placeholder one. Photo mode. There's a reader in here also. So here you go. I tried really hard to do this one like as if it was a real magazine because I feel like print is gonna come back heavy when AI takes over all of digital media. Because no one's gonna print anything made by AI. Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? But
Mm.
people will print real art because they'll want to keep it. I got Woody with the lens flare. You know what's crazy is that we're doing this, but we actually haven't even edited anything yet together. That's going to be really the craziest part.
Dude, I know.
That's
That's
the
gonna be
part
so
people don't
wild.
actually realize is where the I wouldn't say the hardest work is, but it is the most like make or break. Cause like a bad edit could kill a lot of hard work. You know what I mean? Like if you fuck up an edit, like just ruins the whole vibe of the whole thing. So like being able to like have another person and be like, hey, do you do a pass on this? Or like, what do you think of this? Or like, this feels like it's missing something. Can you look at this? It's like, damn, I've never done that. I've only ever edited by myself. I've had a few times where I've worked with other people, but that was more of a like, do this, do that. It's not like a, you know what I mean? So it's like, damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, and so the only people that will follow is ourselves.
Wow. That's a pretty baller move. That's a pretty big dick move.
But I think that'll be pretty fucking sick.
Dude, yeah, we maintain that. I guess
Yeah, if we
it's a pretty big dick move, but also we're gonna be constantly like sharing posts from it.
yeah,
So, but still,
exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's official. We made the fucking Instagram.
it's also good that it's Sincere Cinema, so people are like, wait, they started a band.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so people aren't fucking confused.
They'll be like, right,
Yeah.
yeah, video stuff. That makes sense. Oh wait, Ray and Matt are doing wrestling? No, why would you think that's what we're doing?
We should make that like a running
Started a
gag.
wrestling promotion? They're a tag
Like
team now? Wait, what?
even though we're sincere cinema, people for some reason still think we're like in a band or like
And we're like,
or
why do people
think
think we're in a band? And you're like at keys and I'm holding a bass. And we're like, why do people think we're
yeah.
gonna play music? And we're like constantly in pictures at like studios holding instruments. Like, why do people think that? It's so fucking weird. Why do people think that we're like doing wrestling and we're holding like tag team titles? Like, it's so
Yeah.
weird. Just keep like doing funny promotions where it's like, I don't know why people keep thinking that we're doing this.
Mhm. But nah, dude, this is dope. I'm kind of glad we came to this revelation on the stream with sincere. Yeah, I mean, it just feels right. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like that's like the step in the right direction. Especially just knowing like how we want to do these projects and stuff. Like, I think it's a good step forward.
Yeah, I have
For
another project I haven't pitched to anybody except Monse that if Phantom of the Alamo is just like not a feasible Kickstarter or we just want to like do what we did with the diner and shoot a pitch first before a Kickstarter, and it's just basically like a Jekyll and Hyde story that I came up with. Uh, so
oh, that's sick. Okay.
yeah, it's about like it's like a Jekyll and Hyde mixed with Zodiac, where the guy disassociates after he's like because he hypnotized himself, so he changes personalities after he says the word disassociate, and the like Hyde personality like does fucked up shit and then writes about it in a code in a book that he leaves uh the Dr. Jekyll character, like the regular guy. And
Hmm.
the regular guy decodes the first sentence and it basically says like, if you let me keep doing this fucked up shit, you'll never come back. And he realizes that like every time the other guy's taking longer and longer, like more and more of time. And so he's basically like trying to decode this fucking like book to figure out like how do I stop this fucking switch from happening.
Mm-hmm.
And that one would just be like a documentary style almost, or like running gun, super gritty, black and white. Almost like that one I was almost thinking like I kind of want to push myself as an actor and see if I could actually like play a part that is that intense and deep. So, but that's not like anything that I'm like, oh, we need to do that tomorrow. But it is something that if like down the line we're trying to like gauge what people are interested in us doing after the diner Kickstarter, we could also show people that, get their gauge the temperature, because I did make a whole pitch deck for that.
Yeah, no, I feel like once we because these are good starting points for like what we want, right? But then it just depends on how, yeah, like where we go. Like if we just prioritize like what we want, or like how we end up being involved with like other
Yeah, just
potential
kind of
like.
feel it out, because I don't know why I have a feeling people are gonna like be like, oh, finally, two of them, because I feel like a lot of the bands are like, I want to ask someone to do a video, but they're always just one of them. So it's just one guy. You know what I mean? Like you can ask one of the guys, one of the video guys. It's very rare that
Mm-hmm.
it's like you could ask two of them who'll probably bring like 4 or 5 guys with them. So like it becomes a whole thing with these two. And I feel like we're building that reputation as being like, yeah, we go hard. We get extra with our shit. We direct things that, do they need direction? Maybe not. Are we going to do it anyway? Yes.
Yeah.
Like, are we going to turn everything into a movie? Yeah. Because we cannot,
Yeah,
can't help it. We can't.
you didn't ask me, but I'm gonna fucking do it anyway.
It's funny that we even call them skits, because it's like, yeah, we're just making short films here, guys. Okay? And we need to all get on
Yeah.
board with that fact, okay? We've passed the
Yeah.
point of funny phone videos. We're going hard.
We're done with the bullshit. Yeah, no, dude, I'm excited for this. It's gonna be cool. We could fucking blow it the fuck up tomorrow and just be like, oh yeah, by the way, this is what we're doing
BT
now,
dubs,
guys.
guys. BT dubs.
Go follow Cincre Cinema for for the latest projects.
I'm gonna be like, whoa, Matt's doing something really cool, you guys. I don't
Matt's
know.
doing something
I don't know
really
what he's got up
cool.
his sleeve.
No. Fuck. Everyone's gonna be like, Matt's trolling again. Matt's gonna drop an album. I
No, you
know
should
it.
do the opposite, where it's like, damn, what's Ray up to? Like, just
Yeah, what's
play it
going
like
on?
neither one of us knows that. Oh, it's me? Oh, shit.
Yeah, like, oh shit.
I thought Ray was
Oh
on
my
some shit.
god.
I didn't know. Like, just play it. Like, don't ever like, acknowledge it's us until we drop something. Be like, oh, yeah, by the way.
Yeah.
Just keep kayfabe. Like, I don't know. I just look sick. I don't know. I'm a film guy, film account. It's following me. I'm flattered. I don't know what that's about. But you should follow
Yeah.
it. Go follow
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Go follow it. Do it. Do it, or I
Do
won't
it.
give you the pictures. I have your pictures hostage. Follow the account.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be sick. I think people are gonna, cause yeah, dude, I feel like people were already like oh, Cat Pajamas and Matt Cinematic are doing shit together now, like, but like they don't really, like, we're all doing this even for Miss Monsters, but it's like oh, like we've been talking about it, but I think once people finally see what we're actually doing, they're like, oh shit.
Dude, I just
Like,
had a crazy thought. The way that we got started on this conversation was that I said should I start selling asset packs? Think
dude,
of,
that's literally how all this shit's.
but think about something. Think of what we could do with Sincere Films asset packs, or Sincere Films
Oh,
B-roll. That is not B-roll of like trees and fucking, you know, people at a medical job doing this. It's B-roll of cool shit and like, you know what I mean? Like skateboard tricks and grimy shit that we've captured that we like, shit that's just in our library because that's what we do. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, that would be sick. Dude, yeah, we could literally like yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like there's more opportunity for for now that we have like this, it's like not only like more like it's like more business professional, but it's also like a you know, where now people can you know as we continue to put out projects and like how we pitch it like I'm saying yeah like it's all gonna kind of coincide and intersect with how we can do stuff like that with like you know the packs or like we can do um, you know, yeah, like a new film project, or like, oh, hey, we're trying to get Bitter Critter really on board with this. Like now we're using Sincere as like a like the pitch as well, like to make the pitch for like this is like basically our fucking MCU timeline for 2026 and the pitch for
Yeah,
Sincere partnership. You know, it's all gonna be like
because I think it's just a more, people are just way more like enticed by that. Especially as like, I would love to do camera fucking collabs where Fuji, feel free to send us cameras. Sony, feel free. We will use those cameras. You know what I mean? Like, I would gladly take free cameras to work and make videos with, and you know what I'm saying? And doing that as like a group of creatives, even if the group is just me and you, it's still like, that's pretty impressive versus
right.
like trying to go to them as like a solo one man operation. It's just, it doesn't hit the same because it's hard to refine an idea when you're by yourself and you're one person. So,
Yeah, I mean, because I mean, look at like, I mean, Functions is a good example of that,
yeah.
right? Like he had been doing all these things. I mean, it's, you know, to a degree, it's like he's still very much the create like the main creative like lead for like his project, but like he had been doing this stuff this entire time by himself. But like now, even with him working with Nick from Street Lamp and them doing Tai Chi Studios
Yeah.
and partnering and doing that as like a space, and then also like, you know, with you know him working with like Marshall, or I guess also like Matt Visuals works with them sometimes. I don't know like who really is a part of like all of that group that is doing stuff, but like yeah, like it you know, him making that Tai Chi, like that being official for like not only like the studio, like with what he's leading, but like that collaborative, but also like them being able to like, you know, their big thing right now, it's like they're doing all these other partnerships with like brands and all those other bigger projects. It's like it opens up so much like windows, you know, or doors to like do other things like that are beyond kind of like
With a different audience, because like, I'm not going to stop doing band stuff. I know you're not. So it's like, it just kind of helps now if it's like we want to post BTS stuff, we want to talk about or promote or just be like film, purely film, like movies. This is movies. This is movie stuff. Just movie stuff. Like, this is us
yeah.
just being movie aholics, right? And that way it's like when we want to do those like any kind of like, where's your movie stuff at? What are you doing with film? What is this movie stuff you always talk about? It's like there. Like, it's there. That's where we post about it. That's where we promote it the hardest. That's where it's like you see our shit on display at full bore, what we're capable of. Like, I love, that's such just like a better proposition than trying to like pepper it in amongst all the other stuff that we do. So it's like, yeah, then our stuff can be our stuff. You know what I mean?
right, like, Matt Cinematic's very much still doing this individual, you got Creeper for Sale doing it, but then it's like Sincere is like not only us doing, yeah, like collaborative, like support with like creative leads, like in projects, but like, we also talked about potentially doing like a podcast, right? So it's like that could also be like host for it. We can do the packs and design. Like this could also be like, us experimenting with stuff like that too, like you're saying with yeah, with like the different like digipacks, like, so yeah, I think it just kind of opens up that opportunity for us to really make it more, you know, professional in that sense, but also like to explore other like avenues for our like work and talking about stuff that's like all related to just like what we do.
Yeah, it's just like the part that I'm the most excited about is like having that professional outlet, so that because like my name's Creepy for Sale, you go by that, it's like people are gonna take you so seriously.
Well, that's your brand, you know what I mean? So don't also like let down on
Well,
that, right?
I guess what I mean to say is like I'm not down on it as much as it's like there is a part of me that's like I do want a more like industry focused outlet, if that makes sense, because I'm an
Yeah, right.
outsider at heart, but I that doesn't mean I'm opposed to industry stuff. Like I want to do film festivals, I want to meet producers and casting people and actors. Like I like industry stuff. Like I want to put on a shirt and tie and go to a fucking premiere. Like I like that kind of stuff. But it's hard to
Hmm.
incorporate it all into my like outsider punk art. You know what I mean? So it's like it's fun to have a
Yeah,
balance of like, okay, I can be
exactly.
more, you know, edgy and be more of like my expressive self here, and then the other one is more of like big picture, bigger projects,
Yeah,
productions, things that require a budget and producers. It's more business oriented, but like in a good way. So,
right, right. And that's kind of like what we were trying to do with Foresight. And then in a way, that's another reason why we were also like when Pancho and I talked about it last year when we made the Miss Monsters channel, because like cats and cast like with like Narnar TV, it's like, I mean, Miss definitely feeds into their brand.
mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But like, because it all started with like that concept from them, from what they were already doing with like, niche punk like music,
Mm-hmm.
like
Outsider
alternative
stuff.
culture. Yeah, so it was like, okay, but now how do we make it separate? Which, I think I mentioned this to you before, where it's like it's still very much on brand with their work, but it's not under Narnar TV. It's now like its own entity, to where like now that there's more people involved, we just lead people to the YouTube channel for Myths, and it's like now it's in a culmination of, oh, it's not just Matt Cinematic behind the camera. We have Creepy for Sale, and it's Tequilas Productions, and it's Daniel Champion, art by Chrysalin. You know, representative of like everybody. Now it's like we lead them to Miss Monsters. It doesn't get flooded back with you know the extra content that cats want to produce under like Narnar.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, Miss is just gonna exist there, and then we can, yeah, share it on our Instagram or like our socials, whatever. But it's always gonna be like, oh yeah, you go to the Miss Monsters channel if you want to really get a larger sense of like this is like representative of like our collaborative like effort. So yeah, same thing with this. Like, I think this opens up a lot of opportunity for us, and you know, once we get into that pipeline of things and we really start having those conversations and figuring out kind of what that's going to be for us, I mean, yeah, I think this is going to really shine and like stand out like uh, amongst like other things
Yeah,
while also still cross promoting like what we have individually. Like same thing, right? Oh, you find Miss Monsters, you find all of us. Oh, you find Sincere, you find Matt and Ray. But like even with that
it'll
trail,
be a
like
ton
leads to
of
different,
people. Yeah.
yeah, leads to different directions,
It's like
right? So
basically we're trying to build this film scene, especially now. Holy shit, that fucking Bill, now more than ever, like, yeah, give me that film money. I'm from
yeah,
here. Give it to
exactly.
me, Texas. Don't worry, the production will be here. We're not going anywhere.
Yes,
We don't have the
exactly.
money to go to LA. Trust
Yeah.
me. If I could, I would have done it already. So, like, we're going to be in San Antonio. Hook us up. So it's like
Exactly.
having a, a sort of like, I don't want to say establishing it, but it's like, yeah, like you look at the way the bands work, like you see two really talented musicians team up to do a project. It gets pretty popular pretty fast because people know. Like, oh, those two guys rip. If they're starting a project, it's probably going to rip. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So it's like,
Mhm.
that's sort of kind of what we're doing in a sense is like this film scene that we're in, for lack of a better term, is really like buttling or like just starting. And we're basically trying to start a band that can like help bring
Other
everybody up.
people,
Yeah, bring everybody, make
yeah,
everybody look good and make everybody
exactly.
shine. Anybody who's like, even if it's just like, yeah, I just showed up and recorded cool clips on my phone, but shout out, like even that is like, yeah, hell yeah, thanks for showing up.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah, nah, dude. Yeah, this got me hype. I'm really excited.
We gotta get fucking t-shirts. I feel like we could do that too. It's just like do what the bands do, because I always see it and I'm like, why can't I just go to like Death or whatever these places are and be like, let me show my short films and other curated like hard to find DVDs and tapes that only I have, and like let's do a fucking event and then people only have to pay $5 or $10. You make money off booze, I entertain everybody, we all win. And now going there with like with fucking Sincere, it's like, oh, okay, sure, yeah, y'all want to do a fucking movie thing at Cold Start, bet, go ahead.
Yeah, no, like literally, exactly. Like that's the way to do it, right? I mean, that's
And I have the fucking
that's
like projectors and shit, so it's like, yeah.
yeah, dude, and you know, that's how I started like doing all this stuff, building it, and then people wanted to get involved with Foresight. Like that's how it happened. Like doing all the video projects, getting, you know, working with Pink Zeppelin, and then oh Matt's doing Foresight. Oh shit, other people, film people want to are involved or like want to be involved, and then we were doing all the Foresight stuff, and then oh I ended up doing my show. I did Matt Cinematic Universe in 2023. Like you know, a lot of people came out to my show that way too. Like you know, and I definitely kind of took a step back in some ways, but I've always continued to like move forward and doing all this other stuff. So I feel like yeah, there's more room for us to kind of to pitch or to do these other projects that you know, like we said, like it's a little bit more professional, more oriented in that way. Like yeah, dude, I think really this is gonna open up a lot of opportunities for us.
Imagine like next time Miguel has a seminar, we just like show up in like our branded T-shirts, and we're like, oh yeah, here's our Kickstarter. Oh, also
Yeah,
here's a T-shirt. It's like, damn,
dude,
y'all really work fast.
dude, nah, for real. Yeah, and I think this name just came together so organically too. Like I really feel like this is like a dope. Yeah, like the alliteration, the way it looks. Like,
I hate to admit it too, but like just CC rocks as like
yeah,
as an initial. It just goes hard. It's
right.
bikes. It's like people's names. Some people's name is like CC when they have the double initials. It's like
Hmm.
it's just fucking cool. You can do the cool thing where you do the two interlocking C's. Fucking cool. It blows my mind that none of the Cincinnati teams have a C as their team name. It's like you're so
Yeah,
close.
yeah. No, dude, this was good. This was a good session. I think
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah, go ahead and
crash.
dip.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna crash out. I thought Junior would have come in here like 3 hours ago, but he didn't.
I think he's
So now
fucking.
when he watches this tape back, he's gonna feel bad.
It's alright. He's always gonna be our go-to junior.
It's okay, Junior. If you watch this in the future, that's all right. Don't feel bad.
Hell yeah. Whoa, Cincre Cinema followed me. Follow back.
Yes, sir.
I wanna like figure out a way to tag ourselves in something. I'll wait till this render ends and then I'll tag. I'll just post it every single day, tagging Sincere with no context. This animation that I made.
Dude, yes.
Just nothing. Just the tag and then this render over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna post like, yeah, I don't know. I'll be pretty fucking ominous with this shit. But I'm gonna like let everybody know like, hey, follow me.
And
Follow
also the
Sincere.
double C works because both of our names have C's featured prominently in them.
Yes, there's
So it's
layers.
all, yeah, it all works. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
see you later, Matt. Go ahead and get some sleep.
Yes,
Great
sir.
talking to you.
Manaka. Likewise.
Great things come in the future.
Great things coming soon.
Huge, amazing things. No, it's true. These two guys in Texas, they're making films.
Third.
All right, stream. I think I'm gonna end it.